NTA studios, the Edo Side studios of the NTA here in Abuja, and I've been joined already by a number of guests here in Abuja. And of course, we have our Benin studio also open. But let me begin from here in Abuja, where Mary Kim, Director, Voter Education and Publicity at the Independent National Electoral Commission, has joined us. A pleasure to welcome you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians.
And of course, we have the former Nick Dazang, who is the former Director of Voter Education and Publicity at the INEC. Retired, not tired. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, and it's my pleasure.
And of course, Ahmed Sajo, a social commentator, has also joined us. He's a former Commissioner for Information in Adamawa State. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here again today.
And like I did mention, in Benin, we have Dr. Osawaru Kunzua, who is a public affairs analyst who has joined us from Benin. Thank you for joining us, Doc. This conversation here in the studio, it's D-Day. But let me begin from the incumbent. Of course, I'm sure you have a better idea of what's happening there in Edo State. So let me ask, are you confident in the preparations that you have made? Any surprises, any late surprises that you have to think about how to deal with?
Thank you very much. I would say I'm very confident of all the preparation the Commission has put in place. Because right from the first activity, that's the release of the timetable and schedule of activities for the election that was carried out in September 2023, the Commission has systematically followed through to these activities. And there were 13 activities in all, and none of it was shifted. Mm-hmm. Everything was done as planned, and today is the 13th one that we are implementing, which is the actual conduct of the election. All other plans and preparations for the elections have been done. Just last week, the chairman, honorable chairman of the commission, and other members of the commission visited Edo State for a readiness awareness, to visit to see how ready and prepared we are for the election. And it is glad to know that in all the activities and all the local government areas that were visited, everything was already in place. The materials, especially the non-sensitive materials, as at that last week had arrived all the local government areas, badged according to polling unit and ward or RA level, and everything is in place. Training of ad hoc staff had been done, and a refresher training took place yesterday at the rack centers. All our materials moved yesterday from the Benin on Wednesday to the local government areas, and as at yesterday, Friday, the materials were moved to the rack center. The essence of the rack center is to enable the ad hoc staff and the materials to be closer to the polling units so that we'll be able to deploy early enough on election day, and that was done. So we are confident that we have put in place all machineries to achieve free, fair, and conclusive election in Edo State.
Conclusive, that's a key word, conclusive. Yes. But that's preparation, at the level of preparation. Are you in touch with Benin as of this morning?
Yes.
Are you in touch to know whether there have been developments over the night or something that may challenge a bit, or something that you have to deal with?
None to my knowledge, because I called people, and there's a platform we are following, and all that has been reported so far, so good.
All right.
From Benin, yes.
Okay, let me also, let's hold on with the guests here in the studio. I don't know if we have already the special report from Edo State. Okay, I understand that Victor Acha is standing by in Benin with a situation report. Can we take that now?
Yes. Please, can you help me get that that bottle of water there? In my bag, water.
We are here in Auchi, the headquarters of Esako West Local Government Area. And Auchi is also the headquarters of Edo Non-Senatorial District, with a total registered voters of 189,149. But out of these 189,146 voters, 160,000 took their PVC to exercise their franchise for today's exercise. At the moment, we are at the Super Rack Center in Auchi, where the 4 wards in Auchi collected their materials for the exercise this morning. Though it was raining early this morning, despite that, the people, the electoral officers, the security officials entered the rain and took their materials to the various polling units, while the electoral officers also were being supervised by the election supervisor mandated by INEC to supervise the 4 wards in Esako West Local Government Area. Here with me we have the election supervisor in Esako West Local Government Area, who is assigned to this area by the Independent National Electoral Commission, Mr. Anthony Nwambogo. Mr. Anthony Asibogu.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Ashibogu.
Okay, Anthony Asibogu. So, what do you have to say about the exercise so far?
So far, the exercise is going smoothly. We've been able to dispatch our personnel to the field, and I believe that they've all activated their various polling units. So I think I will have less issues.
So, as supervisor, what were you able to put in place this morning to ensure that this exercise is hitch-free in this area?
You know, the assignment is tasking. You must make sure that every personnel moves to beat that time of opening the polling units, which we have achieved, and we are thankful.
So, in the area of logistics, as at this morning, some polling units were complaining that they don't have transport to go to their various area, electoral officers, the ad hoc staff. So how are you able to address that?
Well, we had to, do the needful, source alternative means, but we made sure that all security personnel accompanied the personnel, that's the INEC ad hoc staff, to their various polling units. That we achieved successfully. And that's why I find that this place is calm.
Okay, now, Auchi is the headquarters of Esako West Local Government Area and the entire Edo North. Now, what are people expecting from INEC in this exercise?
Nothing but the best, the much we can. At least we've given them that refresher training on the do's and don'ts in the field. So we expect them to be good ambassadors and do the needful and, deliver on our mandate. So far so good. They are good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It has been a time with the election supervisor here in Auchi, Mr. Anthony Asibogu. We are moving now to the polling units where we'll bring you updates on the election proper, because as we speak now, we are aware that the exercise has already commenced in some polling units here in Auchi, the headquarters of Esako West Local Government Area.
All right, thank you very much, Victor Archer, for that input. We will get back to you. I'm sure you'll be in the field to keep us updated on happenings. Thank you very much. Let's get back here in the studio where I still have 2 gentlemen and a lady in the studio. Let me talk to Ahmed Saju at the moment. What's your reading of what's on ground in Edo State?
Well, thank you very much. I think the first thing is that, I represented the president of the NIPR at the last engagement that the Honorable Chairman of INEC had with media. And when he outlined the plans they had, one felt a little bit confident that things are going to go the way they should. But there are 2 fears some of us who are watching the situation from outside have. One is that there's been a heightened fear of breakdown of violence in certain parts. What that will do is that would, affect voter turnout tremendously. Because when there is this fear of violence, people will not want to come out and vote. So this fear of violence that has been heightened by, a lot of misinformation may affect voter turnout. And then secondly, as of yesterday, I don't know if you have paid attention, several letters and documents have been flying. One letter says the PDP governorship candidate has withdrawn. Another one said the LP candidate has withdrawn, and they are all flying about. And one other document was like a court order that disqualified the APC candidate. Those misinformations and release of certain adverse, confusing information may also affect the nature and the way the election will take place. But by and large, from the INEC, from what I got to know during the briefing that the Honorable Chairman had with media, with the various media personnel across the country, that gave one a lot of confidence. And this morning, we saw it. We saw it when the official was reporting. You could easily see that the official was talking confidently that they are on top of the situation, and I think there's an improvement. There's something the chairman said they did this time around, that in distributing the permanent voter cards, they introduced an innovation, and which resulted in a high number of people collecting the cards, not dumping them in one place and asking everybody to come and collect, but they sorted them out, put them differently in different boxes, in different batches, and then took them to as nearer to the people as they could possibly take them, and that resulted in a high number, and this is an election where young people are really, really interested. The young demography is the highest in terms of the number of people that are recorded to have collected the permanent voter card, which means that actually, interest in our elections is catching up with the right demography, the younger people.
Indeed, it's catching up with the younger people who many say are the leaders of tomorrow, and they say they want to be the leaders of today. Nick Dazang?
Yes, I appreciate the fears expressed by him, but any keen watcher of the politics of Edo and the elections that have been conducted in that state in the past 4 or so cycles will tell you that what you are saying, the fears you are expressing, go with the territory. I don't mean it as being derogatory to the citizens, good citizens of Edo State. But in 2016, 2020 particularly, we had this kind of heightened tension. The tension was such that you could even cut it with a knife. The build-up to the off-cycle governorship election was framed and defined by violence, by rhetoric that was very bellicose. And in fact, at a point, even INEC was afraid whether it could conduct the election there. It had to solicit the intervention of the Oba of Benin, who now had to prevail on the candidates to simmer down their rhetoric. And also the National Peace Committee also did a lot of intervention, which paved way for the conduct of the election. But subsequently, the election went very well. And the turnout was also very high. And it set the tone for the conduct of the Ondo governorship election, which was conducted immediately after. So to that extent, I think that the fears are founded, but given what has happened in the past, I don't think they are going to affect the conduct of the election. And then secondly, I want to also say that this particular commission has been lucky to conduct off-cycle elections twice in Edo and Ondo, and they are going to conduct the third one now. So they are going to draw copiously from experience, from the experience of the conduct of elections in these 2 states, and particularly in Edo. So I think that experience will help in making sure that we see an election that is tailored as superlative compared with recently conducted off-cycle governorship elections that took place in Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo. So to that extent, I think your fears are well founded, but I think they will be taken care of. And I think also, I also followed the chatter on social media, allegations of candidates being disqualified, bogus allegations, because they were dispelled by one or two candidates. And that is to be expected in an environment where the social media are prevalent, and most of their consumers are, of course, the youths. And thankfully, those pieces of misinformation were dispelled, and also given the assurances that we have received from the security agencies and their body language and the courage of the AIG in charge of the elections in Edo, which we saw yesterday. I think that should be reassuring to the citizens of Edo, and that should encourage them to come out in huge numbers, reflective of the massive collection of the PVCs, as we have seen, which is up to almost 86% of the total number of registered voters in the state. So I'm hopeful that the turnout will be massive, and that some of the hitches that used to, accompany these elections, drawing from these experiences I had mentioned, would have been taken care of. For instance, if you look at the demographics, the total number of registered voters, there are certain local governments, particularly in the southern part of the state, that have a preponderant number of the registered voters. And because of that, in time past, the commission had issues with accreditation, getting people to vote, in an orderly fashion. So all these will be taken into consideration. You learn from these experiences, and then you factor them subsequently in the conduct of elections. So I believe that given all this, and the manner in which INEC itself has trained itself before the conduct of the election, and the way it has taken this election, which shows that it has the hugest stake in the conduct of this election in terms of trying to repair its image that was besmeared previously in the 2023 general elections. So it has a lot at stake, and it has shown that it takes this election seriously. And this election, like I said, has implications for the Ondo governorship election. If you do a very good election in Edo State, then it means you are telling us that you also do a very, very good one, an excellent one in Ondo. And don't forget that these states are contiguous. They also have certain characteristics that are similar. Some of the local government areas are challenging, the terrains are challenging. And so given all these factors, my take is that we'll see an election that is superior to the recent ones that INEC has conducted.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Dezang. And I'm told now that voters are queuing up already for accreditation as polls open at Oredo Ward 8, a voting center, and in Edo State Ministry of Education premises. Let's take that story from Yaro in Benin City.
Anybody that is not accepting, they are sorry to say, but anybody I call you for I see your picture.
So I understand, well, that's an idea of what's happening in the field already. People are beginning to queue up and ready to cast their ballots. Of course, the process, it's a bit, it's not immediately that you start casting your ballot. So they are going through the preliminary stations process before you get to casting of ballots. I understand that Anwali Okolo is standing by with an update in Benin.
Hello. Yes, I'm at Ward 2 in Bobaka local government area, and currently at Unit 36 and 37. Here, voting has commenced. Party agents have, signed, and then they've educated the public on proper way to vote. So voting has started. Preference was given to some older persons to vote and bypass the queue so that they don't get to stand on the queue for long. I have one here who's standing by with me to just tell me how the process has gone so far. So well done, sir.
Yes.
So how was the process for you? I know this is not your first time voting.
I know.
So how was it for you? And then what do you have to say about it?
It's very nice as today, so.
Okay, is it like other times?
It's the other one. Even if I voted number 2 now, before I would take long line.
Wow.
They give us preference of old age.
Okay. All right, so I think a couple of other older persons have gone ahead to vote as well, and we've seen that even pregnant women or people with children, I saw some at other polling units. I'm sure that I'll go check how other polling units are fared. I picked here because voting has commenced here already. So about 995 persons are supposed to vote in the Unit 37, and then over 800 persons voting here at Unit 36. So yeah, that's it for me for now. I'll give you more details as I go along.
Anwali Okolo, thank you very much, but don't go yet. What's the situation, apart from seeing people, lined up, ready to go through the process of voting? Have you seen people who are physically challenged, for instance, people from other demographics, apart from the able-bodied people you see, the old, the young, new voters, maybe first-time voters, physically challenged? What do you have? What's the mix?
Okay, for now, I haven't really seen any physically challenged person. Most people here are not first-timers. I'm sure definitely I'll see a first-timer very soon. Most people here are veterans, people who have been voting and are invested in the electioneering process. So first-timers, not yet. Physically challenged, not yet. But I'm sure that I would come across them very soon. But so far the process seems seamless. And then, but from the INEC official side, they are ready for with their assistive materials for when they would have people physically challenged or living with disability. So they are ready for them whenever they come, and then preference will be given to them as well.
Thank you very much. You may now run along, but we will come back to you when you have something more for us in the field. Thank you very much. Let's now head to Benin, where, well, I did introduce earlier Dr. Osawa Okunzua in Benin. I hope that he's there for us still at the moment. Dr. Okunzua, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I think it was
Thank you. Now,
joined us.
yes.
With you.
All right, and
Good
I see Professor Edi Eragbe. I'm happy to see Professor Eragbe particularly. Professor Eragbe was one of those that molded me at the University of Benin. He was HOD at some point while I was a student at the University of Benin. It's a pleasure to see you, Prof. All right, let me get to Dr. Okunzua. We are here in Abuja. We know about preparations, just a little about what's happening there. What have you observed this morning as Edolites head to the polls.
Do I go on?
Well, please, take it.
Okay, good morning again. I just got to the studio not too long ago, and that gave me the opportunity of seeing firsthand what the outside looks like. I came all the way from University of Benin to the studio. On my way down, I would say that yes, one of the polling units where sometimes we have been involved, activities were already taken off from there. And getting here, we met that, of course, security blocks were put in place to prevent people who have no business from moving around. At one of the points, they just said, please go home and rest if you don't want to vote. But we had to explain that we're part of the media, trying to explain to people what is happening across as far as Edo State is concerned. I would say that the whole hype that has really followed this election is understandable. And that is to the extent that the stakes are quite high, especially as looking at the contestants themselves and the key players. They have always had great stakes as far as Edo State is concerned. But one of the beauties of democracy we have always advocated, and that is why we advocate for it, is that unlike situations where people are imposed on those that they govern, in this particular case, democracy gives you the opportunity to choose from options that are available. And one of the things we also emphasize is that guidelines have been stated as to who can emerge the governor of Edo State today, or between today and tomorrow, or yet Monday, depending on when the results are finally announced. And the reality, of course, is that you definitely, as a voter, as an Edolite, will have your preference among the candidates that are contesting. But at the end of the day, democracy demands that it's he or she that meets the stipulated requirements that we have to be in charge. And so that is a fundamental issue that people must understand. Like any race, we cannot all win, no matter the imputes and determination that we bring to bear, no matter how desirous we are of trying to be in charge. It is that we must follow the guidelines, the requirements that have been put in place. And so as far as Edo State is concerned, in the last year or 2 or 3 bouts, there have been this mobilization. And I must say that from my own observation, the social media has brought about greater awareness as far as elections are concerned, as far as democracy is concerned. And of course, we know it can be misused, just like 1 or 2 of your commentators indicated just now, whereby fake news, false information can be peddled. But what is always good about it is that counters always come up immediately to say this is not correct, this is the right position. But as we have said, and from the observations, the youths are getting quite interested in politics because they follow what is happening, they listen to those that want to govern them, and of course, they believe that they should be part of the process. So far, I would say that the campaigns have been hectic and robust as far as Edo State is concerned, and of course, the people are heavily mobilized and are ready to participate in the elections. And we are hoping, and of course, we must pray that everything goes well. And at the end of the day, the people will be the ones that will decide who will be in charge of our state in the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed, Professor Eddie Eragbe, Professor of History and International Studies at the University of Benin. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. We will get back to you. Dr. Okunzua, I'm not sure if you are in sync with Professor Eragbe. Do you have any contrary view? What are your views regarding D-Day in Edo State? Okay, let's get back here in the studio while we try to sort out the Benin end of our conversation this morning. Now, Mary, based on the comments that you have been privileged to listen to from here in the studio and then in Benin, would you say that it's what you anticipated? Is there anything that has run contrary to what you expected?
I would say not at all. You know, like I said before, the Commission has put so much in place in the area of preparation for this election. So, in fact, we are not expecting anything less than what we are seeing. So things can only get better for us because we are so optimistic that the election will be conducted freely and peacefully. You know, during the stakeholders' engagement, the Honorable Chairman had assured the people of Edo State and Nigerians in general that INEC is not a political party. INEC does not have a candidate in this election, and that it's only the electorate in Edo State that will determine who will govern them in the next 4 years, which means their votes is when they come out to vote, and the vote definitely will count. And the IGP, that's the Inspector General of Police, also assured the people that the police was going to conduct themselves in a neutral manner. They will be neutral, they will be professional, and at the same time, they will respect the rights of human rights. So all this put in place. And with the elaborate sensitization that has gone on in Edo State before today for the election, I'm optimistic that almost everybody there is aware of what they are supposed to do, the role they are supposed to take. And it's evident in the outcome of, at least with what we've seen. We've seen large turnout of voters. So we are not expecting anything less.
But is it as planned, the timeline? If you look at the time now, well, it's about 9:30. Yeah. The process hasn't quite kicked off as it should.
Election is supposed to start at 8:30, and I'm sure in some polling units, it must have started at 8:30. And in the places we have seen, at least only one place we saw that they were just doing the preparatory. The other polling unit that was shown, election has actually commenced. People have started voting. So I think everything is working fine for us as a commission and for Nigeria at large.
All right. Ahmed Sajo, are you impressed with what you've seen so far from the places that we've been to?
I think let's be clear on one thing. You know, for you to understand the electoral map of Edo, you need to understand that of the 3 senatorial zones, the southern zone has about, I think, almost 55.76% of the total voter population. And the biggest local governments in terms of voters, availability of voters, Oredo and Ikboba, Oka and Oga as the third one. And those ones, you know, what is peculiar about them is that not only are they in the southern senatorial zone, but they are within the Benin Kingdom.
Metropolis.
Benin Metropolis, Benin Kingdom. And, you know, unfortunately, even the position of the Oba of Benin this time around, my brother said the last time he sued for peace and people listened. But this time around, even the stool of the Oba of Benin was dragged into the political embargoes somehow, you know, during the campaigns. And so to the large extent, you know, that's where the contest is going to be hottest. But because it is the city center, you know, naturally the enlightenment there is higher.
The numbers are higher too, in terms of
the numbers are higher,
the
voting population. I've already told you that the southern zone and most of it, the Benin metropolis, constitute about 55.76%. So which means it's the highest.
That's the battleground.
The battleground. And the 2 highest local government, Ikboba, Oka and Oredo, these are city centers. You know, if you've been to Benin, you know, around that Ikboba hills, going down, that's the area that is the new Lagos, New Benin Road. This is where the population is actually, highest. The Oredo is the center of the Benin itself. So this is going to be battleground, but it is in the city, where we may begin to get some stories that may not be very, but we pray it doesn't happen, but may not be good, is at the outskirts. The outskirts usually, during elections, the level of brigandage happens more. Some of us have been involved, not just as at the level of voters, but at the level of people in governance who are trying to construct, safety and security within the context of an electoral process. So we know what people take advantage of the fact that the rural areas are far-flung, but we pray that everything goes on peacefully, and we also pray that things happen in a manner that has been prepared for by INEC. INEC really did a very good preparation. The security agencies have given adequate assurances that they will be neutral, they will protect everybody. And we have seen it. You did not see any security personnel around the places where they have already shown to us, trying to show force or power. But they were standing from some distances, observing the process and trying to ensure that it happens. And the INEC officials were up and doing. You could see that where they were setting up so skillfully that you want to see it end so that people can say where they've already started voting, where the elderly person, said he had already voted and that this time around he was not allowed to join the queue. That has always been there in INEC, but this time around, right from the Ekiti up-cycle election, we noticed that there is an increased awareness, in trying to allow elderly people, pregnant women, lactating mothers, people living with disabilities, preference in the voting, and that's the way to go. When you give assurances to people who are vulnerable, who may think that their safety may be compromised if they go out to vote, when you give them priority and you protect them and you allow them vote, those that are strong and able bodies will also have confidence that the system is working for everybody. So I think what we have seen so far, portends that there will be a very good election. But you see, an election is a process. It's not just the voting. It goes through, the voting process, the counting, the declaration of results, and all of this. And at any point, there could be dispute. Let us not begin to sing, hallelujah, just because we have seen the process commence very seamlessly. We pray that it ends also very seamlessly like it has commenced, but it's a process. It's a process that involves so many other things. Sometimes you even get a dispute at the final declaration, at the point of declaration. We have all been witnesses in this country. So I believe that it has taken off very well, and like they say, at the airport, that takeoff and landing are the most crucial steps.
Not what happens in flight. All right.
So the takeoff is very good, and we hope that the landing will also be very good.
All right. Nick, I want to spare Mary Kim that question. Let me ask you, in your experience, what are the usual surprises that you get on election day with logistics that could mean that elections don't take off as planned? Because clearly, not everywhere, you might be surprised that, in fact, you won't be surprised that it didn't really start at 8 anywhere. Yes. We didn't get here at 8, so we are not in a position to know for sure. But if at this point you still have, you are still at that preliminary stage, then it means that it might not have taken off at 8. What are the usual surprises that you get with logistics this morning?
Well, the usual surprises are arising from the fact that INEC itself does not control all the resources being deployed for the conduct of elections. That sometimes the vehicles being contracted can break down. You enter an agreement with NATO and NURTW, and sometimes some of the vehicles being supplied to ferry staff and the security agencies may not be in fine fettle. So some of them could collapse. But I think learning from experience also, what ANEC does is to provide for contingencies in almost everything, from the beavers to ballot papers to vehicles, transportation. So where you have glitches with, for example, the beavers, you have technical staff who troubleshoot, who are drafted in immediately to troubleshoot. And if in the instance where the beavers machine fails to work, it is changed. It is another one is reconfigured and it is deployed. And by the same token, also you could also have challenges where the security men are not ready. On occasions, on election day, you see them insisting that they will carry out parades, forgetting that these elections are based at time specific. There are certain things you have to do within certain times. For example, you have to open the polls at 8:30, you have to commence accreditation and so on. So, but the Commission has always engaged the security agencies to appreciate the need to shelve this parade for that particular day, to ensure that they accompany the staff to the polling units, because by law, the staff cannot take off without the security agencies, because they are supposed to provide cover for you. So if you go without them and something happens, you are literally on your own. So that's what the law says. So these things can happen. And like I said, ANEC may not have complete control, but with experience, what ANEC does is to, provide for contingencies and also to engage with other stakeholders to appreciate the need to play their own roles very well. And we have seen from what the security agencies have been saying that they are going to do that. And if they are going to do that, then I'm sure that we'll have a large percentage of opening of polls. In time past, we've had occasions where polls had opened to the tune of 90-something%, at 8:30. So I think what we have seen in Oredo and Opeba, they are heartwarming, but also they are proximate to the state ANEC headquarters. But what is also heartwarming is that, and what has played out, in time past, the polling units in these areas were highly congested. Once the polls open, you see a lot of chaos. But you can see the pictures we saw were very orderly. And that is as a consequence of creating further access to polling units, which the Commission did in 2022. More polling units were created. So, there's a threshold of voters that will vote in a particular voting unit, as opposed to the past where you could have a polling unit that has up to 3,000, 4,000 voters. Before you accredit them, before they vote, the time you have specified or allocated would have passed. But the good thing is that so long as one has been accredited, he will vote, he will be allowed to vote. But what we have seen from these two local governments, and they are the most populated in terms of registered voters in the state, you can see that they were very orderly, and they also began in time. But for us to shout hallelujah, as my good friend has said, we also need to see what pans out in the far-flung areas.
Indeed,
particularly
those far-flung areas is where we're about to go to, because yes. I've just been told that Victor Acha is in Auchi, polling unit 6 in Auchi, so that we get a sense of what's happening there in Edo North. Victor, good to see you.
What is supposed to do?
See what you do now.
All right, not exactly ready, but at least we can see that there's turnout. People are out there ready to go through the process of casting their ballots. And that's in far away Edo North, Auchi, where you have, I think, a couple, okay, maybe not one. That's the axis that the former governor is from, former Governor Adams Oshomole, and the incumbent deputy governor are from. So Victor Archer, are you ready for me? So let's have it.
Auchi Unit Ward 1, Unit 6. Auchi Ward 1, Unit 6. In this unit, we have 755 registered voters. And voting commenced as early as 8:30 this morning here in Auchi. And over 100 people have so far voted. And as you can see, the place is crowded with enthusiastic voters who want to cast their ballots. Many have voted, and while others are waiting. We have here now some people who have already voted that want to share their experiences with us on the assessment, the SSI so far. Here is an APC leader, Mr. Ahmed Saliu, who is also the MD of the new Winner River Basin Development Authority. He just voted. So how will you assess the exercise?
It's quite peaceful. The state of affairs is very encouraging. The officials were here as early as expected. And as you can see, there's a lot of enthusiasm. So we expect a very successful turnout, and of course we expect the best candidate. Democracy is the underlying basis for which any society can develop, and we are hopeful that Edo State will be no different. We're certainly going to move forward.
So INEC, looking at the conduct of the exercise by INEC, how will you rate the commission?
Quite frankly, thus far I can score the commission 80%. And it's still early in the day. I'm sure that by the end of today we will have grounds to score the commission 100%. So far, so very good.
What are the expectations of the people on the conduct of this exercise?
Well, the people expect their votes to count and to be counted. And those of us who are leaders of the respective political parties, are also supporting the people to ensure that they cast their votes freely. And wherever any hitches might arise on the side of INEC, we are also willing to offer support to ensure that we have a hitch-free process and that the best candidate or the candidate that the people truly desire emerges.
Thank you very much. We have again another youth who will be speaking to us on his experience about this exercise. Ward 1. So can you tell us your name?
My name is Bello Amin Wiraga.
So
this is Ward 1, Unit 6. Although what I'm observing in this unit, we observe a peace because the tea is fasting. There's no any problem here.
So looking at the security area, what will you say about the security here?
The security in this police unit is 100% sure it's okay.
Another old woman here who is ready to vote, though she is eating and want to vote the candidate of her choice. Let's hear from her what the situation here is in Auchi. Madam, can you tell us your name?
For my choice.
Okay, now what are your expectations at the end of the day? We are not talking about the winner, we are talking about the exercise.
The exercise is very good and peacefully.
So can you rate the exercise high from what we have experienced here this morning?
What I experienced here is very, very nice and peacefully. Everybody is voting for a choice.
Now we have also the agent of the Labour Party who want to speak with us on this conduct of the exercise. You are the agent of the Labour Party here. So what do you have to say about the exercise?
It's going on well. We thank God the election is okay.
That does it.
So looking at the arrangement by INEC, security-wise and the rest.
Fine, we are fine.
Okay. So any problem with this polling?
No. No, for now, no problem. For now, no problem yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we also update you in other areas in Nauchi as we move from here to other wards in Edo non-senatorial district. Thank you very much. We'll join you later.
Right, Victor, but has voting started, actual voting, has it started where you are? So, can you hear me? Has actual voting started where you are?
Yeah?
Well, I guess he's moved on already to get us also situation reports in other areas.
Up to 100 people have already voted.
Okay.
Maybe you will confirm anyway.
No,
Because he needs to
he
say
mentioned it
that.
very clearly, quite clearly.
All right. And then if we are already at this stage, given the day, what's your anticipation, given all the other processes that you need to go through to get to the point of voting and counting? Do you anticipate that we're going to get this all wrapped up in broad daylight?
Well, you know, there's a provision that the commission makes. As much as election starts at 8:30 and ends at 2:30, that does not mean like we see large crowd at the polling some of the polling units. So any voter that is still on ground at 2:30, irrespective of the number, they will still be allowed to vote. So that does not mean that at 2:30 we'll chase everybody out of the polling unit. No. At 2:30 means no new voter joins the queue. But all of them that are there as at 2:30 will definitely be allowed to vote. So which means before they can wrap up at any polling unit, depending on the number, the turnout, it may take more time. For instance, if you have like say 200, 300 persons or at queue at 2:30, definitely you allow all of them to cast their vote. And after that, that is only when you can now sort the ballots and you count. And after you have entered the results, then you now move to the World Collation Center, where you collate the results. So if all things going well, just like we are saying, we hope that the election will be concluded on time.
Do you have contingency plans, though, for, in case some elections spill into later hours of the day?
Definitely, what the commission does that as long as until the last person votes, if in a peaceful atmosphere, until the last voter there votes, the polling unit will not close.
And if it's late?
We have a provision for generators, rechargeable lamps, and other facilities that will enable them to vote, even both at the polling unit and at the collation centers.
All right. While we're waiting to get through to Benin, to our Benin studios, Ahmed Sajo, given what you have seen so far, at least we have seen, even though you say it's still, in the city center, but we've been to Auchi now, we've moved from Benin to Auchi, we'll still have more from our team in the field. Are you satisfied going up to the Auchi?
No, it's even the Auchi polling unit, if you look at it, it's still an urban center. It's an urban polling unit. And I was just discussing with my brother here. You heard the politician there. He said, so far,
as if he's expecting.
Not that he's expecting. I am from the field, not on the side of INEC, but on the side of the political class that handles the electoral process. And I can tell you for free that every interested party, the politicians that are jostling to have their candidate elected or the candidate themselves, have agents on the field. And part of what those agents do normally is that when the voting goes on for after some time, they tend to monitor trends. Sometimes those trends that they monitor may be false, but because they want to impress their masters that they're doing a very good job of what they're doing, sometimes they raise some alarm, false or not false, but they raise an alarm and look, things are not going well for us at so and so location. It happens. I have sat where such reports are given, and I know the reaction of the political.
All right.
So that is at the point when.
Ahmed Sajo, can I put you on pause? Because
Okay.
I'm told that Jude Abugu is waiting somewhere in Oredo to give us a situation report. Jude, good to see you. What's going on where you are?
All right. I'm currently at Oredo Ward 6 voting center, located at Edo State Ministry of Education in Yaro, Benin City. This voting center has 23 polling units. Of electorates that are coming to participate in the exercise here are estimated to be over 10,000. The voting and accreditation started and some people have already sized their franchise. I want to speak with a senior citizen who was among the early birds, the early people that cast their ballots. Mr. Christopher, can you explain to us what the process was like?
Well, for now, the process is very fine. Like Wasis Oredo is a family ward. And by the grace of God, we have started with peace, we will end it with peace. The best, whosoever that emerged winner today, we will embrace ourselves. We are not going to fight, we are not for trouble. So we are conversing, we have spoken to our people before today. So we are expecting good results to come out.
All right, as an elder who has participated in election several times, I can't count how many times you have voted in elections in Nigeria and in Edo State. You know there was similar election in 2020. What will you have to say about the number of people coming out for the election today and the atmosphere in this particular voting center?
Well, for now, the turn-up is not too impressive. Like as you have said, this voting center has 28 units, not 26. And I've been voting here since 51 years ago. So I'll be participating here. So it's not too encouraging. But however, we're expecting that more voters will come out as soon as the thing progresses. All
right, do you have any advice for the younger voters who may, due to youthful exuberance, may engage in acts that are not very good for this exercise?
The advice I want to give to the younger voter is not to sell their mandate. Because don't vote because of money. You must look at party manifestos to say, okay, and the candidate, I know who you want to go and vote for. If you allow somebody to use money to induce you, you are selling your future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christopher. And we hand you over to our Abuja studio for the discussion that is going on there. More reports will still be brought to you as events unfold.
All right, Jude Abugu, thank you very much, and we'll be standing by to get details of what you may have in your next, at your next port of call. Thank you very much. Now, Ahmed Sajo, we had to put you on hold just to get that update. Has it changed your perception?
No, I'm just, what I was talking about is that, look, INEC alone cannot make our electoral system successful.
Of course.
The political class must, consciously work with INEC. And like I told you, when a political figure says it is okay for now, it gives an idea of an anticipation. Usually the political class puts what they call a plan B, and they allow people to give them reports, and some of these reports may not be correct and the rest. And then later also, the social media will begin to play a role, you know, releasing results that in polling units that were not even counted, you know, to cause confusion in the system. But these are the things that I believe we should all anticipate. I must commend INEC. Let me tell you, breaking the polling units into manageable sizes has also helped tremendously in improving our electoral process. In the past, you will have a polling unit that has such a large number of people, and when the time for closing the polling unit gets closer, people who are in the queue but will feel that they may be barred from, you know, even the accreditation process, no matter the assurances, they begin to cause confusion, begin to push each other and all that and all that. But now that we've broken the polling units to manageable units, I believe no matter the number, you know, what INEC has put in place is such that, you know, for this number, there's a threshold that no polling unit should go beyond. And within that threshold, unless it is the voters that have refused to come out early enough, within that threshold, they should be able to conclude this process within the hours earmarked. And my only appeal, and I'm sure INEC would have taken that into consideration, is that where the polling unit it did not open early enough for whatever reason, like my brother here said, they may have challenges with the transportation that is carrying materials or carrying officials to a polling unit and the rest. Where 8:30 becomes 9:30, 2:30 should become 3:30. You know, it's just fair to ask for that kind of adjustment. Where you have a delay, you should adjust the time upward so that you can have, everybody would have his day. But
because Mary did talk about once you have been accredited that you are going to vote. But the question is, you are saying if you lose 1 hour at the beginning, you should add it to the end. Because what if an individual comes for accreditation perhaps 30 minutes after you have originally shot it out? Would that person still be allowed to accredit? I think that's the point that Serge is trying to make. Yes. Because you've lost an hour earlier on, you should add it to the end.
I'd like to respond.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much. You know, the process we run, our election process now, is that accreditation and voting happens simultaneously. You are accredited and you go to cast your vote. Now, if for instance, if there is an issue that warranted a delay, we are saying that at 2:30, all the voters on the queue at 2:30 will be attended to. So whether we were delayed for 30 minutes, 1 hour, as long as you are there at 2:30, irrespective of the number, nobody will be chased out of the polling unit until all the eligible voters there cast their vote. So I don't think the issue of extension arises, because if you are there at 2:30, you will definitely be allowed to vote, to cast your vote.
I think the process also allows for these eventualities. The guidelines allow for it. And to reinforce what she's saying, at no time has any election not taken place in a polling unit by 2:30, irrespective of the challenges. So what it means is that even if the polling unit opens late, nobody will be disenfranchised. Everyone who has come and who has been accredited and he is on the queue will be allowed to vote irrespective of the time, you know, that it will take. In the 2023 general elections, there are certain polling units that didn't open on time. And there were other polling units that were overly congested. And they did not, they were just, that was the first time the commission was now piloting the newly created polling units. So a lot of people did not go to the places where they ought to have gone to vote. So they went to the old polling units, as a result of which there was congestion.
Okay.
In spite of that, you know, voting continued into the night. And generators were brought to illuminate the precincts of the polling units. So,
and then there should also be security.
So voters should not have any fears as to, even if there is that emergency or contingency. It's been provided for by law and by the guidelines.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick Dedzang, for that clarity. I understand that the Benin studio is ready again for us. So let me get to Dr. Osawa Rokunzua to get a sense of what his observations are to this point. Dr. Kunzua.
Well, you have sample views around our state. Gentleman speaking from Auchi, especially the man who said so far so good. I couldn't agree more with him because you wouldn't know what is going to happen in the evening. It's morning yet in Benin City. And in Benin City too, from Watsis, you had Archer speaking to you from there. So people of Edo State, as somebody said yesterday on this same platform, are very, very sophisticated. We're going to be an example to the wider country at the end of this exercise. Except probably under very extreme provocation. People here are not violent. And of course, the violence will be in reaction to some kind of stimulus. But spontaneously, no, people here are not violent. We know what we are here for today. Today was appointed a long time ago. In fact, people had an idea of today even 4 years ago. So elections here, democracy here is regular now. It's getting a surer footing. We are going to get a governor today. Announcement will be made today, tomorrow, or the day after. And we are ready for who that governor will be. We have supported the political parties in bringing forward their gladiators. They are now in the arena, and the people, the voting public of Edo State is going to make up his mind today. Amongst them, who is the fittest, who is the most suitable to pilot our affairs for the next 4 years, not too far into the future, or the nearest future. So I really don't think we should have any apprehension about anything. We have been assured that different players, as far as elections are concerned, are up to speed. INEC bring the lead agency, so let us wait what is going to happen. But so far, so good. What people feared most has not begun to materialize. There won't be any violence, and I'm confident about that. So we'll probably be asking the rest of the country to join us in celebrating when the new governor will have emerged from Edo State here.
Right, and have you voted today? Let me ask.
I have been here since 15 minutes before 9 a.m. So as soon as I take a break, it's a walking distance from me where I'm going to vote. I'm going to be voting if you want to be interested at Oredo, Ward 5, Unit 2.
Let me ask Professor Ragbe. I want to believe that you will be voting within the University of Benin. What's the mood like? Because the university system is a community of its own. Everything is complete, and that's why people could live there and not go out. What's the mood within the university environment?
Thank you very much again. I would say that just yesterday, or 2 days ago, we ended the first semester successfully of our 2003-2004 academic session, and which is that the staff, the students, some of whom are registered voters, were deeply engaged as far as examinations were concerned. And it was just yesterday that the university officially said, yes, students can move, for those of them that can move. Generally, especially as on a lighter note, I'm a club man. I've discovered and I've observed throughout this period of electioneering that my colleagues have really been quite active in terms of the political discourse that has been going on, in terms of their preferences and all. But in all of it, it has been harmonious, just like my brother, the doctor, said, which is that we believe that there can be differences in terms of our opinions, in terms of preferred candidates, but it should not degenerate. As far as the University of Benin is concerned, it's quiet, it's quiet, and things are moving on well. It is one of those areas where, for years, we have never really had any issues as far as elections, as far as voting is concerned. So I'm sure, just when I was leaving campus this morning, a good number of my colleagues had already started moving to the polling units within the campus, and I'm sure they are going to definitely cast their votes. And as I have said, I believe at the end of the day, it's going to be a peaceful and commendable exercise as far as the university community is concerned. Thank you once again.
Now, Prof, let me stay with you. Given that you've permitted of course, you couldn't have held people back if they wanted to leave anyway. But given the timing, if given the number of students and many of them have to move immediately after exams to leave, wouldn't that be a lot of people who might not be casting their ballots?
News here really is that the students themselves, during the registration over the years, have always registered at the University of Benin. So it's actually a plus for the system, if we could say, that the students have been around. Because if they had been dispersed and asked to go home for a longer period, a good number of them that are registered may not have had the opportunity of exercising their franchise. To the extent that they've been around, to the extent that the election is taking place today, I'm sure that it's even going to bring a greater turnout for those of them that are registered to vote as far as the university is concerned. Because we know that by age, in terms of rating, some of them are qualified, but we have students, it's one of the most national universities in terms of composition. We have people from the north, from the east, from the west that are our students, but it's possible they registered in their different locations. And today, as it has been already observed, it's an off-season election, and which is that no voting is going on in Anambra, no voting is going on in Delta. So if you are a Delta student in University of Benin, if you registered in Benin, then you'll be able to exercise your franchise, since the university was still running until some 1 or 2 days ago. So to that extent, I think it's actually a plus rather than being a negative in terms of the possible turnout and the exercise of the franchise by those that are registered to vote already. And you mentioned you were with us in Benin. You also have to take note of the fact that because of the students' population, despite the very great efforts that the university has been making to provide accommodation for students on campus, we have a very active off-campus accommodation for students as well. So they not necessarily must travel to go and exercise their franchise. I believe that being within the university itself will give them the opportunity to exercise their votes. Ekosodi, for example, is a community where we have so many students that are resident. UBT is close to us. We have polling units there. There are many students also at Osasogi and other locations. And if the opportunity comes, I'm sure those of them that are registered will be given the opportunity to exercise their franchise. Thank you.
Ragbe, thank you very much. I was just battling with the thought that if you've been on campus for quite some time and you finish exams, if you think that you don't have a dog in the fight, you might want to say, let me go home and see my parents and see family because you've been away for quite some time. I don't know if this is the thought, Ahmed Sajo.
Well, naturally, some students may be challenged going to their local governments, even within Edo State. If they finished their exams late yesterday and could not get a vehicle, today there is no movement. But I think what the professor is saying is also, very valid. That if some of these students are from other states, they may not have necessarily registered to vote in Edo State. They may have registered in their own states, and in their states, there is no election today because this is an off-season election. So they lose very little. The only thing is that if they had prepared to end their exams yesterday and travel today, they cannot travel today because of obvious reasons of the restrictions in movement. Generally, what we expect is that the Edo elections should not only be peaceful, but should signpost what to expect in Ondo. My brother Nick Dazan and my sister here spoke about the kind of, they don't only share borders, but they even share certain, groups that are the same. The Akoko people in Ondo and the Akoko Edo people in Edo State are the same people. So they are actually, whatever happens in Ondo today would to a large extent determine what to expect in Ondo. And like I said, so far, what we're seeing in the most populous voting areas is that there is a level of orderliness, and INEC had also opened shop early enough. We're sure of that. And so we're expecting that this election would be very, very good. And we'll continue to appeal to the political class. Political class must understand that winning election is not a do or die affair. It's a natural phenomenon. If you have sold your candidate very well, and if your candidate has the popularity and what it takes to win an election, you will win that election. And there are about 17 candidates. They are about 18 candidates. There are 18 candidates. So naturally there will be 17 losers. There is no argument about that, because only one person will eventually win. And so I think we should be able to, anticipate a very good election in Edo State. But I know INEC had always, enlightened media, the media outfits in particular, against releasing results that are not authorized, results that are not authentic, and results that could definitely cause confusion. We will continue to appeal to our colleagues in the media. We'll continue to appeal to citizen journalists who today feel that once you have an Android phone or you have an internet-enabled phone, you are already a journalist, you can dish out news and things like that. We are appealing to them to also exercise caution. Releasing unauthorized results could cause confusion within the system. Issuing sensational statements like, sometimes outright lies, that we so and so group of people, supervising the stuffing of ballot box in so and so location, even when you did not. And sometimes what they do is that something that happened 2 or 3 years ago is what they will go and unearth somewhere and place it and tell you it is happening right now. And because the ordinary citizen does not have the capacity for fact-checking, you take it hook, line, and sinker, and it creates a lot of confusion. So we need to put a lot of guardrails left and right to make sure that we do not derail the process by our own actions or actions of commission or omissions. So, but by and large, I believe very sincerely that the elections are going on peacefully. We have seen Oredo and Ipoba and Auchi. These are urban centers, and we hope that our colleagues out there, NTA, will also go to the rural areas and give us a feel of what is happening outside of the city centers, so that we would be able to have a proper...
Okay. Of course, the ideal thing is that it takes a longer time. Okay, I think we have a report from the field.
This is getting too long.
Yeah, very clear signals from Comrade Shomole's end there, but that's a glimpse. He's already talking to the media, from where he's voting somewhere in Edo North, which is, at least this is the first, call it high profile, a very keen participant, Senator Adams Oshomole, who is speaking to journalists. I'm sure that when we get through to that, when we get clear signals, we'll be able to bring to you what the former comrade governor is talking about. But I'd like to get again to Benin to engage Dr. Sawa Rokunzua. We have now commenced, as it seems, voting has commenced in some places. Would you say that you're expecting significant turnout, maybe up to 90%, considering the number of people that did collect their PVCs?
Be unprecedented, but we can expect anything. The enthusiasm is high, the arousal is high, and if people are molested, if people are unhindered, they don't have fear of violence, well, we may surpass our previous records, but 90 may be a bit too high. But let's see what the day is going to bring. We thank the media for being able to beam the searchlight from different parts of the country. But just like we have said, we should not be limited to the urban centers. We should go to places like Ibilo, we should go to places like Gara, we should go to Sabongidaura, we should go to Afuze, we should go to Igobazua, we should go to Abudu, we should go to Safrogbo, Nikurua, and all those other areas. Let us have a feel from what our compatriots are experiencing in those locations.
Tajo earlier that, of course, by the time you get going, the team will naturally get to the urban centers before they get to the rural centers. So that probably will come a bit later, but I'm sure that is also in the plan. I got a glimpse again of Comrade Adams Oshomole. Like I said earlier, we will bring that to you once we have very clear signals. Back in the studio, yesterday, the REC for Edo State was saying that results will be transmitted straight to IREV, which is something that will delight those who are participants in this whole process. Is that still the case? Is that the plan?
Yes, but I would like to use the word upload rather than transmission.
Okay.
Yes, results after the election, when the results have been, the ballots have been counted and entered into the result sheet at the polling unit, the presiding officer will scan that polling unit result and upload it to the IREV. Okay. The essence, IREV is not a collation apparatus. What it does is just to allow citizens, Nigerians, anywhere, or individuals across the globe to watch or see what has happened at the polling unit. So these results will be uploaded to our IREV, so anyone can actually go there to see the result. So it's still in place. We are going to upload results to the IREV after the election, polling unit by polling unit. But it's going to be a scanned polling unit result that will be uploaded.
All right, thank you, Mary Kim. I'd like to get again to our Benin studio where we have Professor Ragbe. And this time, I want to draw attention to the fact that even when a lot of people are excited, I think about 85% collection of PVCs, but what we see in 2016, 2020 is that even where you have that high number of collection, the voter turnout falls considerably short. What can this be attributed to? We are yet to conclude this process to know if we are going to get something close to the 85 point something % of collection rate.
Thank you again. Just by way of clarification on my earlier submission concerning the university, it is actually that examinations ended for some students on Monday, but the last of them was on Thursday, and yesterday was when the university officially ended the first semester. So it wasn't that examinations were held yesterday at all. All exams had ended earlier on. Back to the point you have raised, it's quite interesting from the Nigerian position, which is that one of the things that has always happened with our elections is that so many people show enthusiasm, as somebody observed yesterday, in registering. Some of them take this INEC card as an identification card, since some of the banks were using them before. And then, of course, there is high mobility of Nigerians. We must bear that in mind. And that is, the mobility means that it's possible somebody was in Edo State about a year or 2 years ago, during which registration took place. And then, of course, because of having to relocate also, the person might not now be in a position to exercise his or her franchise as far as this election is concerned. So the mobility of people will definitely be a contributory factor. The second, of course, and I think that point was made earlier on, is that apprehension can also come up on the build-up to elections, when all of a sudden there are possible threats and fears. Individuals, for safety reasons, could decide not to bother to really go and exercise their franchise. And I must say, I think INEC has done a good job in terms of this registration and all. And of course, PVC is being collected. Let us hope also that those that have collected the PVCs are the eligible people, the original people, and so that there is no issue of impersonations and things of that nature.
All right. We'll have to put Professor Ragbe on pause just to take this report from the field. I caught a glimpse of the reporter just moments earlier.
Okay, this is Iyamo Ward 10, the unit of the senator representing Edo Non-Senatorial District, Adams Oshomole, who is also a past governor of Edo State. We are with him here in his polling unit and Unit 3 in Iyamo Esako West Local Government Area. In this unit, we have 1,690 registered voters who will be voting here today in this Edo governorship election. And as you can see in the primary school here, Iyambo Primary School, we have a large crowd of voters who have turned out today for this exercise to vote the party or candidate of their choice. And here in the queue is also the senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshomole, who is waiting to take turn to vote for his candidate in this election. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. NTA.
Yeah, you are here this morning on this election. It is about after 10 now to 11. So what do you have to say about what is happening here this morning?
No, I'm extremely excited because I was still at home, tried to have a cup of tea before leaving. And then I tuned on to TV and I saw, by coincidence, that my mother was voting. I said, so voting has started. Even my old mom in her 90s is already voting. What the hell am I doing? That's why I rushed in and I confirmed that they'll be voting since 8 o'clock. And many have voted and left. So anyway, I'm very excited. I have to take my place on the queue. They are telling me, no, Oga, come forward. I said, no, if women, even carrying babies on their back, can queue, I, who is a politician, who they have a power with their vote to govern them at what time, as a governor and now as a senator, I need to also lead by example. That's why I'm on the queue. But it's also an opportunity to evaluate, some of the slogans during the election. When we say no woman, no nation. In fact, we can say no women. You don't look at the queue. These women, they are not widows. They are housewives. You will wonder whether they are husbands, right? There are some of their husbands, you can see some men, but for every one man, you will see there are about 5 women voting. And this shows that the power, the commitment to vote is more on the side of women than men, Thirdly, that those TV analysts, who I'm not sure some of them are even registered voters, who pick statements from people who are completely detached from reality, like an acting chairman of one of the parties that is the government in Edo was saying there is going to be blood. Whose blood? Maybe his own blood. These people, do they appear to be people who are looking for trouble? They can't wait to elect a government that they hope and they pray will make a difference in their life. Because it is through this voting that they have this kind of school. And the good thing is that each time they come here, even those who come with other intention, when they see this school, they remember what it used to be before they queuing like this, empowered me to be the governor. And this is the story in most places you are going to see the red roof where they are voting. And my conclusion, Nigerians are unanimous that in spite of hunger, now the fourth one, look around the corners, you don't find any, check all the buildings. There is nobody giving money to anybody, right?
And if you listen, if you understand the language, I heard somebody who may say, I'm hungry, I know eat this morning. Now, that hunger has not been a reason, it's not enough incentive for her to say, give me money before I vote. I mean, that for me again raises issues about how valid when the people make sweeping generalization. Oh, Nigerians vote buying, and then they then proceed to say because of economy and so on. Who can speak about poverty more than these rural women and these rural men? But if they, who are not diploma holders, who are not secondary school leavers, understand that hunger is not enough reason to sell their conscience, why will anyone use that to rationalize bad behavior? You know? So, in all aspects of it, I'm very, very happy. Look at a woman with a little baby at the back. That's why you see when I'm going for campaign, you see me carrying babies, because I'm like, a woman with a baby going to attend a rally, or that the son is sweating, the child is leaking the sweat. I'm like, I could have just, maybe this is the way I was being carried when I was young. So every aspect of it, I'm very happy. And however, what is the implication for me? The message that we are conveying, these women are conveying to Nigerians, these voters, men and women, is that if people, a segment of the elite, talk about do or die politics, they want to peacefully choose who will govern them. They don't need police to lecture them. They don't need any television analyst to lecture them. They want to vote, and they are voting. For me, it's very good. I've had few calls from many places. Voting is on in I think about 80% of places now. And from what I'm hearing, no incident. Nobody has called told me of any incident. So I'm happy about that. Given the very hot air, people celebrating or people boasting that they are chief security officers as if that is all that is to governance. You are chief security officer, but on election day you are about to be dismissed by very ordinary people. Okay. You don't have to be chief. So I'm happy that the prophet of doom will be disappointed. Okay, that there will be no violence. It's going to remain peaceful, and I pray that all the way to conclusion, it will remain like this. Okay, let's look so that power will reside with the very ordinary people, including the forgotten rural majority. Okay, now let's look at the INEC conduct. How will you assess the conduct so far from what we have experienced? For me, I don't think it can be better than this. It cannot be better than this. First, they came here on time. And nobody has told me he's not able to find his name on the voter register. That is very good. Nobody has complained to me, or I don't know if they complained to you that their PVC is not working. Accreditation seems to be going seamlessly. So I think INEC, certainly, if it's possible to talk about 100%, this will be 100% in terms of reporting on time, material being available, presiding officer being available, supervisor distributing the materials on time. I don't think INEC can do more than that. Thank you very much. So I pray that the effort of INEC leads to a peaceful outcome. The process is much more important than who wins.
Thank you very much, Yes, it has been a time with the former governor of Edo State, who is also the senator representing Edo non-senatorial district. And the voting still continue here in Unit 3 of
All right, voting is continuing at the Unit 3 of Iyamo Ward 10, where the former governor and incumbent senator representing Edo North, Adams Oshomole, is ready to vote. Now, let me get back here in the studio. Nick, he talked about it was basically paying tribute to women and the power of women. So why does it seem, in Edo State, for instance, I think it's only one woman who is a candidate of a party. Okay, let me put you on hold. I understand that the Labour Party candidate has been spotted somewhere so that we can get a sense of what he feels or his reading of the process so far. That's Olumide Akpata.
Campaigning. So today is the D-Day, and he's here to cast his ballot at Oredo Ward 6 voting center located at the premises of Edo State Ministry of Education in Yaro, Benin City. He's at the voting cubicle now, about to slot in his ballot paper in the ballot box. That's Olumide Akpata, Labour Party candidate. He has just voted. We will take him on interview now. The people at will go interview. Excuse.
All right, our correspondent and perhaps other journalists are trying to get attention of the Labour Party candidate Olumide Akpata, who has just been spotted casting his ballot. And that shows that we are making some progress. We'll get to the others, I'm sure, when we have them. I don't know if it's ready.
Yeah, he's about to speak.
Good morning, everybody. Yes. I'm still trying to make my own conclusions. I only just got here. I'm going to go around. But for my own process, it was seamless. The machine worked. I was captured. I picked up my ballot paper. I went into the booth. I thumbprinted where you will imagine I will thumbprint, and I stuck it into the ballot paper. So that went well. I'm hopeful that that is the experience of every Edo voter. I'm not going to conclude that that is the experience of every Edo voter until we start to get the feedback. We're getting some concerning feedback from around the state, but I'm not the kind of person who's going to make any statements until I verify the sources of my information. So it's early days, or should I say, it's still early in the day, and we will be observing the process as we go. At least we have crossed one hurdle. I have voted, and I'm hoping that our supporters will all be allowed to vote and that their votes will count and be counted. Thank you.
Well, you can imagine how rowdy it is when a lot of journalists are trying to get the attention of particularly a candidate in the ongoing elections in Edo State. You can imagine why it is that rowdy. So it is expected when you are in the field. Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. Anyway, before we come to talk about the Labour Party candidate and what he has said, I understand that our correspondent, Rosemary Omani, is at the Edo State Police headquarters to join the patrol team as it sets out to monitor the voting exercise. And meanwhile, Rosemary Ibrahim captured the APC candidate waiting to cast his ballot.
Hello, please, I want to get him, like, want to pass him to the studio. We are doing live. No, that interview, no.
The much awaited Edo governorship election is already here with us. As the people go out to exercise their franchise, one thing they don't want to joke with is the security of their lives. With what we are having on ground, large number of police officers setting out to go to field to make sure there is orderliness throughout the voting period, and most especially the security of the voters. DIG Frank Mba is on ground to lead the team. And from the police headquarters here in Benin City, Rosemary Omani.
Thank you very much, Rosemary Omani, for that report. Is going on in the field, which is what we had been told by the police that they will do. 35,000 deployed. The Police Service Commission will also be on ground to monitor the police officers and their conduct in this whole process, and then the team led by DIG Frank Mba to also look around and be sure that all is well in terms of security. But accreditation has since commenced in Akoko Edo local government area. Can we get details of that at the moment?
Good, hello, welcome to Ekpon in Igwebe, local government area of Edo Central. It has been raining all day, and this has not undermined the process as eligible voters in this ward, although it is very small, with just 289 registered voters here in this ward 11 in Ekpon, in the Igwebe local government area. The security agents, they are here, and we also have party agents here in this ward, and they have been monitoring the process. And when I spoke to them earlier, they said all the election materials came on ground as scheduled, and INEC officials have been doing their job very well. I'll talk to one of them now. Your name, please?
My name is Chus Onukwozo.
You are the agent of which party?
For APC.
So how is the process going on since morning?
Very successful. Unity level is very successful. It's good. There's no wahala for this unit.
All right. We also have the Labour Party agent on standby.
My name is Nwakego Ehinora Stanley,
Ward 10, Unit 11, the election was very successful. It's progressing. There's no problem, no wahala. Yeah.
Thank God for that, and that's our prayers. You are the agent for which party?
PDP, under Ward 10, Unit 11. My name is Umoka Sunday. The election is very good. There's no problem. Both parties is cooperating. The election is moving forward. There's no problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there you have it. In this ward, we have more of the aged coming out here despite the rain to cast their ballot. Before we came on now, we just saw a 120-year-old man who voted successfully. He was given all the necessary assistance to cast his ballot, and he has just been assisted a few minutes away by his relative before we came on. There are other aged people on ground, but they have not been accredited to vote. They are waiting around with all the assistance that they require to cast their ballots.
All right, thank you very much. We did talk about, but this is Ekpo in Igwebe, Edo Central, as we've been told. So voting is ongoing, and particularly the reporter talked about the aged, and someone at the age of 120 still able to exercise his franchise, come out to do all the trouble of voting. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
Commendable.
But these are, earlier, Nick, I was trying to engage you on, women.
Yes.
I was trying to engage you on women before we had to take that report, but I still want you to hold it on because I've been told now that we have the APC candidate, Senator Monday Okpebolo, casting his ballot in Ward 2, Unit 1 in Udomi, Wesa, Irua, Esan Central Local Government. Let's take that.
Sir, don't show it, don't show it. It's allowed. It's not allowed. It's allowed. It's allowed. It's allowed.
All right, just a glimpse of the APC candidate, Senator Monday Okpebolo, trying to cast his ballot. If you listen to the Labour Party candidate earlier, he was saying that you can imagine where he will cast his ballot and where he will thumbprint. Okay, Awole Okolo, I understand, is somewhere and needs to share with us what's going on there.
Morning again. You're seeing my face, like you're going to see my face a lot because in my local government we have lots of polling units. I'm currently at Adowa Ward 4, and in Adowa Ward 4 we have about 70 polling units. So this where I am right now has Ward 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Ward 9 has about 1,318 persons voting. So voting has commenced fully. A lot of people have voted. I have a first-timer, finally see the first-timer who voted not quite long. He's standing by. Okay, let me try to get his attention. Please excuse me. Can I have your attention? Yes. So I was talking to you earlier about how it is. Please come closer so that you can. Thank you. Okay. So I was talking to you earlier about you. Okay. I was talking to you earlier about you voting for the first time, and if it aligns with what you have heard, subsequently about elections. So what's your take? Is this election like you have always heard about it?
Yes.
I'm here the party today is my first time to vote.
So how was it for you?
It's fair.
What was the motivation to say, okay, I'm going to vote today?
Better Edo State.
Is that?
Better Edo State.
So why did you decide to vote today?
Because I want to vote for better Edo State.
Thank you very much. So he said he decided to vote today because he wants a better Edo State. So, and I think it reflects the sentiment of many voters here today. They came out to cast their ballot because they want to see a better development in this state. Now, please, okay. Can you come here because it's quite dark because of the rains. It's a bit darker here because of the rains. We can't go under the rain, so we are under a place that's making it quite dark. So, well done, sir. Thank you for staying because you voted a while back. Thank you for staying because I saw you voted a while back.
Yes,
How's the process for you?
The process is very fine, but I love the process. No noise, nothing like that. Everywhere calm.
Okay, so did you need any assistive device?
Yes, because I have sight problem. My daughter assists me to vote.
Okay, so how was the device for you? Did you find it easy?
Yes, we thank God. It's okay.
So how would you recommend this election compared to previous ones that you have voted in?
I love this one past the previous one when I voted because I need a better Edo State. That's why I come up today to vote for my own candidate.
So what's your name?
Obosek Joseph.
Okay. So Mr. Joseph found it easy to navigate the system here. He didn't have any complaints, and it's kind of reflective of progress made by INEC officials and INEC, the commission, to make sure that the process is smooth, free, and fair. And it is also, these two people who have spoken reflects the feelings of many voters here who are just calm, sitting, and chatting and casting their ballots without any frenzy. Something was striking for us earlier because we saw an elderly man who came with his grandchild. He's standing by. I don't know if we could quickly take him up. Hello, sir. He would just walk towards us right now. He came with his grandson, and it kind of reflects also how peaceful the area is. We have security personnel around, and for him, he felt that it would be good to impact on his younger child the importance of voting. Good morning, sir. Good to have you here. So please, can we come forward so that we can see your little son here? So I was just sharing with the viewers how that you said to me that you came with him, to instill in him, to show him the importance of the election. So why was that priority for you?
I decided to come with my grandson for him to know that we are in democracy. Voting is power. Voting, for you to know how to election is, you have to be voted and have to vote the right person in the seat. So I decided to take him along so that he will see the pattern of democracy, what we enjoy in democracy. That's why I took him along.
So how's the process been so far?
Well, the process has been peaceful, smoothly. It's only the turn-up is not a bit encouraging. We don't know. Let's wait after this rain. Let's see whether people will turn up.
Okay, so this crowd that we're seeing is not even as reflective of previous.
This crowd you are seeing, you cannot compare it to the previous election which we have been doing in this arena.
So could it be because of the rain, or it's just starting anyway?
That's what I'm thinking, that it will be the cause, because normally if there is any election in this venue, you see crowd, you see people, you see people pushing people to vote. But today is just a normal thing. You just go there to vote the person in your choice and then leave.
Okay, so the turnout might be because of the rain, or maybe because of the seamless ways going. You know, usually they will have to queue for long, but it's just seamless. People are voting, leaving, voting, leaving. But I'm sure the time will tell how the turnout here eventually goes. But for what we've seen, there's been no lull in the process. It's just been smooth so far.
Thank you very much, Anwuli Okolo, for that update. I think I particularly enjoyed the man who came along with his underage child just to begin to show him the process of democracy. Well, I understand that Fisayo is standing by in Benin. I'm not sure from where exactly. Fisayo Ogufu, if you can hear me, are you ready to update me politically, if you understand what I mean?
I think you are doing a great job. I've been in the Benin studio, but it's quite instructive for you to know. Culturally, I'm sure you will know that the slogan here in Edo State is Edo is Siagbon. It is the center of the world. And when you look at it in terms of what is happening, the eyes of the world really is on Edo State at this time because of what is happening. The thumb is meeting the ballot paper, and that means that the destination of state for the next 4 years will be determined by the people of this state in the next few hours. Now, 2.5 plus registered voters, 18 local governments, 17 candidates. There's a meeting of minds to decide this destination. I want to engage you and your guests there because I see that you have been having fun. So many thanks to our guests over there, Mr. Nick Dazang, Madam Nkem, of course, who has taken over that position you used to be in, and of course, Ahmed Saju over there. You've seen what is happening. The rain has not deterred a lot of people in some centers, and you will know why, because it seems to me as if Edo Central is an area of interest as far as this election is concerned. Naturally, because that zone believes that it should be given the choice this time around. So perhaps you see more enthusiasm there. In terms of numbers, Edo South is larger than both the North and Central put together, the Edo-speaking side of the state. But when you look at all what has happened so far in terms of men and logistics, it seems as if from the reports we are hearing and getting from our reporters on the field, everything is going as smooth sail as possible. As we heard from the senator representing Edo North and former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshomole, in his area, which used to be a little bit harder to access than other parts of Edo State. I'm talking about the hilly places of Somorika. Election materials have moved from Auchi to get to those points. Places like Ilushi, bordering the banks of River Niger, election materials have gotten to those places. Places where you need to take a boat across to get to like Agene Bode. Election materials have gotten to those places, so we should give INEC kudos for that logistically. Now it gets to the communion between the voters and those who have put their names on the ballot. And that's where we are now. Have they been able to sensitize the people enough? Are the people willing to come out and exercise their ballot? As the weather been a little bit discouraging, we'll get to know that, of course, as you have seen in some of those reports. So let me put the first pointer to Mr. Nick, the first poser to Mr. Nick Dagzang. You've seen so many elections, especially off-season elections. In terms of Edo State, it's just one state. When you look at it, perhaps in terms of the features of the elections, the attributes of the elections. Mr. Nick, what will you be looking out for now? Perhaps that the electoral body, the umpire, would perhaps want to bring on board in Akure and Ondo State later on in this cycle. What will you be looking out for in terms of the features of this election and what the election management body should be thinking about, perhaps in terms of best practices, perhaps in terms of areas that might need an upgrade?
I will be looking at logistics, given the fact that Edo and Ondo states have similar terrains, but the terrain in Ondo is even more challenging than the one in Edo State. And if I'm looking at how to conduct an election that is superior to even this, I will now look at how I will use this particular template, improve on it, and deploy it for the conduct of the Ondo governorship election. Thankfully, like I had said earlier on, this particular commission has conducted 2 governorship elections in the 2 states and is conducting the 3rd one. So it has a lot of experience in terms of conducting these elections as stand-alone elections. And the beauty of it is, even though in a stand-alone election, other forces, I call them forces of evil, can be accumulated and deployed to frustrate the population. You also have the advantage of having resources in large number to deploy. You have more security agencies, you have more INEC staff, both ad hoc, permanent, and senior officers to supervise the conduct of the election, and so on and so forth. So these are things that the commission should do in Ondo, and it did that in the last dispensation in 2020, and in spite of the challenges, the elections were superlative. In fact, in Ondo, borrowing from past experience where we had a mishap in one of the governorship elections, what the Navy did for us then was to ensure that materials and the boats departed very early to the riverine areas. Because what happened when we had a mishap, and the Navy, in fact, was the one that saved the day, and we didn't incur any loss, was that on that day they didn't depart for the polling units in time. So the boats were overspeeding in order to make it, to beat the time. So they now advise that henceforth these boats must leave very early so that they are not compelled to speed or overspeed. And ANEC has been using that. And in addition to deploying these boats on time, the Navy also accompanies the boats. They escort them. And in escorting them, they provide security. They also moderate the speed of those piloting, those captaining those boats. So these are things that ANEC should factor in the conduct of Ondo. And the kind of massive mobilization in terms of publicity, in terms of engagement with stakeholders should also be replicated.
Thank you for your intervention, and you have just gotten into where I would like to go. Talking about publicity, and Mrs. Mary Nkem is next to you there. She's in the saddle now. In terms of voter education, of course, a lot of people will say this should be under the purview of the political parties to create awareness and perhaps preach about what is on the ballot and what people should capture the imagination of the voting public. But you have taken it upon yourself to also do that. But in some places where we get early indication of how the votes will go in terms of the sheer volume of voters, Ikobaha local government is the largest in the state. And one of our correspondents from there, Anwulio Okolo, interviewed a few people who have not been so impressed by the turnout. In terms of voter education, have you done enough this time around, Ms. Mary Nkem from INEC?
In terms of voter education, I would say yes. We did quite a number. We did very well. We had engagement with other stakeholders. We met with a civil society organization. We engaged some of them who also assisted us in carrying out voter education process. I can tell you categorically that there is no local government area or any nook and cranny of Edo State that voter education or sensitization didn't take place. INEC, we know, it's not something we can do alone. So we had to collaborate with other organizations, such as the civil society organizations, who carried out voter education even during before the CVR and even before the election. They carried out, and even our own staff. We went around, materials were produced. We had several jingles with different thematic areas. We had printed materials. We used online platforms, and social media to engage with people. So I would say we did quite well in the terms of voter education.
Right, some have been doing it locally as well, from the classrooms and also trying to mentor people in this process. Of course, here with me in the studio, we have Oga Okunzowa and of course Professor Aragbe. We've just been discussing about, Edo State for a long time. They are stakeholders in more ways than one. They are voters and they have also, dedicated their lives into impacting knowledge. You've seen the template that INEC has been using. But the enthusiasm of the people again has to, be a part of it must capture the imagination in terms of even the rhetoric from the parties. Have the people on the ballot been able to capture the imagination of the people to, perhaps force a deluge of people coming out to be a part of this process?
Am I coming up?
Yeah, I'm trying to, first of all, Sarah Agbe.
All right, thank you. I think that question was actually raised earlier today in terms of the possible turnout, in terms of the voters. In terms of this particular election, for example, I would say, as you rightly observed, being one of those that has always been active in sensitizing our people through lectures, public lectures and seminars, that a lot of mobilization went in as far as this election was concerned. In this regard, we find that the political parties were around through the media, through their campaigns, and all of that put together. And so to that extent, I would say they have done their bit in terms of convincing people to come out to vote. The real question that normally comes out, and I think that point was raised earlier on, is are people motivated enough to sacrifice their comfort, to face the challenges, maybe the natural one that is in place today, that is like the rainfall, to say, I must go and cast my vote. I think that our people, we may have to wait eventually to know what the turnout in terms of figures are. Because I wouldn't say that Nigerians always wait for the last minute. You find out why some are saying, let those that want to vote first go, I will go later on. So there is the hope that there will be an improvement as far as the turnout is concerned. And of course, in this regard, the political parties are expected to have mobilized their supporters. The question is often raised, what is mobilization in our context here? Is it money? What are you supposed to give to somebody to now leave his home, to say, I'm challenging the reins, I'm going to overcome, and I must go and cast my vote? Then, of course, there is the role that, as Madam mentioned just now, the civil societies have always been playing in terms of trying to highlight the importance of voting, the importance of democracy. I think more of that should be done in the future. And as I have said, it's almost a national issue in terms of the turnout. You always have the last general elections, for example, we had close to 90-something% in terms of people that collected their PVCs and all of that, all the voting cards. But at the end of the day, we were amazed in terms of what the turnout really looked like. And so today also, whatever is happening for me as a person, mobilization has taken place, campaigns have taken place. INEC, as we have been told, has provided the level playing ground for everybody to go and exercise his or her vote. And if at the end of the day, what we get is not as we expected in terms of heavy voter turnout, the figures that we get, eventually we decide who will be the governor of this state. That's my position.
Thank you very much, Professor Agbe. Dr. Okunzowa, you are also a scholar. You must, perhaps come with some interventions as far as this is concerned. Of course, one major candidate we know from the South is the Labour candidate, but a lot of the candidates are from the Central, and a lot of the deputy governors also from the North. Perhaps could that affect enthusiasm? Because, of course, when we talk of the sheer number, we're talking of the South. But in terms of, the turnout, the enthusiasm could be in the areas perhaps that the candidates are more. Do you agree with this? Or perhaps it's still just because issues of the challenges of the weather, the vagaries of nature, and you're expecting that perhaps later on we're going to see the mammoth crowd expected in some of these centers?
Well, it's been acknowledged here that there is no threshold for the validation of any mandate. Even if 100 voters came out to cast their votes, the governor will be determined amongst those 100 voters. That's the point. But it is good for the legitimacy of whoever is going to emerge that you have the pluralism of votes. You know, you have the quantity of votes that would, in the eyes of the people, say, yeah, this governor has widespread support, deep-seated support from those who voted into office. That is the issue here, really. Because the issue of the turnout, the quantum of it, and so on, will not matter at the end of the day. Today is the election day. As many as come out will determine who the governor will be. But for the political parties, it's their function, really. It appears that political parties are seasonal. When the election is about a month or two away, you see political parties, it's like that is actually when they begin to rise from their slumber. Whereas the work of a political party is a full-time job. You have to establish relationship with those who you wish to be sympathetic to your viewpoint. Your vision of society, you have to sell it continuously. So it's not a thing that you wait until this eve of election before you start. So because even now with the help of technology, you can actually reach people who are at home and urge them to come out to say, look, our party needs you, come out, because you will have established a prior relationship with them. So we do hope as we march forward, as we begin to consolidate our democracy, most of these features will come to the fore as well. But for me, as a citizen and a potential voter today, what I expect is that all the players should play their roles. There shouldn't be any violence or any confounding influence in today's election, so that whoever is going to be announced by INEC as our governor-elect, we shall all have the moral obligation to support as our governor.
All right, I'm talking about obligations, of course. You are still there. Please, I just wanted to, let you have the feel of the heartbeat of the nation. Their hearts are beating a little bit faster this time because, of course, they want to know the next governor of the state in a few short hours. But we'll come to Abuja now for the next question. Ahmed Sajo, their elder brother there is there. He used to be a commissioner of information in a state, and has been in touch with sensitization issues over the years. Now, when you see issues like this playing out, a situation where the candidates are in the field right now, trying to vote, cast their ballots and all that, and the would-be, or let's say the supporters they were expecting are not coming in the numbers that you could be coming. What messaging should the parties be doing? And again, apart from that, could perhaps maybe, we have about 35,000 security operatives, deployed. I'm talking about the police alone. Could that be a deterrent a little bit if you see so many, some seem to be a little bit discouraged when they see so many uniforms? Could that be a factor as well? Ahmed Sajo.
At INEC, when the Honorable Chairman gave us that brief, I want you to understand that I believe that there are areas where our democracy is not delivering properly. And I will tell you very honestly that if you notice in all the polling stations that they have been showing so far, it appears there are more women coming out to vote than men. And we in our political process, in our democratic process, are not being very fair to these women. Compared to their enthusiasm and the quantum of their support for the electoral process, abandoning their domestic activities, abandoning everything, and of course, even with the threat of violence, and they know that they are the major victims of threat of violence, but they still come out. But what do we do for our women? How many of the candidates are women? How many of our women are within the political space? Even as we're discussing here, we have 4 discussants and we have 5 discussants and two presenters. Out of all of us, there's only 1 woman. This is the way we treat our women. And so, if we do not configure a system that allows some level of inclusion in our political process, we may not be rewarding people who are actually enthusiastic. And I think we need to open up more for our women to participate and to also, benefit from the electoral process the more. But in terms of security, I believe that the presence of security agents should be an encouragement for people to go out rather than a discouragement. I don't think that seeing a large number of security men out there trying to protect voters should discourage voters from coming out. Of course, it could also, mean that people will think that security men are in large numbers because they anticipate some kind of violence. But from what we are seeing so far, I think it has started on a very good note. And although I hear rhetorics from some of the politicians saying so far so good, so far so good, as if they are anticipating that it will be so far so bad later. But we pray that it ends at so far so good. But that I think we should be able to have a process that ends very well. So far, it has started very well. But the voter turnout, the man that talks about the voter turnout being lower than previous elections was also right. As we await the figures, we believe that the element, rain, may have affected voter turnout. But the fact that the professors told you that our political parties, are seasonal. In fact, our democracy itself is seasonal. We are into what some scholars say Santa Claus democracy, a democracy that just enables political leaders to go visit the electorates during cycles of elections, give them gifts like Father Christmas will come on Christmas Day to give you gift and go away. And after that, they all go into hibernation and waiting for the next cycle of election. And I think that is not the best way to consolidate on democracy, as we always say. I think democracy should be able to enable us have political parties that will be active throughout the season, that will be contesting the space for relevance, for understanding of their points of view, whether there are elections coming up or not, so that when the time comes for elections, people are sufficiently mobilized, sensitized, and enthusiastic enough to go out and vote. So far, so good, and let it end in so far, so good. There should never be a so far, so bad. Thank you very much.
To the issue of women, I'm sure you will see that the set very shortly will also have that balance. In fact, we the men here this morning is just to balance it out, Mr. Ahmed Sajo. The Nigerian Television Authority has just been awarded by the National Council of Women's Societies as the most compliant agency if it comes to women being on board. In fact, as I'm talking to you, the zonal director here is a woman. She's laughing, about that women inclusion you were talking about. 70% of the reporters you'll be seeing on air today are women. NTA is not part of that cycle you are talking about, but let it slide and move on to other stuff. So let's, still talk to the woman, the only woman on the set at this time to respond to a few things, talking about Ms. Mary Nkem in terms of what to expect in this election. We've seen the conduct of our young men and women, the corpers, youth corpers, who have been deployed on the field. Training has been done, of course, and we're seeing how it's going seamlessly. Are you impressed in terms of the conduct of the exercise so far from your ad hoc staff? Has been given and indications from reporters on the field so far? And what are your expectations in terms of even when we get to the business end of this process, talking about collation and eventual collation from those centers into the local government headquarters before, of course, coming to Benin for the final business?
Thank you very much. There's a popular saying that when you fail to plan, you have automatically planned to fail. The Commission has really planned to succeed in this election, to conduct a credible, peaceful election. And like you rightly said, the ad hoc staff have been well trained. I mentioned a while ago that even yesterday at the RAC, they were all given a refresher training again. And I'm so happy with the report we are getting from the field, because all the reporters, everybody that has been interviewed, have been saying that the process is working seamlessly. The beavers is functioning well. Kudos to the people who are handling them. And things are just going on smoothly. So what are my expectations? My expectations are that at the end of the day, we want to see that this election is peacefully concluded. And the collation and all other activities done conclusively, and peacefully for that matter. And that is our plans and our expectation for this election. We don't expect any chaos. We are not expecting any rancor from people. And that's why we keep saying that election is not only INEC affair. It's an affair for all stakeholders. So by the time every stakeholder plays our part, we discover that at the end of the day, we'll come out happy and, with results, good results for that matter. So those are my expectations for this election. Thank you.
Victor, you have been chomping at the bit. Sorry, I've been interacting with your guests for a while, but you have to concede that Edo State is where the action is. But now, you'll be back on the steering wheel because my reporters are chomping at the bit for you to introduce some of those reports to still give Mrs. Mary Nkem a cheerful disposition this morning, talking about the performance of men and women on the field from INEC and, of course, other supporting agencies as far as this exercise is concerned. Victor Azu, you remember that, of course, we've gone to your area of the state in Delta State, but you passed through Eastern Land, of course, to get to that land. So, of course, you are also a man of interest as far as this election is concerned. We'll be looking at all that in the course of it. We also have another Victor here covering the north. I'm sure you have interacted with him earlier in the day. So, perhaps you want to speak to some of these issues, especially introducing some of the reports we have lined up and some of our reporters that are also getting ready to give you live updates from different parts of the state. Let me just say that Edo State is unique. If you are talking about rivers, go to Gelegele, go to Ologbo. If you are talking about the mountains, you go to Somorika. If you are talking about the rice fields, you have them in Ilushi. If you are talking about border communities, you have them in Sobe. If you are talking about going towards the east, you have them in the Mbanke axis. So it's a huge state that we're covering today, and the Nigerian Television Authority, Africa's largest and finest, continues to give you the very best in pictures and actualities. Victor, back to you.
All right, Fisayo Ogunfuye, thank you very much. Well, when you return, we will compare notes regarding some of the statements you've made. But for now, I understand that the LP deputy governorship candidate, Asama Kadiri, has voted in Auchi, Ward 1, Unit 8. Let's get that report.
APC and their representatives are dishing out 10,000 naira to voters. So, but I hope that even at that, the people will understand that there's not much change and vote according to their conscience. If they decide to say their conscience, good luck to them. So, we continue to watch the process. I am here now, and I will remain here until the voting process is over.
Okay, that's the deputy governorship candidate of Labour Party, Asama Kadiri there, and voting is also in progress in Unit 8, Ward 10 of the Ososo Akukwedo local government area, as reported by Etayokai.
Shift small, shift small. Shift small. I don't want you to enter the shot. Don't wait. Give me 5 minutes.
Okay, and informal car for Idaho, the headquarters of Uhuode local government area, reports that accreditation and voting are going on simultaneously at Ward 1, Unit 6, Ogbe Primary School, Eho. It is just 30 kilometers from Benin, the state capital.
Okay, I don't come vote now. I don't vote well. I don't vote finish. I come vote for Ogbe Primary School. Nothing dey happen, no trouble, no wahala.
We are happy today slated to cast our civic responsibility so that we have to, the candidate of our choice, we have to perform our civic right. This is Ward 1, our ward, and this is Ogbe Primary School. Here we cast our vote. So I've gone to check my name, where my number is, so I have to cast my vote. The place is calm, there's orderliness. There's no rancor. Everything are in order. We have to thank God. It's only the weather initially, the rain, but it's part of the rain. It's subsided. We are still around to.
All right, and Eugenia and the BC reports that at Unit 11, Ward 5 for Redo, accreditation and voting are going on simultaneously in a peaceful and orderly manner. So far, the Beavers is functioning well, and some of those who have voted have gone home while others remain waiting. All right, we've seen some of the happenings in the field, and of course, the rain is also there, which is likely to be an impediment in some areas as it is. Ahmed Sajo.
No, I think we're happy. We're happy that the atmosphere is relatively, or in fact, absolutely very peaceful for now. Of course, the rains will affect the voter turnout, no doubt about it. The rains will have, but that would not also impede people coming out to vote. We have seen that there is a reasonable measure of turnout across the places where we have seen the people trying to cast their votes. What is important at this point in time is for us to ensure that the peaceful nature that we are witnessing presently continues till the end of the day. That is most important, the peaceful nature. There are two challenges to this. Ensuring that there is peace and security around the voting system, and ensuring that INEC, puts up a very seamless process that is not incumbent by either failures of technology or failures of... But we have seen so far that INEC has performed beautifully. We've not had one story now of beavers failing and technicians not being able to rectify it. We have not seen that kind of a thing. We have not seen even the model of when they splitted polling units earlier, in previous elections, where people did not even understand and they were going to where they used to vote, and then they've been moved to a new polling unit, and it created some confusion. In this case, we've not seen that happen. You could see that people go to the actual polling unit where they are supposed to cast their vote, and it's looking seamless. INEC has done a wonderful job, and the people are also working very peacefully. The security agencies are on top of the situation so far. We've seen the large number that came out and are monitoring the process. We don't have all of these problems, but we still await the process of counting, the upload on IREF, which is another challenge that we're going to face, not because it's a challenge per se, but because once they start uploading the results on IREF, some people begin to use those results for mischief purposes at times, and at times, for misrepresentations. And so we expect that, these things do not create confusion within the process. But so far, I must say that INEC is doing a very good job, and the people are also doing a very good job. The security agencies are doing a very good job. We hope that we would have a seamless process, and at the end of the day, we would have cause to say, look, Edo had decided, because Edo has to decide today.
All right, Edo has to decide today. Well, we will take a look at some of the demographics that will shape this election, the outcome of this election today. But I want to take a quick trip to Benin. I want to speak with Professor Ragbe again. And I'm looking at, many have described this as a three-horse race. And you look at the three candidates, when you talk about the three main political parties, the PDP, which has a former chair of the NESG, the National Economic Summit Group. You talk about the Edo State candidate, who is a serving senator and the former NBA president, who is also one of the major candidates. I'm just wondering, does this give a sense of, how developed this democracy has become, particularly as Edo is what we are talking about today? Does it give you a sense of how developed we are getting now?
Thank you. I was just telling Fisayo that if given the opportunity, I will make a comment or two about women participation in politics and what actually happens when it comes to recognition later. And that is because my Vice Chancellor, Professor Salami, that is our own Lillian Salami, just about a month ago, put together a world conference that tried to address the issue of women breaking the ceiling in terms of making progress in different sectors. I happen to have been one of the resource persons, and one of the issues we looked at was this question of compensation, in quote, for women that obviously are always actively involved in politics. One of the unfortunate things we know is that the way politics is played in our country is one that makes it that it's not easy for women to come in terms of seeking elective positions. The way night meetings are held, traveling that is involved, potential violence and all of it make it that most times women don't come out to seek for elective positions. But one of the things that has been going on right from the time of Beijing, that is the Beijing conference, and even with our former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, has been that deliberate policy to see how they talk about 35% of women are given positions in government, as it were. And I expect that anyone watching this program today, anyone watching the figures that have been coming out in terms of women participation, that women, in terms of the new cabinet that will be formed in Edo State, and all of that, will be giving greater participation as far as the system is concerned. But back to the specific question you were asking concerning the candidates that are running for this election. Yes, I think at a point we were even being told that out of the 17 candidates that had earlier on indicated their interest, that some of them had actually stopped campaigning and had endorsed one or two of the candidates, as it were. And so that is on ground. And it's obvious that in our Nigerian elections, until recently, when, of course, the Labour Party came out as a major force at the national level, it was almost always a case of the PDP as against the APC. And anyone seeking any movement in terms of progress, normally we go to those two. But the outing that came with LP, especially with Obi, as it were, has made it that the LP believes that it's a strong force, especially as it continues to align itself with the leadership, the political ambition of our own Peter Obi. On the specific candidates, yes, they are quite qualified, eminently qualified, as you have said. One of them who has been involved in terms of economics, in terms of business, in terms of management, and all of that put together. The other who has also been involved in politics, which is a major point, and of course, is a serving senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And we cannot in any way undermine the fact that Lumide Akpata, that is a barrister, who just not too long ago ended his position, that is tenure, as the president of NBA, that is Nigerian Bar Association, for the entire country. He has a clear capacity to really seek for elective positions, as it were. So I believe that the people of Edo State, in the last few months, just like Dr. Konzua mentioned just now, have been faced with a lot of campaigns in terms of mobilization, of trying to say, I am the right person to be given the mandate this time. And all I have been saying, and which is still central to democracy, is that for varied reasons, we have to be careful here. For varied reasons, people normally cast their votes. I've done some papers on this. And that is that sometimes just put it that somebody could just look at your face. Because you are handsome, because you are tall, you say, that is my candidate. Somebody will bring in the issue of ethnicity. Somebody will bring in the issue of religion. Somebody will bring in the issue of experience. Then somebody will bring in the issue of mobilization, as we have been saying. So at the end of the day, what is important is that the candidates that present themselves should be those that the people can critically hold accountable in the future in terms of their performances. So for Edo State today, that the three are the front runners, with due respect to the others that have already indicated their interest and their names are on the ballot. It is that the people will have to make a critical choice, and a lot of dynamics will determine who at the end of the day will emerge the governor of our state. And those dynamics, I'm sure we'll be looking at them later. In this state, we can't run away from the fact that at some point there was this mobilization along the line of zoning. I was at the national conference in 2014. It was a major issue that was being discussed, but we know it's not constitutional. So it is more of sentiment, as it were, to raise such an issue when it comes to how people and who should be in position. And so such matters will come into play where some people will decide. Then they are talking of experience. People will also be asking who has the capacity from his former activities and her activities, because there is a lady candidate in this election, whether the person is the one that can be entrusted with the very, very complex management of a state like Edo State. Because we are not too boastful about it, but the reality is that in terms of enlightenment, in terms of asking questions, Edo State stands as one of the states in the forefront, because our people, remember, this is the original city, Benin City, the Benin Kingdom, whose artworks are still in museums all over the world today. Our people are enlightened enough, and we believe that they will make choices today, or they will make a choice today, because it's only one you have to vote for, whether it is this individual or not. The last point I want to raise at this point is that one of the things that has worried us as analysts and scholars and all in our politics is the seeming lack of ideology and differentiation between the political parties in our country. And that is that when it comes to the two major political parties today, or three of them, of course, you want to say, what is the economic kind of orientation of the APC? What is the economic kind of orientation of the PDP? What is their foreign policy like? What is their attitude to employment issues? We want to see how parties can be identified. Just like today, we say that in the Americas, in the United States, for example, you know what the Democratic Party stands for, you know what the Republican Party stands for, and people continue to remain with those parties over the years. But what have we been seeing in our country? Somebody is elected on a platform of a political party. At the end of the day, for one reason or the other, the person moves to another party, even while the mandate that was given to him, because today, if you go to our polling units, what you are going to see there is none of the names of the three candidates in question.
Just let me put you on hold for a moment, because I understand that Jude Abugu is standing by at Oredo Ward 4, Emokpai Primary School, so that we get live updates from the field.
Yes, it has been a rainy election day in Edo State. But the good thing is that the people are not deterred by rain. They have decided to stay back to ensure that their votes count today. Some may say that the rain is sign of blessing. They say. Now we are at Emokpai Primary School in Ward 4, where a lot of voters have taken shade in nearby school blocks, while others are using umbrellas to wait to be called to cast their ballots. Some who have also voted are staying back to see that the process are well conducted. One of them that have just cast his ballot, standing here with us, is Mr. Ifeanyi. He wants to tell us his experience during the period he exercised his franchise. What was it like in this voting center where you voted?
Well, so far so good. The election has been seamless. The process is moving smoothly. For this particular unit, this is Ward 4 unit. I voted Unit 19. The process took me less than 2 minutes to cast my vote. And so far so good. It has been moving smoothly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ifeanyi. We also gathered from other people. So far, there has not been any issue or incidents regarding BVAS malfunctioning. So most of them who decided not to speak to us on camera told us that their experience with the BVAS and the process of accreditation has been so wonderful. There has not been any negative complaints from them so far. That's the situation for now.
Right, Jude Abugu, thank you very much for the update there at Oredo. I think it's time we should look at some of the demographics that are likely to shape the outcome of these polls. Okay, let me consult my screen at the back. Okay? Permit me to just go off. And here we have the list of candidates. Of course, 17, and INEC did, the courts ordered inclusion of one more, which made it 18 political candidates. Okay, we are looking at, this is the last slide of the 17, the initial 17. Okay, so let's begin from here, where you have the number of PVCs collected by LGs in Edo State. You can see the total of 2,629,025, which is recorded at 100%, and then Akoko Edo with 144,000, 5.49% of the court. Esako East with 3.90, 4.06% went to Onwa East. Esako West with 7.09 share and 2.28% to Esako Central. If you look closely, you will see that the real voting power is somewhere down here, where you have Oredo with a whopping 13.59% of the total vote, and in numbers, 357,371. That's for Oredo, and Ubaha with 15%, 15.23% of the those who collected their PVCs. Ego has 9.22%. And interestingly, you now see why the Benin axis is where you have, we did say earlier that it's going to be the battleground, because that's where you have the large number, the large chunk of votes, which is why there is a lot of concentration. And that also explains why you find that there should be concentration. You have the numbers there. Would you think, Nick Dazan, that whoever wins in these places, whoever wins Benin, carries the day?
Yes, I think from the figures of registered voters in the local governments, particularly in the southern senatorial zone, it's very clear that they will determine whoever wins the conduct of this off-cycle governorship election. And you could see that the coming hot on the heels of the southern senatorial zone is the northern senatorial zone, while the central senatorial zone keeps the rear in terms of total number of registered voters. And that explains also why the contestation was a bit more testy and severe in the southern senatorial zone. But I think also there is this sentiment, given the fact that the southern senatorial zone since 1999 had dominated the governance of the state. Indeed. You know, it had governed for 16 years, while the north had governed for 8 years, and then the only person who won from the central zone governed for just 1 year, and he was removed by the appeal court. So there is this sentiment also that there should be fairness and that
allow it go around.
And allow it to go around. But we don't know. It's premature as at now. It's preposterous for one to say how things will pan out until the returns are made. It is then we will now know clearly who carries the day. And I think this has implications, given the fact that it is a three-horse race. It will be interesting to see whether, given the requirements for governorship election, which is that a winner, in addition to scoring the highest number of votes cast in the election, must also win at least 25% of the votes in at least 2/3 of the local government areas in the state. So it also has implications for concluding the election. So like I said, it's too early for anyone to say anything. It won't be right for us to prejudge the outcome. All we need to do is to follow it up and see how things play out at the end of the day. But certainly, the local government areas in the southern senatorial zone constitute the battlefield and they are going to a large extent, determine the outcome of the conduct of the election, given the fact that we play, you know, what we have is what we call the majoritarian system, the first past the post, where one vote is crucial in determining who wins, in addition to the requirements I had mentioned earlier on.
All right, thank you very much, Nick Dazang. I was going to ask Ahmed Sajo.
Yeah.
Now, in the spirit of making it go round, it may appear that of the three major political parties in this race, as we have since been told that it's looking like a three-horse race, you find that two are from the Asian area. Two are from that axis. And so that makes it, still a battleground for them. Everybody now needs to come here. It's not as if the sentiment of who is from that area is there. The sentiment isn't there, so you need to contest for it and try to win the votes from there so that you determine who pulls it over there. Even though from this end, you find that the smallest votes are here. You find them around this axis where you have 4.3, 2 points, 3 points. Anyway, we'll keep talking about it, but I understand that Jude Abugu, again, is standing by where Governor Obaseki is about to cast his ballot.
Any moment from now, the state governor, Godwin Obaseki, will be casting his ballot. He's at a Mokpai Primary School voting center, where he will be voting in Oredo Ward 4. The governor is going through the process of accreditation. The INEC ad hoc staff are currently attending to him. And in the next few minutes, we will see the governor thumbprinting the ballot paper and slotting it into the ballot box. Governor Obaseki is the current occupant of Osadebe Avenue. And he will be handing over to whoever that will emerge from today's exercise on November 12th. So this election is very crucial to the people of the state. So Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki is probably having his first exercise in an election voting as a governor in Edo State. The next election that will be held in Edo State after this one, he will not be voting as a governor, but as a former governor. So it is a very historic moment for him and for the people of Edo State, as a new era will be entrenched after today's exercise. That is Governor Godwin Obaseki there, about to perform his civic duty to exercise his franchise. The last time, please. Sorry for that information I gave earlier. I mean, Governor Godwin Obaseki will be voting as a governor. This will be the last time he will be voting as a governor. The next election, he will be voting as a former governor. So it is a very important moment for him and for the people of Edo State as we await a new era that will be entrenched after this exercise today. Any moment from now, he will be speaking to journalists. So we will join others to hear his comments as he has just voted. All right, Governor Godwin Obaseki has left the voting cubicle. He's stepping out from the polling booth where he voted and being escorted by his security aides and other security agents attached to him. Let's see if we will speak to journalists before he leaves the premises. It is also important to let you know that Governor Godwin Obaseki is from Onredo local government area. Has always been voting at Emokpe Primary School voting center. So today he has done it again. He has voted again. I'm afraid we may not be able to get his interview. Let's see how it goes. The number of cameras flying around here, microphones, is so disorganized that let's see what we can do.
You guys organize
I'll bring, if people don't organize, I will bring down the rain. I'll draw rain. Yes, go ahead. Are you?
Napoleon, are you ready? Are you ready? Sir,
yes.
You have done while you're here, you have performed the exercise, you have voted, right?
Yes.
What's your impression? What's your impression about the turnout and whatever it is that's on ground? I don't know how far, I don't know if you're satisfied with all what INEC has done so far.
You can see in spite of the inclement weather, you can see the turnout. People have come out, you can see the enthusiasm. It's not midday yet, and the ballot box in my polling unit is already full. So clearly that tells you that the people are very interested because they've been mobilized. They're very interested in this election because, like we've always said, it's a significant watershed for us in Edo State. That's why I'm not surprised a lot of young people are here to come and express themselves and fulfill their civic obligations. For now, I am glad with what I see. The process in my unit has been quite smooth and efficient. I just hope that the collation process will be the same, that it will be peaceful, and that the results will be counted and there will be no disruptions.
As the Chief Security Officer of the state, are you satisfied with the security presence right now?
Yes, I'm glad that with the extent of the military presence in the states. As you know, right now I'm shut off. The federal security agencies have taken over the state, so I don't have any say. At this point in time, I'm not the chief security officer. I believe the IG is the chief security officer of Edo State.
I understand that some politicians have been arrested around there already, and you raised some alarm over this incident. What's your take on this?
This is by the military, yes. I think they've done well. The Chief of Defense Staff came to see me and gave assurances that his men will be on ground and they will be fully deployed. And you are seeing that deployment. And I'm glad that the military is here as a backstop. But clearly, we're not too sure what the police is doing. Because as I speak, there are some people who claim that they are policemen at the Ogbe polling field today, trying to arrest people on election.
So, are you getting feelers from across the state?
Certainly.
Agents?
Yes, certainly. We are glad with the deployment of our agents. Our situation room is open, and we've done the calls around our 5,000 or so agents, almost 5,000 agents this morning, to just check on the situation of it. So we're very ready for this election.
Your party is hopeful, right?
Well, tell you, it will be strange if the people's will is not expressed, and I pray that is not the case. Whatever the people want, however they've expressed themselves, should be the outcome of this election. It's not predetermined by anybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's like, sorry. It's okay. I don't know if they're still on you, but the call has ended. Still be on him.
That was Governor Godwin Obaseki casting his ballot, and quite instructive. He did say that for him, the will of the people, whichever way they choose to vote, even if not for his own candidate, it doesn't matter. The will of the people should prevail, and I think that that's what INEC does want in this whole process. Mary?
Of course, that's our wish, that the will of the people should prevail, because they are the ones to choose their governors. Like I said before, my chairman repeatedly has said it, that the commission is not a political party, and we do not field any candidates for election. So which means whoever emerges as the candidate is the people that is the one that the people have chosen, and that is the person that will become the governor of Edo State after this election.
All right, and after this election, Ahmed Sajo.
Yeah, I think the dynamics are very, very, very clear. You know, of the three front runners, two are from the central. Yeah. So the central, you know, it's going to be a hot battleground. It has the least number of votes, but because two of the candidates are there, it's going to be really very, very tough in the central. And then the southern, we have a candidate who is from the southern, and we also have the incumbent governor who has an interest in who takes over from him. You know, and regardless of of course, he's being statesmanly by saying, may the will of the people prevail, but he has a candidate that he would want to take over from him. And so that will determine how much he is going to try to sway the voters in the southern to vote for his candidate. And then we have another powerful political figure, the comrade, former governor Adams Oshimole, who is equally, you know, trying to see that the candidate of his own party, his own candidate, also wins. So the northern zone will to a large extent be determined by what the senator will be doing. So we are waiting, but definitely whatever happens in Oredo, Ego, and Ikpoba Oka will determine the outcome of this election. No matter how you look at it, you know, the number of votes that will come out of these three local governments will to a large extent determine the outcome of this. But again, you know, the framers of the Constitution were very, very careful not to create a situation where a local champion, somebody who operates in just one location, will be forced to rule over the entire state. There's a need for each of the candidates to get at least 25% in 12 of the 18 local governments. And so that makes every local government important in the election. And so the influence of the governor who is from the southern, the influence of Senator Adams Oshimole who is from the northern, will come to bear in trying to get their candidates to get many, or the 25% required in quite a number of local governments within their zones. But importantly, you know, the central will be a hotbed of context because two of the front runners are from that central. And then the southern, like I said, Ego, Ikpoba and Oredo will determine who eventually emerges. These three, anybody who can sweep these three local governments can actually almost, you know, go home and rest. And so that's why those three local governments are a strong battleground. And the incumbent governor coming from Oredo, we don't know how much of Oredo votes he is going to command for the candidates of his own choice. But we wait. One thing that is very, very key in this whole thing is what the professor said. You know, the political parties in Nigeria are increasingly, you know, becoming mere special purpose vehicles for people to win elections. There is nothing that distinguishes one political party from the other. Our political parties are just revolving those. You can enter this one if you like, you can enter that one. In fact, sometimes our politicians, treat the political parties like motor vehicles in the motor park. When you get to this one and it's full, there's no seat for you, you just move to the next vehicle that takes you to your destination. Almost that's what we are doing now. That's why you see you elect somebody on a political party and he quickly moves to another political party and finds accommodation, meaning there is practically nothing you can pin on the political parties that makes them different. It's more of the interests of key stakeholders that determines the direction rather than the ideology or the political standpoint of the political parties. That is unfortunate, and that has stunted our democracy. That is one of the major setbacks of our democracy. Political parties are an important guardrail of a democracy. If you don't have a strong political parties, what you have is just a democracy that is identified by elections only. But all other aspects of the democracy that ensures participation, that protects persons' interests, that determines the direction of governance, you don't get it. And that's why you discover that in Nigeria today, there are no two PDP governors that are doing the same thing, or no two APC governors that are doing the same thing. It's like the personalities determine the direction of governance rather than the political parties having manifestos, having ideologies, having directions, coming out to tell us exactly these are our economic policies, these are our foreign policy, these are our security policies. All their policies are the same. Everything they do are the same. And so this is really a major setback of our democracy. And so like everything else, it is the key personalities that will determine the outcome of today's election. It's not the parties per se. It's the personalities that, control the affairs of the parties. You will find that it is a contest between governorship candidates, but it's also a contest between powerful individuals within the state who have interest in the outcome of the governorship elections. And we are waiting. So when this, what we are praying for and what we are pleading for is that let the clash of egos of those powerful individuals not result at the end of the day in some clash or at least breakdown of law and order. That's all we're praying for. Let it go peacefully.
Ahmed Sajo, thank you very much. Let me head to Benin, where Fisayo, I've been seeing Fisayo, flash like a spirit for some time. I don't know, Fisayo, you spent time walking in Benin. Well, I just went to school, so I had limited movement. But in your thinking, in your experience, in the field, on the job, and everywhere, would you say that the numbers here, Oredo, Ikpobaoha, Ego, Orionwa is still a bit lower. Would you say that these numbers hold the aces to who becomes in the politics of Edo State?
As you said, as Ahmed mentioned earlier, Nick Dazang, every vote will count, and it might just be a very, low number. So everybody would, but in terms of the sheer volume, you are correct. But let me start by, speaking to some of the things that we have dwelt on in the past few minutes. Agreeing with Ahmed Sajo, the governor spoke very well, very eloquently in that interview with him earlier. But himself is one of the reasons why we're talking of ideology. Himself, on the two last ballots, was in one party and then moved to the other. Seamlessly, you might say. And some of the ones in the other moved to his former party. So there was even some confusion in the first part because we got to see some people used to be in APC, they moved to PDP, the ones in PDP moved across. So that speaks directly to the issue of ideology you were speaking about. But that has not taken anything away from delivering dividends of democracy. Moving away from that and going to the issue of size. Let me just give you an idea of what it is in terms of the size and the sheer volume in terms of population of these areas. Now the Edo South, the Benin-speaking areas of Edo State. Borders Ondo State from the axis of Ore, Ofosu Ewonogbon. Then you go towards the riverine, you see Gelegele, and that's still on the Ondo waters with the border with Edo State. And then to the borders with Delta State, you see Ologbo on the waters. You see it on the road, then you see the water behind it going towards Sapele. To Delta North, you see Oreonwan, still talking about Edo South in terms of the sheer size of what we are talking about. And then when you talk of the numbers, you have showed us the numbers here. But in terms of interest, don't forget that the Labour Party candidate is from Edo South. He's a born and bred indigene of Edo South. His name is on the ballot. Then we still have a candidate from the All Progressive Grand Alliance who is from Eho, in one of their local government areas, the gateway into Esan land as you are leaving the Benin-speaking part of the state. They are all on the ballot. But of course, you talk about the main political parties, talking about APC, PDP, and some areas, some key names that are trying to drive the process. Let me talk to, Dr. Okunzuwa and Professor Ragbe. They are stakeholders apart from being scholars. And perhaps you can tell us, Prof, starting with Prof, in terms of share numbers and the calculations you've had in the past, in terms of course, population density, and how these local governments bring it to bear on election day, especially when coalitions start. Sometimes, even for drama, we get to wait for Oredo and Ikubawa towards the end, because when you start mentioning the figures, they seem to take away 3-4 local governments from the other parts of the Senate, the other parts of the state. So, Prof, just tell us in terms of calculations and in terms of your, experiences, how these three go. Ikubawa, that is the largest, that's about 400,000 sheer number of voters coming in. And then Oredo, which is the central, traditional seat of power in Edo State, where, of course, the traditional institution is also domiciled. How they bring these numbers to bear on election day, Prof?
Thank you again. The fact remains that with the figures that are available as to the number of registered voters and those that have collected their PVCs, without doubt, the areas so mentioned, we have a pivotal role to play in determining who eventually emerges as the governor. But the point I want to raise about the peculiarity of Edo South.
We'll let you land very shortly, but we understand PDP's candidate, Aso Ighodalo, and his wife, they have, participated in the exercise, and they also have a reaction. If we can get that from our reporter, Obey Otoba Presai, who left earlier in the day for Ewoyimi to give us the actualities.
Extremely proud. They've taken charge. They've shown great responsibility. They've shown that they can protect their people, and I'm extremely proud. And our military, in years gone by, they've always accredited themselves with the best anywhere in the world, and I think they're going back to those days, and I'm truly proud. So all the other people that have been funny in the way they've been carrying out their duties, the military has neutralized them, and I'm so proud. So people should please step out, come and vote. I don't see, there's no reason for us all not to come and vote. You see in our polling unit here, more people keep coming in. That have dodged the rain, they're coming in, and I'm very happy. And people are going around encouraging people to come out to vote, and that makes me very happy too. So we're not worried, do for them by the grace of God if they give us the opportunity. Said all over the state, enough the kind of numbers I do not from exit polls, really overwhelms me. Edo Central and Edo South. So, I don't know what magic anybody wants to perform, but Nigeria, funny things happen. I don't know what magic anybody wants to perform. What they subvert. People keep talking about the ability to tamper with beavers, tamper with backhand. I don't believe in those things that way. People will try. But if INEC is true to its reputation and its role and its functions, it won't happen. Because people can't come from outside to do these things without internal collusion. It's not possible. So if it happens, that means there's internal collusion. And like I said, the INEC chairman has assured and promised us that there is not going to be any such collusion in this process. Again, I believe him until he proves otherwise. So by and large, as at what time is it now? 12:20 today. We're confident. We're okay. We're hopeful. We're not happy about a few ongoings in some places, but we remain confident. If it's the election, we will win hands down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Will you be expecting that phone call?
Beg your pardon, sir.
Will you be expecting that phone call from your opponents if you are declared the winner? And will you make that phone call if you are not declared the winner?
That's a litigator's question that you ask. But I will answer you also as a litigator myself. I used to be a litigator in my former life. I expect that phone calls will be made when people believe that the process has been free and fair. Okay? When people believe. For me personally, I will always make phone calls if I know the process is free and fair. But I know I'm the person that will receive phone calls. In a free and fair process, I am the person that will receive the phone calls. Because like I said, we're going to win hands down. Hands down. Except something goes totally wrong. But God Almighty is in control. We believe in God. We know that God is in control. We know that God will take charge of everything that is happening here, and we're supremely confident. And so we're not worried. We're not worried.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, bro.
All right, that was the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Aswe Gudalo, talking about his reaction, of course, to the exercise so far and feelers is getting from the field as well. But there was a pertinent question. Will you receive, will you give? But he's ready to receive. Anyway, we move away from that and take the final closing remarks of our guests in the studio here in Benin, because we have some other guests, of course, who have come from the field. I will give you a snippet of that, but let me, for your closing remarks, Prof, you were on the, you were talking and you were on a roll. Very quickly, just tell us about those places and then your expectations, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you. The point I was making, especially for our commentators from outside, is that a unique feature of these major areas is the cosmopolitan nature of the areas in question. And that is, it is in this Benin, for example, Oredo, that you have major groups. The, in quotes, Nigerians, because we are Nigerians, the Hausas, the traders, the Igbos, and all, they are all situated here. So when we are talking of the South, there is this diversity. It's here we have the institution. We're talking, for example, University of Benin. There are diverse persons in those locations. So at the end of the day, I believe, I have agreed with you, that the numbers that will come out from here, we have a decisive role to play. But who will really get it as far as these areas are concerned is another matter. By way of a passing comment, is that we have been praising, from all the reports, the security forces, the INEC, and others. But let us always bear in mind those individuals that were saying, so far, so good, based on history, because I'm a historian by orientation, and I've written about elections in Nigeria, is that things can start well, but they must be managed effectively to the end. And that is that the key players, the officers that are involved, we've seen results before, results are declared, but what you get in terms of collation is a different thing entirely. So we're saying that as far as this process is concerned, it must be watched. Number two is that for the security, the beginning is not always the issue, it's how it ends. And that is because those that want to perpetrate issues that are not conducive for elections, we try to disrupt. We saw it in the national elections not too long ago, where all of a sudden, where the coalition was on, people came, ransacked the place, threw away everything that was done. So it is therefore necessary that there should be vigilance till the end of this election. Vigilance in terms of security, vigilance in terms of the performance of the INEC officials and all those that are involved. And what I must say is that presumption, based on who you think you are, that, oh, I'm the one that we get, is that politicians should be ready to know that at the end of the day, today, for example, there have been changes of factors that have made it that everybody, maybe that would have wanted to vote, will not go out to vote. Somebody that could have promised will not deliver. So these are certain possibilities that have come up. But I am praying as an Adolite that Edo will come out again as a sterling example to other Nigerians that when we get involved in elections, we can get it right. And the governor that will be in charge of Edo State in the next 4 years will really lead Edo State to be the heartbeat of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sawaru Kunzwa is here. How is yours beating this time as we wrap up?
Well, my heart is beating very calmly. I believe people of Edo State have all agreed, are very civil people. If they are not provoked, there won't be any reason for them to come to the defense of anything. They will go out if they are protected, they will vote. We are expecting a new governor, we will get one, and we appreciate and welcome the focus of the entire nation on us. And as they focus, they should also harvest examples from us the way we are going to conduct ourselves in getting a new governor to govern our affairs.
Dr. Sawaru Kunzwa and his brother and Nedolite, Professor Edi Eragbe, many thanks, Wesley, for coming on the show. This is how we end this part. We will be getting another very important Nigerian who has been traversing the entire state very shortly, talking about DIG elections. He's been going around fully kitted for this exercise after this break, while we'll take you, of course, to Abuja, while we get him ready to speak to some of the issues raised by the candidates as far as the conduct of this exercise is concerned. Over to you, Victor.
Very much, Fisayo Ogunfuyi. Well, for now, let's bring you the footage of the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly as he goes to cast his ballot.
As I've said earlier, because of the bickering and the demonstration before the election, I told so many people that this election will be very peaceful, you know, across the country. I came here this morning to cast my votes. Everywhere is orderly, and the race of showers is making everywhere very calm. People are voting, no rancor, no bickering, and I know. Stop at and I know that from now to the end of the election, by 3 p.m. the election will be peaceful.
Your message to your people?
You know, I want to tell them to be calm and be orderly, you know, because PDP will definitely win this election. So they should not do anything that will go and jeopardize our winning. So they should be calm and be peaceful. Thank you very much.
Where is peaceful? I've gone around before in Auchi, and everybody is coming out to vote well. So everywhere is good. And if it goes like this, I know the victory is ours. So thank God for everything. Thank God for God, for we getting awareness to come and the package is there to come and vote well.
This is my first time being able to cast my vote, and I really feel good about it. You know, being able to support, like, show our interest in voting for the first time. I feel cool about it, you know.
All right, that was the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly. And Nick, I just wanted to ask, you know, we've heard many of the political gladiators, candidates and non-candidates, you know, talk to the media. You find that everybody leaves that small opening. They make their comments with some form of caveat, you know, okay, it's going on well for now. Some say, oh, that I hope it will go, you know, it will be the same to the end. I hope it will be so across the state. Why do we have this kind of doubt?
Well, I think also what you ought to have noticed is that the needle has shifted. Before now, there were doubts in the minds of some of the gladiators as to whether the elections were going to be peaceful or not, or whether there was going to be a level playing field. Now there seems to be a level playing field and the elections are going on well. You can see that the rhetoric is changing. But also, I think the reservations they are expressing is a healthy one. It challenges the Commission and the security agencies to sustain the momentum that they have begun at this level, at the level of the opening of polls and the elections. Because the next stage, which is the collation stage, is always the weakest in the link. If you look at what happened in 2023, most of the attacks that happened during the elections occurred at the collation centers. And the whole thing is after the contestation at the polling unit, and when perhaps their agents begin to tell them how things are trending, they begin to have second thoughts. And as a consequence of the second thoughts, they begin to contemplate disruptions of the process. And we should learn from that, and going forward, in the day, make sure that the collation centers are as well secured as the polling units. In fact, they should be even more secured, since our own process is still manual. It's still contingent on manual collation, even though it provides for upload of polling unit results. But it's still manual. You have to collect the results manually from after the polling units. You go to the ward, and then from the ward to the local government, and from the local government to the final collation at the state level. Now, these centers need to be well secured, so that the officials, all the stakeholders and the officials involved, feel free to do their job, and they should do their jobs professionally. Agents should make sure that they keep eagle eyes on what are happening at the collation centers. They should take note, and if there are anything untoward, they should also, it is their right to voice their reservations as to what they think are not going on well. Thankfully, before now, the Commission had always been open, transparent, inviting agents to monitor the process from the level of distribution of sensitive materials to the final collation. And by law, by the Electoral Act 2022 now, even at the polling unit level, the agent can insist that the presiding supervisory officer should show them the ballot papers and the result sheets as to whether they had to be imputed or not before the conduct of the elections, to make assurances, double sure that nothing untoward had been done. So the next stage after the conclusion of the election of the polling units is collation. And these collation centers are crucial in the determination of the outcome of the election. So if the politicians are giving caveats, they are giving qualified endorsements, it is understandable. But and the way to go is to go with the process as it is, and to keep faith in the process that it will turn out well. And I think that so far so good. And my prayer is that at the end of the day, things will turn out well, and that the election will be a very brilliant one, and that it will be replicated subsequently.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick Dazanga. As we round off this segment of conversation on Edo Decides, Mary Nkem, any words for the electorate, candidates, as the process begins to unfold?
Well, my advice for the electorate, particularly those who are still at home, who have not decided whether or not they want to participate in the election, is that they should go out, the eligible ones who have their PVCs, should go out and vote for the candidate of their choice peacefully. And for the candidates and the political class, I want to also advise that they should be able to conduct themselves in a civil manner, behave well, so that at the end of the day, the success we are already recording will last till the end of the election, so that at the end we'll have a result of the election that we have conducted. And like my brother here said earlier, we have 18 candidates in this election. We need just one winner. So which means there will be 17 losers. So at the end of it, when the result is out, candidates should just be able to accept the outcome of the result of the election.
All right. Thank you very much, Mary Nkem. And Ahmed Sajo, final word in a few moments.
Well, final words, very, very simple and straightforward. I'm not encouraged by the rhetorics I'm hearing from some of the key stakeholders. You cannot participate in an electoral system and come out and tell the world that your own experience is that the system was seamless and good, and then you say, but you may not accept the outcome if it does not favor you. I think we must be prepared, to develop our democracy further, to take it beyond the point where we are now, by insisting that our rhetorics should not encourage our supporters to believe that we do not have confidence in the system. Whatever happens is this very system, this election, will determine the next governor. There is no interest of an individual that will change the fact that it's this process that will determine the winner. And so we must be able to accept that and move forward.
All right. Thank you very much. Ahmed Sajo, former Commissioner for Information in Adamawa State and social commentator. It's been a pleasure having you in this segment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure as well.
And let me also thank Nick Dazang, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. It's been a pleasure having you on the program. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And Mary Nkem, Director of Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. Thank you for your time and thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, let me hand over now to Benin, where Fisayo is in waiting to take it from here. Of course, when you return to Abuja, I will no longer be here. The legend, Cyril Stober, will be in my stead. Thank you very much. Fisayo, take it from here.
I think you have done your bit as a victor this morning, but the real victors will be the citizens of Edo State who have gone to the ballot. Thank you very much for the discussions we've heard from you and your guests. Here in Benin, I have a guest who is fully kitted. He's been going across the state, monitoring the activities of his men and responding if there be any need to emergencies as well as what he has been seeing on the field. Let me welcome AIG Bennett Igwe. He's the AIG elections for Edo State. Thank you very much, AIG, for coming on our show, taking time out of your very busy schedule. Tell us a bit about for some of the things that you've seen in the course of your monitoring earlier in the day and the feelers you are hearing for your men as far as the conduct of the exercise is concerned at this point.
I want to thank you so much. So far, so good. There's nothing to worry about. This is almost 12:30. There's nothing to worry about so far. Voting is going on in every polling unit in Edo State. We assured you, they have seen the security we put in place in every polling unit in Edo State. So, and we want to continue to assure you that all will be well. We are ready. We are ready for the election. We came to make sure the process is peaceful, and we want to assure Edo people that all is well.
We have brought in about 35,000 men, equipment and all that deployed at this time. In terms of this sheer number, managing and even getting, deploying and all could be a challenge at times. But how has it been, especially to those who are going to the riverine and the hilly parts of the state?
We have been moving. We have been taking it. We have done the postings. We have done the deployments. Our people moved since yesterday to the riverine areas, to the nooks and crannies of the state, to locate the polling units. We have been moving around, and we have been getting reports. We have a system through which we get reports from even every polling unit in Edo State. And that is why I can authoritatively tell you that for now, as at now, that I'm speaking to you, all is well. So far, so good. So we are happy for that, but we are not relaxing because it has not, until it is over, it is then over.
I'm seeing several radios, all kinds of gadgets on you. Some will say in our local parlance, if you do anyhow, you see anyhow, as far as policemen are concerned this time around. But your men have been commended as far as it's, the activities are concerned in terms of the way they have conducted themselves, especially voters to the voting centers and staying in the perimeters. In terms of training for this, did you do specific trainings for, the election duty, or this is just general police activity? They seem to, have, gone up a notch in terms of their relationship with voters or prospective voters, especially at those voting points.
I told you yesterday that there is something we have to do differently. I told you that we have to change the narrative. People used to call police, 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 police. But now, we want to change the narrative. And it starts from the election. The narrative has been changed. And we want to ensure that everywhere is safe. I told you we have done deployment. We ensure people locate their areas. We ensure they're on the ground. We ensure the safety. And that is what we have done that is different. It's not like this morning, people will be rushing to go from here to area like Agenemode, area like that, to Auchi. No. Everybody went to their booths yesterday, and they are there on the ground. So, and I told you that we have a team that is monitoring, policing the police. The team that is policing the police, we made it specific for them to be monitoring the police actions in this election and reporting back to us. Even monitoring other security agencies and reporting back to us. So we are doing it, and it has been going seamlessly, and we are happy that it has been going seamlessly. So I want to assure you people that the narrative of police participation or actions in elections has changed. It has been like that before, but now we have taken it to the next level. Right, thank you so much.
Yeah, let's talk about other agencies. You are the lead agency as far as elections are concerned. But to understand, of course, the Army is here and other security agencies, NSCDC and all. In terms of the level of collaboration, how would you describe that in terms of interagency collaboration, especially on the security outlook? And has it been smooth? Have we had issues where rough edges had to be ironed out?
There's no rough edges so far that has to be ironed out. Everybody has his role according to the Electoral Act. And we have agreed to work together. United, we are going to stand. We have agreed to stand unitedly so that those elections will be free and fair, will be safe, will be peaceful. We are in the same boat with the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the DSS, the Civil Defense, the Immigration, the Customs that are here, NDLEA, every team that is for this election, we have been working collectively to ensure safety. If you go to some polling units, some polling booths, you will see a lot of our people, including the EFCC, including people from Police Service Commission, who are equally involved into this election, monitoring the activities of the policemen and other security agencies. So all of us are united to give a change in the policing system, in the election system, to make sure there's credibility in the system of election in Nigeria.
All right, in terms of, when we talk of, the physical policing, we have seen that while coming into town via the airport, we saw a number of helicopters there already for area surveillance. Are you increasing, issues of technology in terms of this process, using technology also to guide your men and also to see trouble spots and all that this time around to perhaps ease your operations as well?
We have helicopters. We are here. We have been moving around. The Air Force has their own equally helicopters and jets. We are with the Navy in the riverine area with the Marine Police taking care. We are not only using helicopters, we are using other security gadgets. You have drones that we are using to monitor areas. We have a lot of intelligence equipment that we are using, which is not all of them that I will mention here. We have other things that we are using to check what is happening. And because the system now we operate in is intelligent-led, purely intelligent-led system and intelligent-led actions. That is what we have agreed to undertake. And that is why the result is showing. The time of doing mundane policing or analog policing is over. So what we are now using is intelligent-led system of policing.
All right, if we just go checklist again, what are we supposed to see in terms of the distances to the polling unit? Who are we supposed to see? Are we supposed to last see men with fire?
Everywhere, senior officers are in the field. The DIGs are in the field. The other senior officers, the CPs, we have a lot of CPs, we have a lot of men that are in the field. All what we are doing is ensuring that the safety of everybody. One of the things we want to do is that we want to ensure that there's no arms to the polling units. No person bearing arms are in the polling unit. If you watch the polling unit, you will not see soldiers in the polling units. You can only see police unarmed. You can only see civil defense unarmed. You can see other security agencies that are assisting us unarmed. We know the law that armed men are not supposed to be in the polling units. So, and we have been enforcing that. Go around, no matter who shows the camera or who has camera that is videoing, he will show you. So we have been complying with the Electoral Act to ensure that they will not find the police wanting.
All right, you're talking about, different aspects of this. I don't want you to mind me. I'm, going to ask this question, notwithstanding. Is morale high? And you know what I mean by is morale high? Have those men, received alerts as far as this, exercise is concerned? Because wearing police uniform and manning all these stations all day without those alerts, ringing on the phone could be a little bit of a dampener apart from the rainfall, of course, that they had to bear earlier in the day.
The Nigerian police force, for the one I will talk for sure, is not owing any officer that is on this election duty. The Nigerian police force is not owing any officer that is on this election duty. All of us have since received our alerts before coming for this election duty. And that's why you have seen what is happening in the town. No person cares of anything because we are not asking for anything from anybody, no matter who. So, because the people that sent us, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Adeole Obotokun, NPM PAD, has since sent us our allowances in our respective accounts. So the alert, we have received it before coming here.
All right, morale is high. I'll see you, AIG, after the program to ensure everything is in perfect condition. But let's, move away from that and look at, the election, security at this point. A lot of people have said, yes, they started very well, and now we're getting to the business end. Shortly, in another 2 hours, voting will close in most parts of it, especially except those who might have been given a little bit of leeway in terms of maybe if they are late arrival of materials, but I'm not sure that has been ascertained. But we're getting to the business end where you could have people saying, oh, this didn't go right, this didn't go wrong, this, or people are, subversive elements trying to perhaps get access to those boxes and all that. This is the time that the men should be even sharper than what we have seen earlier in the day. Everybody will be expecting your men to be on guard.
Yes, our men are on guard. Our men are on guard. As the process has started well, our system will ensure that it ends well. That is what we are praying. Except the politicians decide to throw a hammer into the system. Otherwise, all is expected to end well. We know, no matter the time, we have already practiced it. The training has been done. Every person you see in this election has been trained on the sequences the sequences and the process. After the voting, collection center. After the collection center, you go to the next collection center. And from there, you go to the final collection center. Don't worry, we will ensure security of both the sensitive, non-sensitive materials, the INEC staff, the youth corpus, all that are involved in this process. We are ensuring their security. So we are not going to shy away from our own responsibility of saying this is what we want to do. No.
Before we let you go very quickly, some we want to ask questions about the issue of border control. People coming into the state since it borders several states, and sometimes that's where some subversive elements may want to come and jeopardize the process. Are you manning some of these areas, especially some of those past trouble spots? We are manning them. The interception started by 12 midnight. We're supposed to be 6 to 6. That is starting 6 yesterday but we started in the midnight to ensure that people move freely. If you watched last night, there were a lot of movement up and down. So, but since interceptions, all the borders entering Edo has been blocked. Because if you know you have anything to do in the election, you have an activity to conduct in the election, you ought to have entered before 12 midnight yesterday. That is what we have done, and that is the truth. So the borders are all closed until this evening, after when we decide to open it for the sake of people to go through, to avoid hardship on the road. AIG Bennett Igwe, let me give you the opportunity to speak to your men and idolize in general about the security of this exercise and your expectations as we wrap up.
I want to still encourage and thank the policemen. So far so good. I have heard what the politicians are saying. They are very happy with what the police and other security agencies involved in these elections, what they are doing. I want to thank you and ask you not to shy away from your responsibility. Continue this good work so that we can take it to the end. I want to equally ask Edo indigenes, if you see what somebody is doing well, say the person is doing it well. Instead of carrying fake news and fake rumors, this thing is happening like this, when you know that is not true. This one is happening like this, when you know it is not true. Please, we want you to restrain from your own. You will just conjure an information and start to spread it. Please, it will not be encouraging to us. Encourage us so that we finish the process very well. We want to give you free and fair, peaceful election in Edo State so that when we leave, Edo State will continue. Thank you so much.
We've had AIG Bennett Igwe, AIG monitoring the operations. He's been enthusiastic, fully kitted, and monitoring the activities of his men. Like I said at the beginning of the interview, for those who may want to do something else, he says, if you do anyhow, police say, you will see anyhow. So let's move on from there to our next report. Benin in particular, Edo State. I understand the AIG wants to say a word or two just before I let him go. So AIG, please, let me just give you that, grace for a minute or two to say one thing.
The only thing I have to say is that since yesterday, we have been warning the troubleshooters. Because we know a lot of idle people who entered from Ondo, who entered from Delta, who entered from Kogi, who entered from Bayelsa. They have been trying to see what they are going to do. Some people said they are cult members. They must show that their cult group is Spring. Some people said they are ESN or whatever. We are waiting for them. We are confidently waiting for them. It is not going to be business as usual. This one, if you try anything that is unconstitutional, we are going to act it well.
If my cameraman can just show the AIG in his full kit so that you appreciate exactly what he's talking about, that the Nigerian police force from top to bottom is fully kitted to get ready for, deter any activity of nefarious people who have come from different states. Can you see the AIG in its full kit getting ready for this one? And of course, you see the radio, the panels, everything suited for this exercise. The AIG is saying, don't worry yourself, Edo State is ready for you. And like I said, thank you very much, AIG, for coming on the show, AIG Bennett Igwe, AIG election for Edo State. I was talking about Benin, the center of the world, is said, had its own kind of administration before democracy came. There was a prime minister, of course, the king, and he's still there. But we give you, an idea of how it used to be. It is a culture that continues to enchant. Obeya Presai filed this report, going down memory lane, and perhaps also doing a chain of what used to be and what is.
Thank you very much. Fisayo Ogunfuyi Fizo, who's right there on ground. Well, it's still the coverage of the Edo governorship elections. A short while ago, you were with Victor Azu. He's taking a breather for now, and I'm here. My name is Cyril Stover, and I am here in the studio with Chris Agiri of the Flag Foundation of Nigeria. Chris, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good afternoon,
Nigerians. And we're also joined by Dr. Adoyi Matthew Omale. He's a political scientist and public affairs analyst.
Good afternoon, Cyril, and good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. So far, the coverage has been on. We've seen what's happening in Edo State. And for many Nigerians, their attention is on Edo for very good reason indeed. The build-up to the election and all what has transpired. And so we can say at this moment in the country, all eyes are on Edo, and rightly so. But we've listened to a number of analysts, we've seen reports, we've seen people going out to perform their functions, but it's necessary at this point to ask the two gentlemen who are in here with me what the make of the entire exercise so far. Chris.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Beginning from yesterday when we were in the studio here and analyzing from the feelers we're getting, even from my deployed observers, accredited observers, everything appeared to be going as expected, as usual. And we hope, expect, and pray that it runs to its logical conclusion in the way and manner it's been going. But looking at the time now, you will agree with me, we're entering into another phase of this election. And that is always, for we as field observers, most challenging time when the polls are ending and then results sorting and counting follows. So that is where the issue of ballot box snatching is no longer in vogue. We've not seen such so far. So the next phase, which is one of the most challenging phases, is when polling have ended, and we hope, expect, and pray that the trajectory will continue as it's been going without any outward things when the polling had ended, sorting of results, counting, and so on and so forth. So let's just hope that, as it's going, that it will end like that, God willing.
Dr. Amali.
Yeah, I think the Edo election is generating a lot of interest because from what was witnessed during the 2023 general election, Nigerians are coming out to see whether the mistakes or the shortcomings of the 2023 elections INEC would have learned a lot of lessons so that they can be able to have corrected some of the lapses that were observed. So everybody is interested in how INEC is going to conduct this off-cycle election even the Ondo election, to see whether we are really making progress in our democracy or in the conduct of our elections or not. So that is why there's a lot of interest. Secondly, there's also a lot of interest on this particular election because of the issues surrounding the elections, the various tussle within Edo State. This tussle has led to, especially between the governor and the other stakeholders in the state, it has really upped the game in this particular election. So Nigerians want to see, is the PDP going to retain Edo State? Is the APC going to upturn the table in Edo State? Is the other horse, the Labour Party, going to make significant impact just like it did in last year's elections? So those are the key issues that make this election very, very interesting to Nigerians, and everybody is watching. In terms of the conduct so far so good, apart from the arrest of some thugs or hoodlums by the police from yesterday to this morning, armed thugs and so on. And also we could see that the AIG, the way he's kitted up and so on. Apart from those incidences, I think so far so good. We have not had negative reports. It was early this morning while I was monitoring the activities on online. There were still some delays, especially in moving some of the materials. As at 9 a.m., some of the materials have not left where they have been, the rack area to the various polling units. But that is not to say that INEC has not tried, especially in the distribution of electoral materials and the commencement of polls. Like my co-panelists have said, this is almost 1 o'clock. From the program, in the next 1 hour, voting is supposed to end, except those that are on the line and have not been able to vote. So what we are going to be seeing in the next few hours is collation of results and so on. And that is where the major challenge for every election in Nigeria lies.
Let me say this. This is the reality of our situation. But does it worry you that we, in this era, still use terms as so far so good, for now, what in the next few hours will be the critical stages? That is suggestive that things might, and maybe from history, always go wrong. Shouldn't we worry that we still have things like this at this time?
Yes, there is cause to worry. Worry because our elections is still as if we are going into combat. Well, it's like war. In fact, I heard that one of the key players in the Edo election said that this is a do or die affair. So we have still not been able to imbibe the democratic culture of seeing election as a normal democratic way where everybody is supposed to vote and then continue with their activities. Look at the way the entire Edo State is completely shut down. No moving in, no going out, all economic activity, every operation as a standstill. So it gives cause to worry. There's a lot of tension, there's a lot of apprehension, and that is why we are worried. Yes, I agree with you, Cyril, that it is not easy, or it is not that, I agree totally with you that all this apprehension is because of what we have experienced in the past. The issue of electoral violence, the issue of manipulation, the issue of lack of confidence and trust in the electoral system. All this is why we are putting if. We want to see at the end of the day that the election is really free, fair, and credible. And everybody is watching to see whether the type of violence that have been experienced in previous election, the type of manipulation, mutilation of results, and so on that has characterized President will be absent in this particular election. That is why we are saying so far, so good, or we are believing, because we have had a lot of nasty experience in previous elections.
All right, thank you so much. We'll return to some of the other issues, but we also have a report coming up now. And Benin, capital of Edo State, the locus of the famous Benin Empire, is the proud heir of the monarchical legacies, which have continued to enchant the world with its cultural output. Obehi Otobora Presai gives details on the Benin monarchy and its refinement and capacity to enchant.
Historians and traditionalists have traced the origin of the monarchical system of kingship of the Edos, especially the Benins, to as far back as the 50 BC. Before this era, leadership was provided by the oldest man in the kingdom, but this system metamorphosed to the reign of the Ogisos, who originated the practice of primogeniture. This era produced 31 Ogisos until about 900 BC, when the system was phased out and the monarchy structure was adopted by the people to address issues of power tussle and civil unrest in the kingdom.
Initially, the kingship system was in rotation. As Odionwere, they were taking it one after the other in rotation. But that system was not quite favorable. And a lot of friction were coming in.
After the Benin soldier had been victorious and had brought all the insurrection under control, then he was installed as the first Oba of Benin, as Eweka were in the year 1200.
Unlike other traditional systems in the country, kingmakers in Edo are figureheads, as succession is the birthright of the heir apparent.
The first son becomes the Oba. And once you are born the first son, you don't die of the Oba. Oba wuye daken. How will you record all this for me? Oba wuye daken. Once Oba is born, they go and tell the father. The father will do some spiritual thing, touch that baby with the first son, and that person will never die. He must become the Oba. Although he will not go to Selu to go and do a daiken, where he will learn how to become the Oba and all that. That is for the Oba. And there's nothing like kingmaker in Benin. We have only facilitators. But if you are made from heaven, can somebody make you a king?
Traditionalists are emphatic that the strength of the monarchical structure is tied to the sovereignty of the Oba over all his subjects.
In the organogram of the institution, the Oba was at the head of it all.
The Oba of Benin actually is the Oba and is well respected in all the areas in Edo land. For example, even the Edo State Council of Traditional Rulers and Chiefs, the Oba of Benin serves as the chairman.
While tradition excludes the female children from inheriting the throne, women are encouraged to contribute their quota to the development of the kingdom, and their efforts are recognized by the Oba, who honors them with the symbolic presentation of traditional beads. In Benin, Obehi Otobora Presai, NTA News.
Interesting report about Benin and its monarchy. And looking at that and understanding traditional settings and governance of a traditional setup, with what elections and modern-day democracy have brought in, you juxtapose those and say, are we not meant to take a little bit of what has sustained the kingdoms of old and introduce into what we now call the Western-style democracies? Could that probably be what we need so as to eliminate these challenges that are thrown up all the time when we have elections in the same style?
Yes, thank you very much. Looking at a case study of the Benin Kingdom, the Benin Empire, and their monarchical system, There is a lot we can learn from that. Because even this issue of democracy, the Western-style democracy, that is partly imposed on us. I have always said, and I'm of the opinion, that each democratic setting is fashioned, designed according to the people's way of life, worldview, according to the peculiarities, cultural peculiarities of the different settings, other than imposing that it worked in America, it worked in so places, and then it's brought here thinking it's going to work like that. Now, that makes us an inauthentic people, an inauthentic nation. For us to be authentic in the true sense of it, we should begin to think, our political philosophers and thinkers should begin to look inwards towards the African way of doing things. And then so that we can, yes, a little form of, a little to the left, a little to the right, taken from the modernization. Of course, the world and culture is dynamic of the world as a global village, and then aligning it with our own cultural peculiarities, uniqueness as Africans, as Nigerians. And so fashioning out what is it that will be much more accommodative, much more justiciable, much more inclusive, to bring about a Nigeria of our dream. And it goes beyond even the political aspect and our economic policies and other form of way of life, so that we can, things that will make us cohere stronger, things that will make us have a stronger sense of belonging, into a common sovereignty and entity, other than, what copy and paste. Okay. It has negatively affected us.
Well, the first part of the election is still on, the voting and all. And so, like you say, in just about an hour and a half or so, that will come to an end and we'll go to the next critical stage. Do you think that given all the enlightenment efforts of all the stakeholders, that the voters have demonstrated enough reason to think that there is a greater awareness of issues at stake, and what do we think about the turnout?
Well, so far the voting is still ongoing, and the turnout has been very encouraging. We're expecting about 2.5 million voters across the state, and with Edo South having the large chunk, about 1.5 million voters, and the other two senatorial zones, even combined, will not even be up to Edo South, for example. So far, so good. Like I said, a lot of people, because the election has generated a lot of interest. So the voters' turnout is not too bad, but like from the reports we are getting, the turnout has been very encouraging. But so far, there's no statistics as to what the final figure looks like until maybe after voting is concluded. On the issue of the issue that my co-panelists spoke about our democratic system in Africa, especially with the documentary on Edo, I just want to make one or 2 points. You see, if you look at the British system, they have been able to incorporate their monarchy into their democracy. If you look at the French, they've been able to do so. But we in Nigeria and in most African countries decide to adopt the American system, hook, line, and sinker. And I cannot disagree with our panelists that we need to introduce the African culture, our own African peculiarity, into our democratic setting. For example, we have argued at the level of our political scientists. We have argued that if there's need be, there's no need forcing ourselves to adopt a bicameral legislature, for example, where we have two houses at the level of the National Assembly. We have assemblies across the states and so on. We have also argued that the presidential system of 2-term limits, we have also argued against centralization of power at the national level. Why not devolve powers to states and local government? So all these are innovations that we as Africans should look at based on the documentary we watched about how powerful the African system was in the pre-colonial times. Colonialism came and distort most of those systems. Even if you look at the Oyo Messi in the old ancient Oyo kingdom, where even an Oba could be made to open a calabash. That was a serious traditional check on the traditional institution. Okay. So we have institutional mechanisms to check most of these things, and we as Africans should begin to look at what we did in the past that was right. Yeah.
All right, we'll expand that further at some point in time. But let me at this point introduce another of our guests. He is joining us from the epicenter of it all. Dr. Daniel Ekarefo is HOD Mass Communications, University of Benin. He is right there in Benin. Thank you for joining us on this program. Thank you, Dr. Daniel Ekarefo.
Yeah.
Yes, perhaps, I'm sure if you could fix that up. I'm sure Dr. Daniel Ekarefo would like to make his observations on what has been happening in Benin so far with regard to the elections to bring in a new governor of the state.
From the reports I have gathered, the voter turnout is generally okay. There are places where materials arrived at the polling units late. For instance, in Esa Southeast, materials got to different polling units late, specifically the riverine areas of the state, of that local government. The PDP governorship candidate, voting actually started in his polling unit around 11:30. In Benin here, there's an area called Benoni. Materials got to the police center around 10:30. In Oronigbe South, particularly Ward 8, Unit 1, I don't know whether they have resolved that issue up till now. There was a complaint of INEC official not releasing the result sheet with the polling materials. So the youth in that polling unit insisted that voting will not take place until they see the result sheet. These are some of the little hiccups we've experienced so far in the state from the calls I have made to people and the reports I have monitored. Beyond that, we've had cases of police arrest of those who were involved in vote buying in Oluwa Primary School, just close to the 5 junction, not too far from NTA here. We also have a case that was reported in Ipobaoka and Igbanke area. These are the specific areas where you've had issues that are not too palatable with reference to the elections. But generally, the election has been peaceful. The turnout is encouraging, mostly in Edo North. In the south here, probably because of the rain that took place this morning, in Edo South and Edo Central. In the north, there is no case of rain, but in Benin here and part of Esan Senatorial District, there was heavy downpour, and that probably affected the initial turnout. This is the level of reports I have monitored so far with reference to the elections.
Just stay with you for a little longer and ask you the same question I put to my guests here in Abuja, which is, does it worry you that at this time, at this point of our development, the reality is still that of caution or cautious optimism when it comes to elections? And so we still have terms like so far so good, for now things are generally okay, relatively peaceful, which means it might really not be out of place if later on things start happening? Should we worry at this point of our development that this is still the reality on ground?
We ought not to worry, but the political class in Nigeria are people who are desperate for power. If you ask yourself, if you had gone around the 192 wards of the state, canvassing for votes, why should you be afraid that the process will not go your way? But politicians, be whom they are, each is in a hurry to get power at all costs. The use of the word so far is the tendency of the politician to disrupt the system if the voting process is not going his or her way. That is one of the reasons. Two, we've had experiences in this country where people sit in their homes, recruit boys to disrupt the political process. One will pray that with the deployment of 35,000 security personnel to the state, we will not have issues like that. However, violence in elections are a product of officials not doing their jobs, either because they compromised or because they turned their eye the other way even when complaints were laid. These are issues that give birth to violence. So the use of the word so far is a prayer that officials will stick to the rules, the politicians will play by the rules, and the security personnel will do their job well. To vote is not the problem. Where issues mostly emanate is when the coalition starts. It is when you see the other side of the political class. Because once the results are being counted or the ballots are being counted, the tendency is that those who are feeling we are going to lose or the other party is gaining upper hand will want to take advantage of the process, either by disrupting it or raising false alarm that are not necessary. These are some of the issues that generate the tendency for violence. It is the responsibility of the security agencies to rein in on officials to insist that the right things are done. Once the security agencies are compromised, it will become a field day for the political class to do and undo themselves.
All right, thank you very much. We'll return to you shortly. Back here in Abuja, Chris Agiri, is it the people, the system? Because for those who disrupt elections or who make elections war, they're also Nigerians. So where is the fire in determining within yourself that your patriotism is to the state and not to a narrow political interests or selfish ends?
Yeah, well, that's the challenge. Let me say this. Was it in 2020 election, Edo State election? The incumbent governor's second term. He lost out in APC, went to PDP, and all that. There were just like as when polling is ending, and then the issues of that counting and then collation of results. Some elements wanted to do something outward. The Edolites, right? I think that's the right one. Yes, they do people themselves. Said no. They stood by and protected their votes. But unlike that time, this one is also more polarized. It's a three-horse race. So, you know, the last one was between the two major parties. This one, that's a third one. That is also a strong contender. And by and large, it is the politicians. It is the politicians that foment trouble. It is the politicians that come up with these strategies of do or die, or wanting to win by every means possible. And so, and of course, there are a lot of idle hands. I had the DIG Frank Mba yesterday talked about the institutions in Benin, and it was in one of the programs, Shehu Kumbala, so, that beaming their searchlights on the students, where there are a lot of idle hands, where politicians go to recruit them. So they are monitoring them closely. When there are a lot of boys waiting for what to do, well, they become an easy tool in the hand of politicians. But from what we're seeing, security appears to be tight and up and doing. And a lot of them, just like yesterday, I was commended NTA for some innovation. When we were here, there were dollars that were interviewed about the election, who were ordinary citizens, who were also cautioning and admonishing their fellow dollars on how best to go about the election. So it is looking at that. Historically too, Edo elections, we have not seen in the previous elections much of violence. There will always be this hulubala of this, but in the election proper, it's always, not as much as dangerous as anticipated.
So if we assume and agree that it's a minority, a small minority, that engage in untoward practices at elections, we should say they should form the kind of force that should counter what the inordinate politicians in their midst would want to do. But have we seen that happen still? The political side.
Well, I listened with rapt attention to the head of the Department of Mass Comm when he was making his presentation. He said the youth insisted that the elections will not go ahead until the result sheets are brought in. I have participated in a lot of elections, and I know that it is very important for all the electoral materials to be cited at the polling units where the voting is happening. If a registration officer or a polling clerk or the presiding officer comes to a polling unit without result sheet, it brings cause for worry. So I must commend those youths that insisted, based on the report of our online panelists, that insisted that they have to see the result sheets and other electoral material before the voting will commence. And that brings me to the issue of how do we eliminate this? Yes, even though they are minority, how do we eliminate these processes? And that is why we have advocated for real-time online result transmission. That will solve most of the problems that we have in our electoral system. Assuming if you are voting and there's a board somewhere, if 50 people vote, you show clearly that candidate A has 50 votes, candidate B. I mean, real-time online transmission of election results will solve all this problem of collation. There's no need for somebody counting 1, 2, 3, sorting political party, arguing, this is double thumb printing, this is not double thumb print. Those are the issues that create all the confusion in the polling units. And since we have gone digital, we have gone electronic, that is why we said to avoid all these manipulations, all this controversy in our elections. Virtually everybody now has mobile phone. Okay. Virtually everybody has technology. We must up our game by trying to also improve our electoral system. But as it is, we have no option than to make do with what is on ground. And that is the only way we can solve all these problems. As long as we are still doing these manual things and doing all these things, these problems will arise.
Fine. At this point, let's link up with our reporter in Esako East, Victor, who is right there. Yes, Victor, what can you tell us at this time?
Okay, thank you, Siristoba. We are here in Imeba, in North Ibe, Esako East Local Government Area, Ward 9. Here in Imeba Primary School, we have about 7 units with a total registered of voters of 5,000 voters here in the unit. Since morning, the exercise has been going on here smoothly, peacefully, with all the voters on ground to ensure that they cast their ballot for the candidate of their choice for this Edo governorship election. Both the old and young have been together here since morning, ensuring that they vote. So the voting has got halfway now, while those who have voted are waiting to ensure that they count their ballot at the end of the day. Others are going home to relax and wait for the outcome of the election today. Here we have an elderly man who will be speaking on the exercise here in Imeba, North Ibe, Esako East local government area.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's your name?
My name is Alhaji Ibrahim Awunu.
Okay, Camera, Alhaji Ibrahim.
Alhaji Ibrahim Awunu.
So how has it been so far?
Well, everything is successful. We start the election at 8:30 in the morning. Up to now, everything is going well. No problem at all. Everybody go to elect at his own choice.
So the beavers, have they been working here in Imeba Primary School?
Everything is working smoothly. We have no problem.
Okay, looking at the security aspect, what do you have to say about that?
Everything is okay. Nobody arrests anybody. Everybody, as you come with happiness, you went to the polling unit, you vote a person of your choice, and you go back. Or if you like, you stay outside. Nobody arrests anybody. The security atmosphere is all quite okay.
In the election also, women are not left out participating in this exercise, as some of them have been enthusiastic to ensure that today is successful. Let's meet this young lady who will have to speak on the election.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ambassador Dr. Fatima Ahmed Abdullahi. I am from this community. I am from Ward 9, Esako East local government area of Edo State. I am casting my vote in Unit 10 of those wards. As you can see, the election has been conducted successfully and is free and fair. Everybody is casting his franchise rights, and I think there's no obstruction to this end.
So generally, how will you assess the exercise here in your primary school?
Okay, fine. Everything is moving smoothly because the voters are casting their votes. They are not coerced to vote. Everybody is doing it out of free will because they think they have rights for good governance, especially the female. We are advocating for good governance, especially inclusion of female in leadership, politics, and governance. So I think this is a free and fair election.
So what makes you feel is free and fair election?
Because since we've been voting, there's no fight, there's no quarrel, there's nothing. Everybody will just come, be accredited, and you just cast your vote and go back home.
Thank you very much. We have another elderly man who would like to speak on the conduct of this exercise this afternoon.
Well,
what's your name, sir?
My name is Moru Yahaya.
Okay, what do you have to say about this exercise?
The election was peaceful and fair. There's no problem. I'm in Unit 4. The election is fine. There's no problem.
Well, right back here, I really would have wanted to ask a reporter there to give us an insight into the number of women there, because I wanted to take it up from where the lady he interviewed spoke about inclusivity, and when she talked about bringing in more women to leadership positions. I would have loved to ask him to assess the number of female voters. Yes, Victoria is back, I suppose. Yes, right. So let me just put this to you, if you're still right there. The young lady, the lady you interviewed talked about more women in leadership positions. What's your assessment of the turnout of female voters where you are? All right, well, he's in. But back here in the studio, what would you say about the turnout of women from reports you've had?
Yeah, yesterday when we were analyzing the demography of the electorates in Benin, those that collected their PVCs, it's called the men were more in number. Mm-hmm. But my experience as an election observer, the women do more of the voting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they take it religiously, they consciously and unconsciously believe it's their civic right and duty, and they do turn out on the day of election to vote. Well, at the end of the day, we'll be able to know the number of votes cast by women.
Right. Let me put the same question to Dr. Daniel Ekariafo in Benin there. Just assess the participation of women in the voting exercise. It was so good to hear the lady talk about wanting to bring more women into leadership positions. Now, we would have also been assessing how many women would contest for political office, and not just in Edo State, across the country. But let's start from the premise of the voters who, Chris here has said, participate more in terms of voting than the men.
While headed to the studio here, I traversed a number of polling units, and from just a clear observation, it is obvious that you will see there were more women in the polling units than men. And the reason is not far-fetched. When it comes to persuasion, women are more easily persuaded than men. So, the question we should ask ourselves is, men are in charge of power. We easily get access to power, but when it comes to participation, men are a little laid back. I don't know the reason for this. However, the reason why women are more in the political process, even in our religious circle, is that women are more open to accepting messages of change, messages of hope, than men. The reality is that you see a lot of men exercising doubt about the capacity of these individuals to deliver. But for women, once you have assured them that this person will deliver, or this person has a capacity, she will definitely ask you, are you sure this person can do this? If you give her the assurance that the person can, she will definitely come out and support the individual. This is one unique feature about women, the ability to accept persuasive messages, whether in the area of politics, religious messages, health messages, and all that. In the area of leadership, it's a question that women need to ask themselves. When it comes to political participation, they are more, but when it is time for them to vote for their own, there is this reluctance on the part of women to support their own. You recall that, was it in 2015, during the then presidential primary where Sarah Jubri contested? She was the only one that voted for herself. All the female delegates did not vote for her. And I started asking myself, those from the Market Women Association who were chosen as delegates, what happened to their cry for inclusivity in the governance process? A woman came forward. Even in this last general election, the APC primaries, you recall Ohane, I don't know whether it's the right pronunciation of her name, she did not get any vote. That tells you the attitude of women to their own. I believe sincerely, if women begin to support the cause of women, it will be very fast for them to get access to power. But where their attitude has always been, well, I don't know whether it's jealousy on the part of women against their fellow women, this attitude deprives them of the capacity to get power. But until women start thinking of their own, because men are not the only one having inclusivity to leadership capacity. There are women who have served brilliantly in different capacities, and we see the impact they made in those organizations. The unfortunate thing is that when such women come out for political positions, they are often denied. Beyond that, if you look at our political system, the resources needed to contest for political positions, the type of clout you are expected to have, over the years, women have not built this level of capacity. And as a result, men continue to have their way. And if you look at the caucuses of our parties, in terms of who decide who gets what, the caucus of a party, you may not even find a woman in the caucus. And it's at the caucus that decisions are taken as to who gets what and who should not get what. So if it continues this way, it will be difficult for women to have access to power. The best they can get is few cases of female senators, House of Rep members, or those who are appointed to appointed positions. So women need to start thinking about helping their own. There's nothing wrong if women will form more women political party and see if that will drive a process. Men who are interested in joining such parties can provide advice, strategies on how they can succeed. But as our parties are structured today, they are dominated by men, and men are not in a hurry to give up power. Funny enough, when I did my master's, about 15 years ago or so, I did a research on women empowerment, and my external examiner asked me, are you asking men to wait so that women will take over power? I could not answer the question. Is it because I was advocating for women empowerment and all that? So the reality is that women themselves need to sit up, they need to build synergy, open up to themselves, help themselves, so that they can have access to power. Beyond that, the ones that are currently occupying political positions, they should show leadership. They should provide clear examples of what it means to be a leader, so that both the men who have been, in a way, I will not say opposed to women leadership, can say, woman A did excellently well in this. Let's give support to woman B. If we start thinking in this way, or women start acting in this way, we may get to that point very fast.
Well, in the case of Mrs. Ohaneye, she actually stepped down. She came on the podium and said she was ceding, everything to President Tinubu, then candidate Tinubu, who went on to become president. But there are those who have said some of the challenges women face when it comes to seeking elective office, because the political structure in these parts is so skewed in favor of the men, and because many political activities, the horse trading and all those, they take place in the middle of the night or the wee hours of the morning, when culturally women are not expected to be out. And so how is it that, again, they point to other cultural and religious factors, and how many men, especially in the case of married women, would sit back comfortable that their wives are out at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. holding a political meeting. And for those who are not married, the view of society that such single women would be out up to 3 or 4 in the morning holding meetings. So those are the things they say scare women from going in for elective positions. Well, how do you respond to that?
It is true that these issues are basic barriers to women's capacity to enter into leadership. However, if we begin advocacy that political parties need to re-strategize, we may not change it all of a sudden. We can insist that women in political parties should insist that certain meetings should be held at certain hours of the day so that they can participate in the process. Like you said, not every man will allow his wife to enter into a political meeting at the wee hours of the night. Only few will tolerate that. However, on the part of the men, if we must build an inclusive society where things work for everybody, political parties themselves should start thinking of how to involve women in these processes by creating opportunity, fixing meetings at the right hour. I know some parties sometimes cede these positions to women or give tickets to women free because of the high cost. If we continue on this path, it will encourage more women to participate. Beyond that, our political system is too monetized. My little experience has shown that to contest for the House of Rep, you need millions of naira. Beyond buying the ticket, you need to organize campaigns, settle party leaders, organize. Sometimes I'll be asking myself, for you to run for House of Rep in some part of this country, you will need up to 250, 300 million. And some other persons will tell you, if I have such money, why should I go into politics? I will invest it in business. So because of this high cost, women are not interested. So we should think of making laws that will regulate electoral spending. Although we may say these laws are in our electoral act, but in practice, it's far from it. And we have so monetized our system that people struggle for political party offices so that they can get certain kickbacks. These are the things that make our political system very expensive that women are running away from. On the part of our religious leaders, if we must build a society that empowers women, I think the religious leaders should start thinking about making, I will not say laws, or providing regulations that will give safe landing to women so that they can find sense of belonging in the political space. If you find women who succeed in the political system here, they are very strong husbands, uncles, standing behind them. For those other women who have interest and they have capacity, if they don't have such people behind them, the reality is that they can speak all the grammar, present all the strategies. The men will tell them, you are not the type of person we are looking for. This is where the challenge is. So women should continue to advocate, form synergy, make demands of executives on how best women can have more inclusivity or inclusion in the process. When we do this, it may take time. Gradually, we'll start seeing women presence in our political system. A place like Rwanda, a place like Kenya, we've seen the impact of such advocacy, such that you now see a lot of women in their political system, because the political system has created avenues for women to participate without subjecting them to the type of rigors we create here. And these rigors we have created are just barriers that deprive women of such capacity. In my little stay in leadership position, we've seen women who have shown character, who have shown leadership. If they can manage big institutions in this way, I think if they are given a larger responsibility by creating avenues that are not too strict, women will get more involved in the political system. I think these are things that...
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. We will return to you in just a moment, and we'll further expand this discussion about women's participation in politics. But for now, we have Obehi Otobo Presai in Benin. Let's link up with her. Obehi, what's new?
Well, what's new is the fact that I have moved from my former location to Okaigben Primary School, which has Unit 4 and 5, Ward 1. And currently, I am in this location where the voting is still ongoing. Actually, the official time for the end of voting is supposed to be 2 p.m. But because equipment and INEC staff arrived a little bit behind schedule, voting is still ongoing. And so the caveats in the law, in the official law of INEC, is that voting will officially end when the last person on the queue here casts their ballot. One unique thing I have noticed also in this ward is the fact that all the other wards I visited, we've had more of the elderly. But in this ward, I noticed that we have a long lineup of first-time voters, and I have some of them here. What's your name?
My name is Ogbede Vivian.
Vivian, how do you feel to be voting for the first time? Tell me about the experience.
I like to be voting because I like votes. I want this election to move on so that...
You're happy to be voting?
Yes.
All right, let's talk to your friend here. What's your name?
My name is Destiny.
Come closer, please.
Destiny.
So, Esther, what has been your experience, Destiny?
Well, I'm here because I'm feel happy to the advice to vote, because I'm feeling happy that I want to vote the first time. So I'm here because I want to vote.
All right, thank you. Come closer, we have more of them. So many on this queue here in this unit. What's your name?
Emmanuel Faith. I'm so excited for this vote, first time for voting here.
What's your name?
Emmanuel Faith.
So Emmanuel Faith, tell us your experience as a first-time voter.
I'm so excited for first time voting here. I'm so happy for everything that's going on.
So would you want to participate in future elections?
Yes. I'm so happy to participate in future election.
All right. Thank you. There are so many of them on the queue. here in this ward. Well, we'll leave the first-time voters now and speak to someone who has voted, and so that he can tell us his experience. Sir, your name, please.
I'm Barrister Nicholas Omenke.
All right. How has the experience been?
Beautiful, going well, lovely.
So what's the, have INEC and the police officials, have they met your expectation here today?
Yes, of course, though they were behind schedule, but yeah, it's going well. They were behind schedule, and that's why we are still here. But they didn't keep to that time, yeah. But beside that, it's going very well.
All right. There you have it from this unit. Now we'll be moving to other areas to monitor the process.
Just before you leave, it's a good thing you talked about the elderly and the first-time voters. And just before we came to you, we were talking about the number of women participating in elections and women in leadership positions. And so I see that the two first-time voters you spoke to were all females. Would you say from where you are, there are more female voters than male?
Yes, that is something I noticed. There are more female voters, especially the young ones. So we have more female representatives here than the male.
We'll let you move to some other location and check in with you much later. Thank you. All right. Back here in Abuja, let me introduce another guest who has joined us here on this discussion, Professor Abiodun Adeni, who is with here. He's an international affairs analyst. Prof, it's good to have you join us here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Thank
right.
You. Yeah.
All eyes on Edu. Yeah. That's what we've been on since this morning. So let's start off by asking you your impression so far about what's going on in Edo State.
Well, it's a good day for Edo, considering that it's one of the very few states that we have in this country that belong to the off-circle brackets. And Edo has been specifically characterized by a frenzied, frenetic campaign process on account of the strong characters always involved in the electioneering process. Strong characters, not in strength of physical strength, but in terms of oratorical prowess, ability to mobilize, war chests, and perhaps their pedigree at the national level. Oftentimes, most of these people, could even fit to be presidents of this country or to vie for Nigeria's presidency. But they oftentimes, naturally anyway, choose to begin from the home front, consistent with arguments in political circles that politics is local. Sometimes we see them becoming senators, governors, and of course, lashing in before they come into the center. So they have outstanding pedigrees, no doubt, most time in the private sector or in the quasi-public sector before they come into governance. So when it comes to electioneering, you can see them always very, very stimulated, agitated, driving to gain advantage over their opponents. And of course, they capture the imagination of the rest of the citizenry, given the drama, the razzmatazz that often characterize that process. And that's what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, leading to wishes in places, in circles, that at the end of the day, that it should turn out to be a peaceful election, because the build-up has been very, very frenetic, creating fears that it might degenerate, that violence might erupt. And of course, we also saw the regular intervention of the Peace Committee, led by Reverend Father Kuka, former head of state, and the rest of them there. We saw them in Edo State. We saw the drama, one party initially refusing to sign, and the other party completely refusing to sign. This also raised anxiety over what will become of today. But so far, it's been so good, and we can only invest our hope that at the end of the day, we'll see a free, fair, credible, and even transparent election.
Okay, thank you, Prof. But at this point in time, we link up with Jude Abugu in Oredu, Ward 1. Jude, is that where you are? So bring us up to date on what's there.
Thank you, Syria. Yes, we are at Garrick Memorial Center, where Unit 19 20 and 21 are located for Oredo Ward 1. Actually, the number of persons on the queue have reduced, and it is an indication that all the people that came out to exercise their franchise today were able to cast their ballots. It's remaining few minutes to 2 o'clock when the election will gradually come to conclusion and the voting will close at 2:30. But while we arrived at this voting center, we ran into some domestic observers. So we will be speaking to Mr. Mobolaji Ojebara, the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, to give us his assessment of the process so far. Good afternoon, Mr. Mobolaji. What do you have to say about the election going on in Edo State today?
Good afternoon, Jude. Thank you. Of course, I can say that the election generally in Edo State today is peaceful. The people are orderly, and the process has been going on each free. Of course, there have been a lot of security personnel in and around the voting centers. The venues are well protected. The people feel secured. For a lot of centers we have visited this morning, we noticed the early arrival of INEC staff, members of staff, early arrival of materials, and of course early setup of the election materials. People divide the rain for the places where people came out to vote and exercise their franchise. However, it is not. We've also visited a few centers where, as at 1 o'clock or thereabouts, when we left the place, 1 p.m. I mean, INEC officials and of course materials have not arrived such places. I have, for instance, Ego Ward 1. There are a couple of units there, but for Unit 30, as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, INEC officials have not arrived at that unit, and of course the people are there waiting. Of course, some other people amongst those who were waiting have left in frustration, that if they could have been there since 8:30, and by 1 p.m. the officials have still not arrived. So that's only place, a few places.
So were you able to find out why these materials and the INEC personnel were yet to arrive that units you mentioned before leaving there?
No, of course, we asked the people around there. They only said they have not seen them. And of course, our role is to observe, not to call anybody to order or to question anybody, so to say. Of course, we make our inquiries. We saw a security personnel there who also who said that was the unit he was posted to. He also said he has not seen the INEC officials, and we observed that, and that is all we could have done in circumstance. That those people were not there, the materials were not there as at 1 p.m. And of course, voting could not have commenced at that center by that time. But for all the other places we have been to, we noticed orderliness, we noticed peaceful conduct of exercise, and we also noticed the presence of security personnel in virtually all the units, centers and areas and wards so far that we have visited.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mobolaji, for your feedback. We believe that INEC officials are taking notes of all that we are feeding from the field. And just like other people we have interviewed, and from our own observation from the field, the election has been generally peaceful. As of now, the people in these polling units are in clusters, discussing like brothers and sisters, and they hope that it will continue like this till the end of the election. Thank you, and back to you, Siri.
All right. Thank you very much, Jude. We'll check in on you later. But what we've just heard now from one of the observers, is that there's a place where, as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, officials were yet to arrive. And what impact would this now have on the rest part of it? Because, as it says, the people who were hoping to vote had queued up from 8:30, and in frustration they left. Would you expect that those people would come back at whenever the officials return, or some of them would just have said, "Well, that's it for the day"?
It's indeed really very sad, Cyril. It's very, very sad that as at 1 p.m., materials have not arrived at a particular polling station. And that is what we were saying earlier on, that our electoral process need to be amended in such a way that materials can get to the polling unit as at when due. Because the situation whereby voters are frustrated, they stay on the line waiting for materials to arrive for hours without voting and so on. It's another way of undermining the process, because by the time they get angry or they become tired or frustrated and go back home, a lot of people would have been disenfranchised. I just sincerely hope that that should be an isolated case. If it is not, and if it is widespread, then it's most unfortunate. And I don't want to believe that it's one of these popular antics among politicians to see how they can frustrate the process in different ways. But whatever the reason are why the materials have not arrived at a particular polling unit hours after voting has commenced in other parts, it is not a good testimony at all. And I want to urge INEC to not only extend the period for that particular or those particular units that have similar problems. And now with that, I see no reason why this whole process will not extend to late in the night, because it's so unfortunate, except if I know that in the INEC law there's a provision that in such areas voting can still be replicated the following day, that is tomorrow. So, but it's not a good report at all, and INEC has to do something about those areas where materials arrive very late.
Well, right on the heels of the revelation that as at 1 o'clock this afternoon, officials and materials were yet to arrive at a voting point, which of course is a low, even as people say they hope it's an isolated case. On the other hand, it is commendation for the Independent National Electoral Commission by the House of Representatives leader, Professor Julius Ihonvere. And this was after he voted in his hometown, Okwase Osi, in Owan West local government area.
I think INEC has done very well. The materials arrived on time, and their staff were ready to immediately begin work on time. So, and it is moving smoothly. The beavers is working. So I think on that note, I commend them. In terms of security, the presence of security is better than it used to be. But that has not stopped some of these cult boys and thugs from moving from unit to unit, threatening voters. And I think that's some area we need to work. But I think the problem there is the very large number of unemployed young people in this local government. I always say that 85% of graduates in this local government are jobless. There is no federal, well, some federal presence. We have Cocoa Research Institute, but there is nothing, no state presence here. Many of the schools have no teachers. Some have 2 teachers. So there is total neglect of Owan federal constituency, particularly Owan West. So I think security, they're doing okay so far. There's been no conflict in this area. I've heard about some problems, 1 or 2 units. I've gone there to try and sort them out, but we will survive. In terms of the voters, as you can see, the turnout is good. The turnout is good, even with the rains this morning, but it's gone down now. And we're hoping for a good result.
So far, so good. Our people have been very orderly, and I'm excited about that. The INEC, though they came a little bit late, but at least they have started working now, and there's a progress on it. Security-wise, no issue yet at all. We don't hope that we're going to have issue. Our people were the same. Go there and cast your vote for your candidate. So I think everything's going on well so far.
It's free and fair. Free and fair. But the only thing is that with what I'm hearing from here and there, they are doing what we call vote buying. 20,000 per vote, 10,000 per vote, as the case may be.
Some revelation. But let's go over to Benin studio where Dr. Daniel Ekariafo is still there. Dr. Ekariafo, how do you respond to these two issues that have been raised by the last two speakers? First, leader of the House of Representatives, Professor Ihonvere, who said some of the cult boys, as I said, were still going around threatening people. And the last speaker who said, that's Dixon Ahonsi, the chairman of the Owan West local government, who said that there were people who were buying votes for as much as 20,000 naira.
Yes. The reality is that vote buying is not peculiar to that area. Today, somewhere around Poba Oka, vote buying was for the sum of 15,000 naira. In Igbanke, the same 15,000 naira for those who were really ready to trade their ballot for 15,000. Some other places, 10,000. Who are the people doing this? They are the politicians that are offering the poor people such amount of money to vote for their candidate. And it's a sad tale. The leader of the House made reference to the fact that there is no state and federal presence. I think it's a direct indictment of his own leadership, in the sense that he has been in the House now for about 5 or 6 years. He should do more to attract federal presence to that area so that the issue of unemployment can be addressed. Secondly, who are the people patronizing the court boys? Who are those recruiting them for violence? It is the same political class. Most of the time, we engage in rhetorics without doing the needful. In Benin here, the large number of youth who are involved in courtesy is so high. One day, I was driving from Ekewa campus to Ugbo campus for an official meeting. I saw young men in their buses, over 20. The way they were driving, I had to park by the side of the road to observe what was going on. And later, when I asked one of my students, he told me that a leader of one of the court groups died. So members had to show solidarity for the burial. So the issue of courtism is not a hidden thing. This year alone, they killed themselves. Over 153 or so died as a result of court-related cases. Young boys in their primes. It's a growing thing. And I don't know. It still falls back to the leadership question. What are they doing about it? Many of them have been recruited, paid huge sums of money to engage in one form of violence. It is a two-way strategy on the part of this recruitment. There are parties that recruited these boys. In case the security agencies will compromise, they will use the boys to counter the offensive. Case talks will come out later to rig. This is one of the intelligence I have about this recruitment. Secondly, this period is a period where leaders of the court group make a lot of money because the political parties will approach them for protection, will approach them to do the dirty jobs, and the leaders are paid huge sums of money. And the leaders in turn will make promises to these young boys that after this exercise you are going to get huge sums of money. And a man who is idle and a promise of 50,000 naira is made to him or her, the tendency is that they will go at it because they are not doing anything. Beyond that, there is a mad rush for quick money among the youth today. Why? People are running away from the farms. Only very few are engaged in farming. We used to be an area that take many young people away from laziness and idle acts. And because the farms are not safe, and this craze about quick money, you see some of them joining with the mind that that will make them rich. And the folly that I offer these young people, I still wonder why many are falling into it. Unfortunately, many of them attend churches, they go to mosque, but they are involved in all this act. So if you ask a young man why is he involved in this act, he will tell you it's for self-protection. I said, who is pursuing you that you are looking for self-protection? He said, you know now, as a guy, you need to belong. This.
Yes, well, Dr. Mali, Dr. Ekaria, I hope that at this point in time in our discussions, we are not beginning to see the underbelly of the Edo elections, because when we started this discussion, we were asking if the norm has now become, at the start of any exercise as this, we would say, well, so far so good, and hope, and in the usual Nigerian parlance, pray that it remains this way. Now we're getting one or two reports, and I'm saying, in that same parlance, I hope we're not beginning to see the underbelly of these elections. Because, Chris, we started that way, yes, and now we're getting reports. There were threats. Now we're getting reports. There were cases of vote buying. We're getting reports that some cult boys are going around and trying to disrupt. Yeah. And that in spite of when my colleague in Benin, then Fisai Ogunfi, showed us the complete kit of AIG Bennett Igwe, suggesting that there is war out there. Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, well, that is it. Every election is a misgrill of some sort. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And then we are by 1 p.m. there's no materials, no election. Other places, they have praises, they came in time, and everything is going smoothly. Now, the underbelly of what is emerging is a phenomenon that is, emerging. And as we're entering this phase of the election, we'll still hear more stories, some bad, ugly ones, as it gets into sorting of balloting, ending of polling, and then result collation, and so on and so forth. But in all, what our hope and our expectation is that, that the darkness cannot overshadow light, most especially in this Edo election. And as per, well, thank God for at a point I found that the number of security men mobilized. But you can hear from people who are on ground about the activities of cult boys. They had about 153 of young people killing themselves over cult-related issues. And these guys that are high on drugs, they can face because they are no longer themselves. But I think the security agencies are prepared. Election is a misgrill. We're hoping as the scenario unfolds that at the end of the day there will be something palatable and good.
Same word, we hope and pray. At this point, let's return to Victor Archer, a correspondent on ground, and let's hear what Victor has to tell us at this point.
Yeah, welcome to Imiakebu in Esako East Local Government Area. The voting has been on here since morning. Information we gathered is that voting started here at about 8:30 in the morning. At this time, it's after 2, and as you can see at the background, we still have a large crowd of people that are waiting to vote. One striking feature of voting here, of this exercise in Imiakebu, is that it is characterized by many first-timers who want to vote in this election. Some of the first-timers are eager to vote. Hence, they are queuing up at the moment to ensure that they take turn to vote for the candidate of their choice in this Edo election. Let's see some of the first-timer. You are a first-timer. How are you?
So I'm glad that I'm voting here today. I'm happy, I'm okay of everything. So I'm happy for this vote I'm voting here today.
So why have you not voted? Is it that you did not come early or you are just coming?
I did not come early, I'm just coming. That is why I'm not voted here today. So I'm happy, I will vote. I will still vote. By the grace of God, I will vote.
So how do you see the system since morning? Now, this is your first experience. Now seeing people who are voting and you are staying in the queue, you want to vote. So how do you feel? Are you excited?
Yes, I feel happy. I feel excited. I will feel good when people are voting. Because when I reach then, I will feel happy that I'm still voting this field today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have another one who is here to also vote. So have you voted?
No, sir.
Do you want to vote? So where is your card?
This is my card.
Okay, this is your card. So is this your first time of voting?
Yes, sir.
How do you feel you want to vote in this election today?
I feel very good to vote in this election today.
So this is your first time of voting?
Yes, sir.
So now voting, do you understand what is voting now, seeing people who are in the field there today?
Yes, sir. I understand this seeing people voting from different tribes serving for us together. So I think it's voting for today.
Thank you very much. We have also an aged man, a 78 years old man who has been here since morning. He has voted, but he said he is waiting patiently to see that his votes count. Hence, he is here. You're welcome.
All right, welcome.
What's your name?
My name is Adolfo Sadoga.
You say your name is what?
My name is Adolfo Sadoga, ex-soldier.
Okay, ex-soldier.
Yes.
So how is the exercise so far here in your ward?
The exercise is very clean and very peaceful and very cool. There is no problem, no fighting, no any drag. We are dealing it with successfully with everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, in this place, when we came in, we did not see any security agent here in this place. We are told that they came earlier on and they have left the place. Unlike other areas where you have a standby security in the police units, in Imiakebu here, the situation is different. But we have also a young man who has something to tell us on this election. So what do you have to say about this election?
Good afternoon, the viewers. My name is Comrade Patrick Idewo. I'm one of the SA to the governor. This is Unit 15 in Imiakebu, Esako East local government area of Edo State. And the situation I'm seeing in Unit 15, number one, there is oppression. But some of the political leaders in APC, by collecting voters' cards from people, oppressing the poor, the less privileged, in order to vote against the party.
Yeah, well, back here in the studio, Professor Adeni, I want to assume, looking at those people that were interviewed, the first-timers, I want to assume that these are those who have only recently attained the legal voting age of 18. But so far, it's been a mixed bag. Smooth, no worries, and the beavers working fine. But in other areas, late arrival, as we heard, as late as 1 p.m., no materials, no officials. Intimidation, as we heard from the House leader himself, and so many others. And I think the last speaker there before we lost the audio on that, the question of intimidation, vote buying, and all that. What do you make of all this?
Well, Cyril, I think you captured it excellently well. It's an election process, It's always a major event, a festival of democracy. And of course, we're talking about Edo State here, a very a frontline state in many regards. And of course, what we expect is just what we're seeing now, a cocktail of variables. Variables that we hope, like I said earlier, will end up in a successful completion of the process, through the emergence of a winner that will relatively be able to adjudge as, in a process that will relatively be able to adjudge as free, fair, credible, and transparent. This can be very difficult to measure, but of course, in the eyes of the public, there has emerged a way in which we determine metrics ourselves and to say, okay, this is not too bad. But be that as it may, there's nothing outrageous thus far anyway, apart from the delays. The delays are something that has often been a feature of our electioneering process. Do not forget, we need to sometimes also situate these things within the broader context of our political economy, of our society at large. A society that is problematic. We're still struggling with a couple of things around logistics, transportation, and of course, weather, we cannot determine that, act of God. But what about the human element? Sometimes human element often fail us, where you expect people to be speak and span with respect to performance, service delivery, they fall short, they drop the ball on account of compromises here and there. So if we witness, these limitations in other spheres of life, we do not expect that when it comes to an electioneering process, the day of election, for instance, that they will not manifest. And it is the manifestation of these that is sometimes leading to these tardiness that we are witnessing. But overall, we will continue to, we just hope that the tardy aspect of it will not override the effective, productive aspect of the process, so that by the time we're doing an aggregation of what the outcome is, we'll be able to say, yeah, that it has been successful. And let's not also forget, Cyril, that in any event like this, what is likely to seize our imagination fastest are the negative, But when it comes like that, then we'll need to be very, very evaluative to see whether the negative is actually overriding the positive. But if the negative is not overriding the positive, then we can, pat ourselves on the back and say, yes, we have done relatively well and work towards improving the next time. But I want to be consoled by the fact that there's nothing damaging just yet. Yes, vote buying allegations have been made. That can be very difficult to prove, but we know that it can also be a valid reportage from those who have attested to it. And of course, it's something that we know that politicians will find it very difficult to stop this, considering the advantage it gives to them, considering the fact that they also have the wherewithal, considering the fact again that the people whose vote they are buying are also complicit, and they're also willing. They are vulnerable people who do not have the willpower to resist it on account of the permanent state of want that they are in, coming again from long years of neglect, long years of misgovernance, or misappropriation of resources and all of that. So, but what do we do in this circumstance? Well, we've taken note of it, we've done our analysis, we've learned lessons, and we'll move into solutions. And the solutions, again, will be provided by the political leaders, through the instrumentality, once more, of the electioneering process, So it's a work in progress. And of course, it's a major character of democracy itself, which is, like we often say, a journey and not necessarily a destination.
All right. We'll return to this in a short while, but let's link up with Anwuli, who is standing by to update us on what's happening at his location. Anwuli.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. We are at Olua Primary School in Ward 7. Ward 7 has about 41 polling units, but at Olua Primary School here, it has Ward 3 to Ward 10. So about 8 polling units here. Voting is, has gone to the part where voters are just waiting for sorting. Though we have last-minute voters trickling in, most likely because of the rain, because there was a heavy downpour here, and it kind of made voters, stay back. But now we have last-minute voters coming in, one by one. I have some who just voted. She's here. Please come along. All right, she's coming. Okay, well done. Thank you very much. So, how's the process like for you? We were talking about earlier the rain here. So, but now that you're here, you voted already in less than how many minutes? So, how is it?
So far so good. The process has been okay. I came here and the voting has been so far so good. So it's nice. And because of the rain, we didn't really come out on time. But so far, the environment and the whole place, there have been no violence and everything. It has been so calm and everything. So it looks okay.
Okay, we have a few other persons here who would like to share their experience. Everybody's just waiting for the 2:30 time belt where sorting, counting would begin. So we have a few persons who would also like to share their experience here. The former commissioner for information, and water, yes, Andre Water is here with us. So what's your take on how the election process went here, the voting process went here?
Thank you. Generally, I think the voting process has been seamless, peaceful. Initially, we had a large voter turnout, but the rain sort of discouraged people. And a whole lot of people, I'm sorry to say, some persons may have gone home because of the rain, frustrated in that heavy downpour. But if you ask me, fair and good, the only incident we've had is I think one of the units, 21, very close by.
Which you mentioned was sorted.
Somebody went there and unfortunately destroyed some of the materials, and that's.
But how was the response to that action?
I think the police have arrested the person, and we hear the person is at the state police command. I think a youth leader. I don't want to mention because the process is still on the name of a political party, but it was a youth leader of a party that was involved. So the investigations will now reveal the person's true identity. But the good thing about it is that in spite of the heavy downpour, people still came back and the process has continued. We've never really had any serious incidents here. No ballot box was stolen, no ballot papers was destroyed, and we must commend the observers because the observers too have done a very good job. Because when you see observers, you want to, it creates, just like security agents, people are very conscious when they have observers around. So I must commend the observers, they've done a very good job. Even the journalists, we should not isolate the journalists, because people are afraid of your camera. If they are planning any evil, they don't want to be seen live, So that, to a very large extent, has also brought sanity to this place. But if you ask me, I think the process, and whatever outcome we get here today, will be seen to be free, fair, and credible. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Speaking of observers, I have one. Please step forward, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you can. What's your name, sir?
Okay, I'm Prince Stafford Bisong. I'm the lead trustee of Intercontinental Leadership Initiative.
Okay, so as an observer here, how would you judge the voting process that was carried out here?
No, I would say so far everything has been okay. INEC on their part have done their job. The beavers were all functioning properly. We didn't have any incident of non-functionality. And the people have actually been very cooperative. They've been on the line even.
All right, we lost the signals there with Awuli updated us on what's happening at her location. It's gone just about 22 minutes past 2 o'clock. That means in another 8 minutes or so, according to the set times, it would mean that voting would end, especially for those who have been there before this time. But the Independent National Electoral Commission has issued a statement with regard to places where things didn't start in good time and where there have been reports of late arrival of materials. And so we have this statement coming in here. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it will continue to monitor the ongoing governorship election in Edo State from its Situation Room at the national headquarters in Abuja. The Commission says its monitoring indicates early commencement of polls in many polling units, but there are also reports of late commencement in some locations to ensure that no voter is disenfranchised. The Commission wishes to reiterate that in line with its regulations and guidelines, voting will be extended wherever it commenced late and will continue until the last voter on the queue who arrived at the polling unit by 2:30 p.m. has voted. The Commission also says it will ensure that its office in Edo State makes available adequate power supply from the backup electric generators in the affected polling units or ward collation centers. That's the statement that INEC issued with regard to extension of voting time in areas where the process commenced later. And of course, we did get a report from the field, especially the one that highlighted the fact that it's at 1 o'clock and the officials had not arrived, and a few other reports, and some of the young voters who were spoken to who said they had just arrived, but they had made it before 2:30. So even though in the next few minutes voting will officially close for those places and for those who arrived before 2:30, the Commission would let them vote. They would not be disenfranchised. So let's come to Dr. O'Malley, who's here. And let's hear from you on this and the developments we've had so far.
Yeah, this is really it's a welcome development and it's suiting. INEC has proactively responded to the worries. On this studio earlier on, we have already talked about a lot of people being disenfranchised because of this inability to commence voting in some polling units that have been identified. I think this will serve as a reassurance that those who are supposed to be disenfranchised as a result of this late arrival of material will be accommodated within the process. The only worry I have, which INEC has adequately stated, is that voting will not extend and collation will extend to the night. And it's in the night that anything can happen. And they are talking about generators. I hope those generators will not fail.
As they say, that's when the night magic.
Yes, that is where, because we have witnessed in Nigeria where at the convention of some political party, at Eagle Square, light will go off. So, but by and large, I think INEC has responded proactively to the late arrival of material. But sincerely speaking, we should in future try and avoid some of these things. In the 21st century, we should not be, although Professor Adeni made mention that these are normal challenges that are with election, but we want a situation whereby some of these things are avoided. We should strive for excellence. It's not that every time we give excuses for when things are shoddily done. But I'm happy that INEC has been able to respond, and so that in future elections we should not be having this late arrival of materials, election not commencing as at when due, and so on and so forth. But we must give kudos to INEC for responding proactively, and I hope that this will have impact on solving this problem of late arrival of materials at polling units in future.
Okay, let's go over to Dr. Daniel Ekaria in Benin studio. You just heard from INEC. So for those who arrived at the voting centers before 2:30, nothing to worry about. They will cast their ballots. It does mean, of course, that things are likely to go into the night at those centers. And you've just heard Dr. O'Malley express his worries about extending the activities of collation far into the night. As they say, that's when the night hawks and the magic begins to happen. What are your thoughts on this?
Mr. Siri, the challenge has always been there. I can tell you in Edo State here, there are one or two local governments where this problem has become perennial. The first of it is Southeast. 2023, we had cases like that. You also have the same thing in Orionwo and now Igor. If I will provide a foundation to what creates this problem, usually I train ad hoc staff who are to participate in the process. Sometimes people get discouraged out of fear that there will be violence. But for those EOs who are proactive, usually they make call to all their presiding officers and other police officials a day before the election about their availability. Where it is noticed that somebody will not turn up, the usual practice is that for those of them who are smart, they will call the trainer. From the list of those who have been trained, they will quickly call somebody to replace those individuals who decline participation. Where this is the case, you will not have failure or late arrival of material. 2, there are logistic officers. Somebody arranges with a driver, you don't even know. He tells you, I have a bus. You did not inspect the bus to be sure that the bus is good enough for this type of exercise. On election day, you expect the bus to arrive. The man tells you, my bus is 40. I've called a mechanic. These are some of the things that create delays. To address this, INEC needs to punish individuals who are doing all of this. If you don't with this big stick on these officials who keep doing this, we'll continue with the same problem. Like I said, it happened in 2023, and it's happening again now. It's a good news, but you know the challenge with this type of arrangement is that where elections go into the night, collation will be delayed, and it's at night that some of these evils are perpetuated. Because
one tap, multiple choices with BetKing Bet Builder. Every match becomes your playground. Select your predictions like who will get a card, which player will score, how many goals, and so on. Stock your odds and build bets like no other. Every bet is an adventure on BetKing. Register and get 100 Naira in free bets. That feeling.
In Benin is that a set of EOs that were appointed before the 2023 election who continue with their job up till now, they became EO for the first time. They have very poor experience about election management. With the first notice, you would have expected that either adequate training will be done or some of them will be replaced. When you appoint persons into positions on the basis of clannishness, you will get this type of result. Even within the EOs, they assign rank. Some of them who are not competent enough to handle pressures of this nature to manage such sensitive positions. And when you keep having this, the result is that you have failure. We should not accept the fact that this should always be part of our elections. It's an exercise that comes in once in a year. Apart from the sensitive materials that are brought from Abuja or wherever, local arrangements that ought to be made are things that INEC should not wait for election time before they are done. I can tell you that some of the EOs don't even know the polling unit in some of the local government where they superintend. And where that is the case, you are sending somebody who is not agile to manage a rugged area. And so when the person is confused or is under pressure from politicians, he or she start making mistakes. These are some of the issues. So INEC needs to stamp its feet on the ground and insist that officers who did not live up to expectations, they should not continue to hold such positions. When we begin to demand accountability from our officers, our pool officials who manage elections, we'll have a better system that is good for all of us.
All right. Well, Chris, how do you respond to all of this?
Yeah, well, I once said that every election is a misgrid of some sort. The expected and unexpected, the eventualities and the actualities on ground. I have advocated INEC keeping a database of those that have been trained as ad hoc staff from time as long as they are Nigerians. So in every election, you start from there first, other than in recruiting new set of people. In fact, thank God that so far no reports about beavers, the beavers missing. Oftentimes we see presiding officers fiddling, unable to effectively operate the equipment, and that causes problems. INEC has trained about 18,000, and then, but I heard, I think in the social media, there was a retraining of the EOs. Yes, there was a retraining of EOs by INEC prior to this election. But you see, some of them, like you said, some are smart, some are not smart, some are proactive, some are not proactive. But what we advocate is that whosoever is involved in the election management must understand that it is a national assignment, that you must give in your all on it, no matter how inconveniencing it is. It's just like a military service. It's not a situation where you bring in some lackluster attitude towards the work. Because the future of Edo people in the next 4 years directly linked to this election. If a good candidate is voted in, just as here in Nigeria, the feelings of the state is, we look at the president. Okay. But if we have a good governors, you find that our situation challenges will not be as tough as it is. So everything election at this level must be taken serious, and the people involved committed to this national assignment. It's also a privilege.
All right. I missed some questions that have been raised about the security. Deputy Inspector General of Police Frank Mba has been speaking on the security situation in the Edo governorship election. All right, we'll return to that once we can get that online, where the DIG of Police, Frank Mba. Let's get to see DIG Frank Mba speaking on the security situation.
Crisis in any part of Edo State so far?
No major crisis anywhere. No major crisis anywhere, but of course, you know, we've made arrests. Overnight, we carried out a raid that was intelligence-driven. That raid led to the arrest of some political thugs and recovery of arms. As a matter of fact, four different types of weapons were recovered, with live ammunition also recovered. That also sent a very strong message to other potential thugs that we're not here to play. And like I've said elsewhere, anyone found with weapon will be treated as a bandit, will be treated as an armed robber, will be treated like someone in possession of those weapons. There won't be any form of nicety. We'll dig into the law and use every power and instrumentality of the law to mete out justice on persons found trying to foment trouble,
Deputy Inspector General of Police, Frank Mba, there on the security situation. Well, speaking of the elections, too, we gather from correspondent Obehi Otoba Presai that the elderly are having an impressive turnout in Edo Central. Let's see that report.
Standing there as if they are watchmen.
Well, it's not just the elderly. We also hear that the visually impaired, refuse to be left out. And we have one of such voters in Ewohimi, Edo Central, perform a civic responsibility and cast their ballot. Let's see that report.
This is Unit 5 in Okaigwe Primary School, Ewohimi, East and Southeast local government area. And voting and accreditation are still ongoing simultaneously, despite the fact that it is over 2 p.m. in the afternoon, the official time for voting to end. However, INEC cannot officially close shop until the last person on the queue here has cast their ballot. The delay has been attributed to late arrival of voting materials and INEC officials. However, the process, the exercise is ongoing smoothly. In this sort of situation, it is usually difficult for persons living with disability to participate in the exercise. I am here, luckily enough, with one of them. He's in this unit. He's one of the over 4,000 persons living with disability that's registered for this 2024 governorship election. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Yes, he is visually impaired. What's your name?
My name is Comrade Ibrahim.
All right, so for a visually impaired person who has participated, you have voted, right?
Yes.
So for a visually impaired person who has participated in the election, what was it like for you?
Well, coming here today, I can categorically say that the election has been peaceful, friendly, the environment is very friendly. Although this is not my first time voting here, this has been holding a unit for a very long time, so the environment is very familiar with me. But the only little issue I have with the officials today is for me to advise them or encourage them to always tell the agents to let them know that there are people like me on the queue or that actually want to vote so that they can actually give us that space. But apart from that, I think I know that the election has been very peaceful and everybody is really cooperating with the INEC officials and also the court member and the security agencies.
All right, so any other word for other persons living with disabilities who might be scared to come out to vote because maybe they might be worried that they might not be given the treatment they want? What's the word for them?
Yeah, for me, as I said, I'll be voting here, and it's kind of a family affair. Everybody is familiar with me, and for those who are not in the rural area, for example, those in the urban area, I know it's kind of stressful, and the world is well overpopulated. Because of that, they may be thinking that the crowd may be too much for them to navigate their way to the polling booths to cast their votes. But I want to use myself as an example to them that as far they get there, they should try to introduce themselves. They shouldn't be shy. They shouldn't be scared. Be free to introduce yourself to the officials, and with that, they can give you the necessary assistance for you to cast your vote. So there's no issue for any PWD, especially visually impaired, to cast your vote as far you are well informed and you also carry out a proper introduction to the people in charge of it.
All right, many thanks. And there you have it. We are hopeful that as the process goes on, it will be easier for persons living with disabilities to participate in their civic responsibility to the country.
Right, okay. As you know, there are provisions for those living with various forms of disabilities to also have a chance to cast their ballots, so no one is disenfranchised. But we'll stay with Awunli Okolo for a live update on the situation from her location. Let's hear you, Awunli.
Observer representing the persons living with disability community, David, he said that about 10 persons living with disability have actually voted at Ola Primary School today in this polling units. So how's it been with the process for these?
Okay, once again, we've lost the signals. It happened the last time, and we were hoping that we'd be able to continue without having to lose those signals. But we'll keep trying so we can get live updates on what's going on there. Now, I like to emphasize this, Professor Adeni, and it's been happening in elections, and we have seen it happen over and over again. Yeah. There are usually reports about breaches. Oh, well, I see that Awunli is back again, so let's see. Awunli, hopefully you can... Right, go ahead.
I was also part of it. I followed them up to see.
No, it's not working. Professor Adeni, as I was saying, sometimes there are allegations are made, but it's important to keep in mind that these are allegations until they've been investigated and proven to be true, where people talk about intimidation, talk about vote buying. Well, of course, we heard DIG Frank Ambassador, some arrests were made overnight. But again, in speaking, our correspondent speaking to people live on ground, there have been allegations of intimidation, vote buying, and all that. And you find usually that it cuts across party lines. You find people from one party accusing another party of getting involved in all of this. But these have to be investigated before they are taken as anything true.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, if you look at it on the face value, allegations will keep flying, especially when if we have the kind of pre-election experience that we recently had. One that was very frenetic, you know, lots of tension, lots of anxiety. And even with those elections where the pre-election stage is now characterized by these features I mentioned, you still find allegations and counter-allegations, you know. But do not forget that it also falls within the bracket of kind of democracy where people are yet to appreciate the values in winning and losing.
All right, just a moment, Prof. Let me just bring this to the notice of millions of viewers, and that is in a couple of minutes from now, the English Premiership League would be transmitted on the net, on terrestrial platform. So for all our viewers who are on terrestrial, they're advised to go over to satellite and continue with this program on NTA News 24 and NTA International, where Edo governorship election coverage will continue on NTA News 24 and NTA International. This program will continue for the rest of our viewers who are on, who are going on to watch the EPL. They can do so on the network. But for this program, it will continue on NTA News 24 and NTA International. Yes, Prof. Back to what we were discussing.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the most important thing is for us to appreciate democracy or the electionary process as a game, you know. Even if you're not seeing it as a game, see it as something that you do not necessarily, or you may not necessarily win. You know, you can also lose. You know, have you developed the character? Have you anticipated a situation where you may not lose the election? And if you win, if you lose the election, what advantage can you derive from losing? Do you not think that you can also try harder and win next time? Can you not get grace or find grace, dignity, elegance in losing? You know, why are you so vociferous and die-hearted such that you must win at all costs? And if you do not win, you disrupt the process, or you do not want you don't want the process to work at all. But permit me, Siri, to make a comment on the old and the aged who appeared during the election to vote. It reminds me of 2008 American election, where President Barack Obama at his swearing in mentioned Ann Nixon Cooper. If you remember, a non-Nigerian elderly person who casted her vote, you know, and that has been an example of how old people often elderly people, so to say, senior citizens, often reflect back into history and trying to make the world a better place while on their putative exit from the world. So it's a character of senior citizens, to want to leave behind for generations that are coming behind them a better world. And irrespective of their frailty, the fact that some of them are infirm, they still struggle to vote. The lesson that I think we should take from there is that while people are being left behind, those that have been left behind, those that are enjoying the wishes of the elderly, that are supposedly on their way out, depending on the wish of God Almighty, the wish is that let's continue with good governance. It's a charge that they quietly leave behind, and it's a responsibility that those who are left behind should not shirk. Leave behind continue with good governance in the interest of the people, consistent with the wishes of the elderly who are prayerful, and sometimes if they are not prayerful, they show it in action by coming to tell us who they actually want through the instrumentality of their vote.
All right. It's just about 10 minutes to 3 o'clock, and which means for those centers where things proceeded normally in the arranged manner, voting would have been expected to end just about 20 minutes ago, except for those where extensions have been granted that's under the guidelines of INEC. So we have this next report by Ifoma Okafo, which captures nursing mothers and others in groups waiting for the sorting and counting. That's at the conclusion of voting.
Can I put two people?
No.
What is one?
That mama baby. What
Enjoy. Your children, they are abroad. No one, the wife not there yet. So now.
All right. Those who are waiting for the collation at their various centers, the ones who really want to make sure that their votes count and they're counted, well, we expect to see more of such reports coming in as we continue our coverage. But now let's link up with Jude Abugu live, and he has more updates for us. Jude.
All right, we are gradually coming to the end of the voting process. And I tell you that except for areas where the voting commenced late, other places we have visited in Oredo local government area, voting has been concluded, and sorting of ballots are ongoing in most of the polling units. Presently, we are at Agbado Primary School, where we have units 21 to 30. And all the units here, they have started sorting the ballots according to political parties where the thumbprints fell on. So we are looking at the units behind us here. The agents of political parties are watching as ad hoc staff of INEC ad hoc staff are bringing out the ballot papers from the ballot box so that the agents will confirm to know whether this particular or each of these ballot papers belong to a particular political party, and they will be placed in a position where they have created for these political parties. That is what is going on here now, which means that in no distance time, in few hours from here, they may start counting the votes that were cast by the electorates earlier in the day. We still have some of us around here, and some of them still want to make one or two comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please, can you tell us your own impression of the exercise so far?
Well, my impression, the exercise is peaceful. People came out to vote, but the voter turnout was not okay. We have to say the truth. And what we were able to observe, that there was a vote, they are vote buying. I call it spiritual vote buying, because the more you look, the less you see. Some of us were seeing the vote buying going by the side, which the security personnel could not see. But there was vote buying. And the way to stop this vote buying, we need a lot of campaign against vote buying. And mostly, we want the parties to make sure they canvass the electorate to vote for their party, not by buying votes.
All right, thank you very much. So what's your name?
My name is Beke Apere.
Thank you, Mr. Beke. As we continue to monitor this process across Oredo local government area, I want to continue to say that we have not heard where people mentioned that the BVAS malfunctioned or that BVAS did not read their PVCs. So this one is a kind of improvement from what was witnessed in previous election. And also, the atmosphere has remained very calm and peaceful. Even
Okay, Jude. Well, all right. Okay. Well, Jude was just about signing off there live for us when the signals froze. But as is with these exercises in most parts, there's always the question of those who would be in the last batch of people, what is being referred to as the last-minute voters. And we have some of them at some polling units in Ego local government. The polling units are devoid of the queues, and some others are just waiting for the time that votes will be sorted out, ballots will be sorted out and counted. But we have this on last-minute voters.
When this man finished voting, we interview him.
Well, in some other reports, our reporter from Akafo says voting is over and the voters are waiting for the counting. This is at Ohumunde local government.
Here is that the voting is still ongoing and is very peaceful. And most people have already voted and left here. These ones here, mostly youths from this community, said they are waiting for, they've already voted. They say they are waiting for the prime time of 2:30 when counting will commence. And they said it went on well. So let's speak to one of them to ascertain how it went on. And it's still going. So tell us, how did it go?
I'm Honorable Mobo. Actually, the NTA meeting and the election was very peaceful here, as you can see. We're only waiting for the prime time of 2:30 so as we start counting the vote.
Okay. So what of the beavers machine and
I
everything?
think the beaver machine was okay. I think I commend the NA for that. We will not have a beaver problem as far as this unit is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you
God
very much.
bless
So
you.
we'll still give you updates as it unfolds.
All right. We're a little bit confused there on that report because where it said, voting was over and people were just waiting. So it was a little bit confusing to say it was still going on. But however, as has been explained, where things had taken place normally, voting would have been over and the sorting would be on, except for those areas where there was late arrival of materials and such other exigencies which fall under the guidelines of INEC where voting has been extended. But before this very last, the last report but one, the one in which Jude spoke to someone who said there was this spiritual buying of votes. Earlier we had heard that allegation where money had exchanged hands. People said as much as 20,000 naira. And of course, I guess Dr. Harriofo also mentioned cases where people had collected 15,000 to vote. Now we have it again here. But this is with a little twist. It's called spiritual vote buying. Prof.
Yeah, I think what the individual there is just trying to tell us is that he was using that phrase to describe a situation where money will be exchanging hands and you may not see it. If you are not involved, you will not know. Or if you are not disposed to it, you probably will not be approached. That it is clandestine, it is extremely secretive, and they probably will have done some, pre-arrangement before they identify you as one who is disposed to receiving, to selling your vote. That money is exchanging, but people are not, they don't know. It's not open to the security agencies, so to say. And that's what I believe he's trying to say. Otherwise, I don't know the context of the spirit in this instance. And of course, it's something that we expect anyway, that money will definitely exchange hands, but how it will exchange hands is not what we can actually tell. But again, it probably will drive us to the question of how we can ensure that the electoral process is not transactional, that people actually vote on account of the dictate of their conscience, not through any kind of pressure, whether monetary or otherwise.
Dr. O'Malley, you're a political scientist. How do you get out of this matter of collecting a few naira notes now and mortgaging an entire, hopefully 4 years of what ought to be a person working for you?
It's really a major challenge of our democratic practice and our electoral process. It's a serious problem. The man spoke about the spirituality of it. There's nothing spiritual about it. It's something that is happening from what we see from other elections and so on. The youths will gather somewhere, probably at somebody's home. They'll bring the money. They say, so party A brought so money, party B brought so money. They say, no, they will take a decision. They will say, okay, this group of people will vote for this group of people. They will just arrange their things. Some they will say, okay, the elderly people will gather at so person's house or in so classroom. The women will meet here. So the Nigerians will have a way of doing our things. And when they gather, they bring the money. Sometimes they say after voting, where the fight will break out. After voting, they will see who is voting for party A or party B. And then after the voting, they say, oh, you didn't vote. You are not going to share in the money. You voted, you are going to share, and things like that. That's when other conflicts will come up. But maybe later in the day or even some days after the election, then you see a lot of conflict. So these are things that we have experienced in other climes. And it's very sad that the issue of vote buying has become a serious challenge to our electoral process. And how we can eliminate this is until people are arrested, people are punished, political parties that are engaged in this act are sanctioned. Not just sanctioned, they could even be disbanded. until very, very serious action is taken about this issue of vote buying. It's a shame and it's a national embarrassment that our democracy, those are leaders that emerge as a result of our electoral process, are leaders that emerge through fraud or through buying of these votes. So I think it's condemnable.
Let's return to Dr. Daniel Ehare in our Benin studio. It's physical, but you also hear that it's spiritual. Nothing spiritual about exchanging notes. And we've heard this allegation now. The spirits don't give physical money. It's humans who give the physical money. So what do you make of this? Yes, Dr. Ekarepo. We were just wondering that spirits deal in spiritual things, humans deal in physical things, and to the best of my knowledge, it's the humans who physically give out cash. The spirits wouldn't bring out those cash, but we've heard allegations in which one of our respondents classified as spiritual vote buying. But it all boils down to this matter of selling votes for a few naira notes and lamenting later on that the people who have been put in political office are not working for the electors. What do you make of this?
Please come again with your question.
Considering what one of our respondents, our correspondent interviewed a fellow at one of the centers, and he said, well, things were fairly good, but that there was what he called spiritual vote buying going on, and said while some of them could physically see cash exchanging hands, some others could not see because probably it was spiritual. And I'm saying it's only humans who exchange physical cash. The spirits don't do that. But the important thing here is there's vote buying. And he is claiming security agencies were looking the other way when it was going on.
What I can tell you about vote buying is that arrangements are usually made either the night before the elections. These party agents know the homes of individuals who support certain political parties. That is one. Two, there is somebody that is close to the ballot paper who observes the way the voting is done. So they will ask you if you vote. You know, they know the arrangement of the party, the different political parties on the ballot. So if you are voting for one of the leading political party, if you are supporting, say, APC, they know that you will definitely be on top of the ballot. And if you are supporting PDP, it will be towards the end. So there's somebody that is close to that ballot, the ballot box. He observes where you tick. If it's their party, they will give a signal. And they will tell you to go to either the back of the polling unit or a little distance away from there to collect your money. In some instances, arrangements are usually made after the election is over. The money will be given to those who voted for that political party. Vote buy is not a secret thing. If the security agencies want to deal with the issue, it is very easy for them to do it. But sometimes security agencies act more in areas where political bigwigs are not available. It is where you see small men, those who don't have weight. That is where they exercise more of their power. But where you have the big men, the big politicians, security agencies don't go there because they themselves stand a chance to benefit. So the issue of the spirituality of it is not there. These monies are exchanged physically. And I like what I have told you, these are different ways in which monies are exchanged in the electoral process. So we cannot stop this if we continue with this feeling of, well, let's leave it. It's becoming a culture. It's becoming part of our political culture. And if we don't make steps to stop it, people will wait and not even engage in political campaigns. They gather all the money. And when election time comes, They recruit people to buy vote for them to secure election because the poverty level of the people is very high. A man who has not seen 20,000 in 6 months, you are offering him 20,000 naira once. He will collect that money to vote for the candidate because he or she feels that kapu food on his table for some weeks. That is the reason for all of this. Thank you very much.
Very much. Let's not hope. Let's hope that's not a spiritual call coming from somewhere. But Dr. Daniel Eharia for HOD Mass Communications, University of Benin, we thank you for being part of this discussion. Thank you for coming on. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you. So here we are. If something drastic isn't done, it might continue. Now, Dr. O'Malley has spoken as a political scientist. Chris, you have always been in the forefront of driving the patriotic spirit.
Yes.
This time, not the vote buying spirit, the patriotic spirit in Nigerians.
Yeah.
To have confidence in their country, to serve their country, and observe all the rules of decency in developmental growth. What do you make of this, and how do we get out of this? Because it's a perennial problem. You can hear the ingenious way where because the names of the political parties are aligned alphabetically, it's easy for one to see if you're concentrating on the top or the bottom of it. Grace.
Yeah, well, generally speaking, the only way out for us as a people and as a nation is to toe the patriotic path. The patriotic path, which is just simple. Obey the laws, the rules, conventions. Be true and be truthful to yourself and to the society where you find yourself. As a public servant, serve with utmost honesty, with self-contentment. Be contented with what you have, what you earn. Back on the election, as a field election observer for 2 decades now, vote buying has become a sophisticated deal. It has gone past the era when we see how they do it. Now they've gone, it's an advanced stage.
Digital.
Digital indeed.
No, not spiritual.
Yes. Not spiritual. It has gone digital. And you know what? Let me say this. The average politician today that wants to go into elective, to elections, they will look at the total number of voters within their catchment areas. They will budget for some minimum of 10,000, some 15,000 to go around. As an observer, these are the things we have uncovered. And so when you see politicians not performing, the funds, the money to perform, the money to provide the necessary amenities and dividends to democracy have already been, kept aside for the next election. But that is not going to take us to anywhere. One, our society is a society that is politically immature. There's little or no patriotic education and orientation. I've always said to be patriotic is to do yourself a favor. Like you are not doing President Tinubu a favor by being patriotic. Being patriotic is a duty you owe to yourself, and it is to your own advantage. We have to deepen more on patriotic education, political education, enlightenment, and orientation for people to know that, look, this society where God has placed us, what we make out of it is to our own advantage. And it is not by, cutting corners, disregard to the rules and conventions and the laws is what makes you great. For you to be really great as a citizen, knowing that it's not by accident that God has planted you in this generation to be existent, to live and be active at this time of our nation's socio-political, historical, and economic evolution, there's a purpose for that. And you are not taking all the positions and all the monies beyond this world. And posterity will always accord you a place. Posterity will always reward you for living an honest, truthful, patriotic life. Patriotism simply means love for your country, love for your fellow citizens. So I just hope that we'll begin to adjust our ways, individually and collectively.
Yes, I want to add to, there's no gainsaying that Nigerians yearn for democracy. Nigerians actually prefer democracy than any form of government. It's just unfortunate that the material condition of the people, for the high level of poverty, like Professor Ehobanre said, unemployment, lack of physical infrastructure, so many factors are what drives this vote buying. Secondly, the vote buying does not start at the general election. At the party primaries, billions of naira are exchanged hands for you to even get the party ticket. Yeah. That is where delegates, I have seen situations whereby delegates can buy cars, buy generator, buy so many things that they need after the party primaries. So the vote buying starts right from getting the ticket of the party. So the parties look out for people with enough war chests that can bankroll the elections to the final stage. And that is why if we must solve this issue of vote buying, we have to start it from the political party. Earlier on, we talked about women. That is one of the key issues why women are not being able to challenge for this power, because the money involved, not just women, and even youths, because at the age of 30, 25, now they are talking about 18 years of going to the university. By the time you finish school, you are almost 21. By the time you finish NYSC and all. So where are you going to get the money as a young man to run for these elections? So this issue of vote buying, funding election, expensive, it starts right from the primaries of the political parties, the monetization of our electoral system and so on. And it's indeed sad. We have to amend our laws. We have to do so many things so that we can checkmate these issues.
Well, sometimes when you talk about amendment of the laws, Professor Adeni, you hear this said often, amend the laws, or make more laws. But the question some ask is, how well have we done in enforcing the ones that we have?
Yeah. I agree with you absolutely that if you look at it critically, some of our problems are actually attitudinal. They are not necessarily legal, you know. The laws that we have them aplenty. They've often been implemented in the breach. And sometimes when laws are promulgated or enacted, we are bothered about how to circumvent them rather than how to comply, you know. So we have that tendency. But again, I think we should necessarily have to ask the fundamental question, you know, why is our political process transactional? Is it only the election that is transactional? What about every other sector? Are we not witnessing exchange of money? Is there no bribery and corruption in every other sector? Of course there is. It simply tells us that, you know, our society, you know, is replete with money politics. I mean, money. You know, with moneyism, people believe in the power of cash. And why do people need cash really? It's because the institutions are not working. Otherwise, what do you need cash for? In some other climes where the institutions are working, the tendency to demand cash or to want money, to keep money, reduces, you know, but it's reduced. But in our environment, you know, we have a situation where people are anxious on what tomorrow will look like, what are they going to eat tomorrow, when they fall ill, where will they get money for treatment, because the hospitals are not necessarily there. When they are there, treatment can sometimes be problematic. How will they pay school fees, you know? There are no social safety nets to cover the vulnerable, the poor, you know, so many other things that they cannot afford because the insurance are not also there to help them. So what should we do in that circumstance? Strengthen the institutions, grow the institutions so as to make the need for us to become institutions on ourselves by amassing as much cash as possible, by looking for cash, stashing them, even much more than we need, by craving for it, whether they are small or big, to diminish it or eliminate it, Those are fundamental issues that I think we should address. Otherwise, the temptation, right, to want to receive cash will remain there, will continue to be there, no matter what we say we do. And of course, sometimes we also limit it with things that it's only the voters, maybe the downtrodden. Cash transaction happens even at very high quarters, because those who have, they also continue to crave for more. They crave for more because they just touch it even when they don't need it, because of the fear of tomorrow. Because the insurance are not, they just imagine that the insurance are not there to protect them. When they are sick, they want the best treatment in the best hospital in the world, at very expensive cost. So how would they get around this if there's no money, to support themselves? Because if they don't believe in the institutions here because they are not working. Yeah. So why don't we make efforts to grow the institutions, strengthen them, so that they can be much more responsive, cater for our needs, so that the demand for cash, whereby we want to become the institutions as individuals, will reduce.
On that premise, I'd like to bring in this.
Yes, sir.
Because here we are talking about this problem cutting across all spheres of society. But I say this to you, both you, Professor Adeni,
yes,
and Dr. O'Malley, you are into shaping attitudes.
Yes.
You talked about attitudinal challenges. You
That's
are
right.
into shaping attitudes and imparting knowledge.
Yes, sir.
What are we missing in our institutions as to begin to raise, particularly as we know that those who are coming up are not immune from these issues we're facing today?
Yeah. And maybe, do you want me to go first?
Okay, Dr. O'Malley, you started.
Okay, well, in terms of attitudinal change, I think what we do, we are in the classroom, we teach, we try to mold the students, but it is the family that is critical. What you do at your early stage, how you grow up, what value system is your society, the environment you grow up in, what are the values that are being inculcated in you, the value of honesty, value of hard work, what are those values that society has put on you? A situation whereby all society wants it. They want you to be a millionaire, come home, they give you chieftaincy title, they give you big names, they worship people who has made all the money, they don't want to know how, then that kind of society is very difficult. Now what we do in the classroom is to expose our wards, our students to the virtues of hard work, the virtue of honesty, the virtue. Those ones are the rudimentary things we expose them to. But you will agree with me that what is more important is how society, when they get into society, what are the values that they get to meet in society, outside the four walls of the university or outside the four walls of the classroom. What are the values? They need to look for a job. When they get the jobs, a job that in some cases they have to buy. They have to pay money and buy. And then that gives us that circle. So it's a holistic thing. Yeah,
So
it's a holistic
thing. It goes on and on.
Yeah.
And therefore, when it comes to elections, such as Edu, you'd go for one who would be in a better position.
That's right. It's a continuing conversation. Like my colleague said, there are different ways in which a human being is socialized, right? Different angles to the family. After the family, maybe you talk about the two religious organizations, the churches, the mosque, and most importantly, the school as well. And you have everybody working in this process, And when you look at all these processes, there are also three major ways in which this whole entire process is coming to. One, through their personal experiences, the experiences of others, and of course, what they learn in school. So all of them come together to shape a particular person. And at the end of the day, you now just hope that that person will take all the good values, that he or she has gained through all this process to impact on not just the self, but also the society at large. That's why even in the best of society in the world, you still find people who are criminals. You still find deviants, because some people will just not be controllable, will just not be compliant no matter how well you do. But again, like I said earlier, as long as you put in your best, do the best that you can do at every particular point in time, and hope that, the majority of people will key into the positive, all the good values that you have inculcated in them, then you will have a slight sigh of relief while working on those who have deviated, as the case could be. So in the case of this vote buying that we're talking about, it's going to be a continuing conversation. But overall, it will also come back to the question of leadership, like the story of like every story we end with the tortoise. It will come back to leadership. What is the vision, the mission, the cardinal objective of our leaders? How are they consistently showing good example so that the rest of us can ape and idolize them properly? If they are not leading by example, it can be very, very difficult, for the populace, to be compliant, as the case could be. Yes, so while we're talking to ourselves, we should not also forget the side of the leaders, for them to also be compliant with good virtues, good attitudes, so as to mold the rest of the populace.
Christian, speaking about leadership, is the political class failing here, too concerned with what is referred to as power grab, than for developing a system that we could have elections where we would not see policemen kitted in war gear, and we still have these issues happening, when it would no longer be about shutting down borders and shutting down schools and markets and restricting movements?
Yeah, before I get to that, you see, what we have is a bit complex. It's a combination of different factors. First, fundamentally, there are missing links in our educational system at the formative age. Some of the things we do in the Flag Foundation, catching them young, nursery, primary education with our flag programs. I did American history as an elective course. We're studying philosophy. Found out American history is taught from that 2 years up to PhD level. You still have some elements of that. There is no well-articulated citizenship, patriotic education in our system. Americans, from their system, they'll tell you that, teach you what it means to be a citizen, to be a responsible citizen. And they'll tell you that America is not won by blood, but by ideas of what it means to be a citizen, where they preach about the citizenship of love, care, and concern for your fellow citizens, which translates love for your country. The average Nigerian youth, from the primary education as we have today to secondary up to university, where our professors here mold them, they don't even understand their duties and responsibilities as citizens. Leaders, a lot of our political leaders, do not even have any sense of public good. They don't even understand consciously what it means to be a good citizen. Then talk less of a good leader. Duties and responsibilities, obligations, morally, constitutionally, legally, as a member of the society. These are missing links. And you see it play out. That you see somebody who suddenly emerges, and some of them governors, some of them senators, some of them heads of different government institutions, that lacks the proper sense of what public good entails. That as a public servant, while you are there, you see some contesting as governors. They don't. It's just that they want to give some. Will tell you that they want to serve. Initially, I used to interview people. They produce those that want to go into elective positions. Invite me. Then after interviewing them, try to produce a roadmap for them. The hard question, why do you want to be governor? Why do you want to go serve? I want to give back to the society. I want to serve my people. My people say I should go. That is it. And when they get in there, the pressure of the office, the largesse of the office, the patronage of those that send them there, but their 4 years is gone without them knowing why they are there. That is what you see that's playing out. We need to get back to the fundamentals. When the national anthem was introduced, the Flag Foundation, I was the only organization that presented a written memo to the Senate Committee on that public hearing on that with Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mike Ozikam. Flag Foundation presented it because we already done it before. We were advocating for it. Part of why we are advocate of that is that looking at the rhythm, I mean the relics of that old national anthem, it tends to consciously imbue in us some of those missing patriotic duties, roles, responsibilities expected of a citizen. So we should get back, because our political elite, back to your question, are not leading by example. The way even currently with the hardship, the way our politicians live their life is one of the things that is breeding anger. Whereas they're living as if,
in the build-up to elections, you also have the issue of money playing a lot of it. And there's a hilarious picture going around in social media. We just look at it and enjoy the joke and laugh, where various leaders seeking elective the level of the masses, sleep in their beds, ride with them in ramshackle vehicles, walk with them, help them, sell their wares in markets.
It's public.
We see that going around, and we laugh at these things. But they say no sooner than they get this power, they're not sitting with the people anymore. They're not helping them sell their wares and goods anymore. And so, with an eye on that, it's easy for the electorate to say, give me my due now. Even if it's nothing, because I'm not going to see you anymore.
But that's it.
See, there's something fundamental that Siri said, when he was in his analysis. He was talking about the responsibility of citizens, how well are we assured that our leaders understand their responsibility. And it reminds me of a campaign, that the National Rehabilitation Agency recently put together. I'm not sure they have released it, and I'm still wondering why, really. It's supposed to, that campaign is supposed to create a situation where leaders, we understand their responsibilities as leaders. At the same time, citizens will also appreciate their obligations as citizens, and it will put all of us on the same page. In the United States, for instance, if you ask an American citizen what values they subscribe to, they'll tell you about liberty, freedom, and happiness. If you talk about the United Kingdom, they'll tell you about welfareism, tradition, egalitarianism, and culture. Japanese citizens respect discipline and all of that. Then the Chinese, hard work, discipline, tradition as well. But ask the average Nigerian citizen, what value do we singly, do we individually or collectively subscribe to? But we are still struggling to define ourselves as a nation, But that is not, shouldn't be rocket science. It's just about increased sensitization, the creation of awareness, such that citizens will understand their rights and responsibilities. But again, the position of leadership, there has to be leadership in the matrix, The leaders will have to bear the cards, as the case could be. They have to lead from the front. And leading from the front is not just by pronouncement, but through the exemplification of the values and virtues that you want citizens to subscribe to. And it will be very easy thereafter for them to come after you in line with your vision and mission, as the case could be.
Yes, and the issue of nationalism. In ordinary political science, we talk about what are the factors that encourage nationalism. Fundamentally, just like the other speakers have said, what is your country doing for you? People will naturally die for their country if they have confidence in the country being able to attend to their welfare. I know that one of the reasons why our President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, decided to change to the old national anthem was to forge this sense of nationalism and patriotism once more among Nigerians. So many things has gone wrong over the years. And I think government in its wisdom feel that they need to do a lot in terms of sensitizing Nigeria to see themselves more as Nigerians instead of their individual. And I think that was why this issue of changing the national anthem was done.
Well, the next stage of the Edo election is on, and voting having been concluded. The next stage, of course, is the sorting and the rest of it. And we have a report about sorting of ballots at Agbado units 21 to 30. Let's get to see that report now.
PDP, 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 APC, 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 APC.
Is this sorting or counting?
Yeah,
sorting first. Okay, thank you.
PDP when you want me your mulo egile akogo PDP
Welcome, sir. Yeah, good day, sir.
All right, the stage there we're seeing, it's the one that will, some will say, it's the edgy stage where we begin to hear the parties aligning and sorting them out by the parties and all of that. And when we started this conversation, it was acknowledged by some participants that is a critical stage. Yeah. The one where all kinds of things might happen as to threaten what all along has been seen as a relatively peaceful, free and fair exercise. Professor,
yeah, it's actually the business end, you know, and of course it's also compliant with every election, broadly divided into 3 stages, the pre-election stage, the election stage, and of course the post-election stage. Now we're in the election stage. By the time results are out, you know, we'll be talking about the post-election stage. So, but what we expect is that it's been a mixed bag during the voting process. Now it is a counting process. It's also going to be a mixed bag as well. And mixed bag because some results will be seen as credible, some of course will be discredited, and of course there's also going to be misinformation and disinformation. And I think the agencies, all the multiple stakeholders involved in this process should be mindful of this. Some people are likely to announce results, you know, even before INEC does it. You might see genuine, reasonable pointers, but some people may want to go ahead of every other person to do their own announcements, perhaps to preempt some kind of things from happening. So a lot of back and forth will continue until the final result is released.
And voting is underway in many of the centers. Let's go live to Obehi Otuba to.
Yeah. All right. I am at Ward 2, Unit 3 in Ewoimi here in Edo Central. We are now counting the votes.
Now, the next is
for APC votes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
10. All right. Well, it
10 votes for APC. Now, the next is for PDP. It's for PDP. I'm counting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32,
All right. We see the process of counting there. Counting is also underway in Ward 1, Unit 6, Auchi.
Salah. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
PDP. 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 APC. 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 PDP. 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 APC. APC.
Where is that?
That's in Auchi. Elsewhere in our local government, sorting and counting is on at Ward 7. The polling units there 3 to 10.
These are people of Labour, PDP, wait Labour, PDP, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
All right, so the sorting and counting, but there are some who would say this process, we should be light years away from this by now, and especially with technology.
Yeah.
But again, this is where we are, Dr. Omali.
Well, I earlier on said that the way we are doing this manual collation and all those things, we are not moving with the the trend, the global trend. Okay, I would have loved to see a more digital collation process. But just like you said, we are stuck with this pattern for now, and I must commend NTA and other stations for this close monitoring of the process. So far, like I said, it looks a bit transparent. As you can see, the parties are being sorted out as it should be, and the agents are watching with rapt attention. You could see the attention that all the people in the polling unit are putting into the sorting process. So we hope that this will be sustained in most of the areas. But honestly speaking, we must do something about this issue of real-time online transmission of election results. I was discussing with one of the panelists, and he was telling me that the political elites will never allow that to happen, and unless some other developments come in, because it is only through this manual process that they could maybe find one way or the other to undermine the process. Even in the electronic process we watched in the case of Al Gore, the U.S. election, where there were wide accusation of manipulation of the process. It's not that when you go digital or you go electronic, there might be no manipulation. But at least it gives some degree of confidence to all the key stakeholders and the players that the process is indeed more transparent. This is because most of the logistical issues will be taken care of by that, and even the time of the election frame, because there will be no need to sort, there will be no need to even count. As you are casting your vote, it is showing. We experimented it in even student union elections. Even recently at the Benue State University, it was done that way. And as students were voting from their mobile phones, people were voting from their laptops and so on, you don't need to congregate a lot of people in one space. Issues of violence, issue of cultism, all these issues would have been taken off naturally. Probably even the issue of vote buying that we are talking about would greatly be minimized when we decide to adopt electronic voting hook, line, and sinker. So we have to do a lot to still improve our electoral process to make it more popular. This issue of electronic collation of votes or manual collation of votes, in the June 12th election, you saw that open ballot system where you queue and then...
Well, some people have recommended that, while some have said, no, this is... I mean, it's a shame to go to that level at this time, but some also say, well, it should be about what works for us.
Yes, and it shows that that was our own full homegrown method of voting, which would have introduced to other parts of the world.
But at some point, that too also suffered, because I recall in Lagos then, where the issue of naira burgers came into play. People were famished, they were on queues, and some good Samaritans would offer them loaves of bread. It didn't take long for them to open up those loaves of bread and find, you know, mint 20, which was the highest denomination then, lined up in there. And suddenly you would find those who had queued behind the photograph of one candidate would amass, move. So either which way, Chris.
Yeah, the point is that, as Dr. Moller has said, there is no going back from a tech world. The world has gone digital. Culture is dynamic. Way of life and systems are dynamic, ever evolving. We have gone into the electronic era. I was just thinking, is there any other country in the world today that is election like ours? And you talked about policemen kitted. I don't think there's any other country. Is there any other country in the world that spends so much money? You know what it means to mobilize 48,000 security men to move from their stations and converge in Edo State. You know what it means to pay the 18,000 ad hoc staff and other associated things, not to talk about how much the politicians spend. There's no other country. And I come to think about it. Nigeria is not just an ordinary country. The giant of Africa, the largest black nation in the world, that ought to be the pride of the black race. That is, our blacks all over the world are yearning for a place for self-actualization, which Nigeria naturally is positioned to. But look at us today. If we can't get something as little as election if we can't get it right, when the other parts of the world are transiting, going to the space, making exploits in different fields of human endeavor, same Nigerians anywhere in this world today, you see among the best Nigerians. Still, here we are. The challenge is that we have the present political elites that are so to their mundane way of doing things for selfish, parochial reasons that are not universally inclined, that don't want Nigeria to transit to take its rightful place, that God has placed Nigeria in the Committee of Nations. But then, an idea whose time must come, no power on earth can stop it. We're already into the the tech world era. After all, monies since I've been here, I've been making some kind of small transactions and all that and all that. Yes, still majority of our people live in rural areas that can't operate phone, that don't know what is computer and all the rest of them. But going forward, we can also work it out. That is why we say designing a system that is authentic and in line with our own peculiarities, cultural peculiarities and way of life, other than all. But then, this is the electronic era. Nigeria will have no option than to toe the right path of going electronic. That brings me to the point of uploading of results from the IRF now to transmission, which was, where we found ourselves in the last election. The issue of amendment of the current Electoral Act is a necessity, but I have my doubt that the current National Assembly, the current political office holders, they are called the shots. With due respect to some of them, they appear so adamant to, amend the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act must be amended going forward, that from this polling unit now, you transmit, whether you call it, you upload, and then that uploading is transmission. They give different definitions of transmission and uploading. But what we're saying is that simply put, from the polling unit, there are different polling units, let the result there be transmitted, and then at the end of the day, you can view it and aggregate it, it becomes authentic result. In the situation where the almighty INEC is allowed to also dictate which system they will use to announce results and which system they will claim to be the authentic way, will not lead us to anywhere. That is why you go to the court. Different judges, give different pronouncements, different judgments in the same the same election on the same issue, but giving different judgments. To help ourselves, our president, our Senate president, how old are they? Our current political office holder, how old are they? How many years do they still have to spend on earth? For the sake of the children yet unborn, for the sake that Nigeria is becoming a mockery in the Committee of Nations, out of our own doing, we should just be as reasonable as possible to begin to do things rightly, irrespective of how it hurts us. After all, nobody will take whatever material or position beyond this world, and that is a certainty for anything born of a woman.
Prof, this issue of the cost of elections and the manner in which they're held, some would say this is what makes it extremely difficult to have a better system in place. It starts not just it's not just at the voting centers, but the fact that there is a trust deficit to to the extent that even the electoral materials have to be escorted by armed guards, have to be domiciled at the central banks, and you're having all kinds of things.
Honestly,
what's this?
I agree with you, Cyril, but I think we should start from this frenetic desire for political power. Why is the quest for political power so deep-seated? Of course, we know why. I'm just asking asking a rhetorical question. Because of, the overwhelming perks and perquisites, the multiple advantages it confers, the fact that whoever holds political office in this country is sometimes, you could say, is something cannot sometimes be godlike, and it's got a position, is in a position to distribute opportunities, and not just for his own generation, but for those unborn and probably friends and associates, which is actually wrong. But if that idea, if that orientation, if we have a redefinition where we can be more people-centric, we can be more oriented towards the community rather than the self, then the law for political power will probably begin to decline, So that law create a situation where people can, do anything or do anything that is in this world to acquire it. And that's why you see some of our political leaders saying election is a do-or-die affair. And of course, you do not want to be the loser. You want to be declared the winner so that you shouldn't be the one that will go to tribunal. They have all kinds of games, all kinds of cliches that they deploy to qualify the frenetic craze for political office. And again, we have also witnessed the constitutional debate around whether or not there should be proportional representation in government, such that it will not just be winner take all. If we have a situation where even losers will have a right, to be part of government, where they are represented somewhat, then of course we'll be less die-hearted about winning. If we have some level of inclusion, integration, then of course we can have a level.
But wouldn't that point to what's known as the chop-I-chop syndrome? Because if, for instance, you win and you're focused on providing services to the people, then does it really matter?
Yeah, that's where the problem of value is actually coming from, which we have been talking about in different ways. Political office is not supposed to be served for you to serve yourself. It's supposed to be service to the public. And that's the way we see in some other climes. People are not necessarily crazy about holding political office. You see people are given appointment, before you know it, they have resigned. And the next thing, they'll start writing books about their experience in office, because they think that going into office has made them actually poor, so they want to go and face their business. But here is actually the major source of wealth, sudden, stupendous wealth. And of course it's unfortunate. I mean, that's the character of many African countries, really, Nigeria inclusive, But how do we redefine that? And that's why we're talking about a situation where we have, not just our values being redefined, but leaders leading the charge, But again, how do we generate these leaders when, in the first instance, we have a preponderance of, corrupt, warped values? How do we do it? It can happen. Because it has happened in history, in different countries of the world, where you just see somebody emerging from somewhere, or somebody who's already in power, just having his orientation redefined, and getting other people to be in tow. It can happen. And of course, for it to happen, it shouldn't just be, our focus shouldn't just be at the presidential power. It can happen at different levels of government. And when it begins to happen at different levels of government and it conflicts, then it affects the whole. Every unit doing their best through their leaders at those units, then of course it will add up and conflict with the hope. Then you begin to see changes. There are so many examples we can give around the world, perhaps. There's probably no time, but we are seeing that it's a conversation that we should take seriously, value orientation, reorientation of our virtues, so that we privilege the interest of the people, the community, much more than the interest of ourselves, family and friends, as the case could be.
Dr. Amali. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with Prof. totally. We need value reorientation. We also need to hold our leaders more accountable. Yes. I think if we, as civil society, in the run-up to the 1999 election, this current republic, the civil society was really very, very active to force the military out of power. But again, after democracy has taken root, we've discovered that the civil society has really gone, there's a lull in civil society activity. Nigerians need to organize more, hold leaders accountable even at subnational levels. Most times, the media, they only talk about the federal government without looking at the states, the local government. When we talk of corruption, we only talk about EFCC at the national level. At the state and local government level, what is happening? So we need to really reorient the entire citizenry to be more patriotic, to follow issues, to hold leaders accountable, to be interested in governance. You know, most times people are laid back. They don't want to criticize. They don't want to mobilize others so that they can really challenge the existing status quo. That is not good enough. If we want a better country, citizens must take proactive action. They must be concerned about elections. They must be concerned about the quality of leadership. They must participate actively in governance issues. They must, and that is the way to go. And with that, we can have a better country, and we can give the leadership that has been talked about to the rest of Africa. Nigeria is such a great country that God has put together, and we're supposed to provide leadership not only for Africa, for the rest of the world. And I'm sorry to say, we deserve a lot in carrying out this mandate that we should give leadership to Africa. Luckily, I'm happy that Nigeria is being considered as one of the permanent members of the Security Council. God willing, if that is done, we'll be very happy because Nigeria is such a country that is central, the largest, most populated black nation on earth, 200 million people. It's really great, and we Nigerians are proud to be Nigerians. But the only problem we have is that we have not been able to organize our society in such a way that when we go out there, we can be proud that we are Nigerians. And this organization of our society is something that is all of us should be involved in. The 200 million Nigerians should be involved in this so that Nigeria can take its rightful place among the Committee of Nations.
They say sometimes that people get the leadership they deserve. But so we've looked at the leadership and so forth. But on the other side of the coin, you also hear that it is the followership that shape the leaders into what they are when they put undue and unnecessary pressures on them. Chris gets into office, and the very next morning, his former classmates, his former primary school classmates, they hold a lavish party to celebrate him that he's just become a senator. Now, the list is endless. His church comes and they celebrate him. Now the family, the immediate family, they come in to celebrate. Then his town remembers that, oh, Chris is from this town, and they celebrate him. The minute he's sworn into office, the queues are out there with demands, which Chris cannot.
Why Chris? He's Prof.
The Prof will remain in the university.
I'm a philosopher. I'm on the street.
To shape minds.
Okay. Well, the point is that it boils down to, this, to be honest to you, Nigeria is a developing nation. We are still far from. Development is culture-based. If your grandfather was a graduate, and your father, and then you find out that certain things, certain baselines that will be associated with your family. If you are the first graduate in your generation. So.
It is assumed.
Yes, it's assumed.
Right.
So now,
not always the case.
Not always the case.
Recently,
quite all right.
We had someone quoting and saying, look, if this is all about enlightenment and education, How come
Oh,
we
yes,
had
of
the
course.
best educated
People as the most corrupt. I even posted it. Yeah. Now, the point I'm driving at is this. Nigeria is a developing nation. Our watchword ought to be nation building. When the colonialists left, our then political elite, their major preoccupation was to occupy the choosy offices and the largesse and goodies associated with it, vacated by the colonialists. I listened to the speech of Nnamdi Azikiwe, I think back in 1963, after independence. Nigerians, elite then, leadership, never sat down to put heads together to articulate a nation. I mean, the fundamentals for nation building in a pluralistic society, in a nation of nations like ours, that you have people from different, of course, how many? 250 tribes, almost 500, according to NTA, 500 languages. A lot of them have been existing for centuries, all of a sudden lumped together. They were supposed to articulate a system that is workable, that will be beneficial to the collective whole. That was missing. Nation building proper. What does it take to build a nation? Nation and building. Go to a construction site and see what you do. What goes on in the construction site. At the same time, the entire work is coordinated. The person missing cement, the person bringing some out, the person digging ground, all of them are all coordinated. In the case of Nigeria, Nigerians' nation-building efforts is fundamentally flawed. I've seen the NYSC after the Civil War, but beyond that, I've seen the Federal Character Commission, I've seen the establishment of unity schools. It all goes beyond that. But we never sat down. That is why the 2014 confab, where about 492 Nigerians from diverse backgrounds gathered together and came up with a program that must not be jettisoned.
Okay. Well, the sorting and counting is already on in Edo State. Speaking of the elections to bring in a new governor. And so far from the election, we've had reports across board suggesting that the process has been fairly smooth and without many hitches, free, fair to a large extent, and transparent. So generally it's assumed that the process is going on as planned. More reports will come in about the counting of votes. But again, we have an eye on what might be termed the post-election era.
Yeah.
And it beats me all the time that we hold these elections and we conclude that they're generally, in the main, free, fair, and credible. Yet, immediately after, there are swarms and swarms of cases in courts challenging the very elections that we had declared generally free, fair, and credible.
Yeah. That's because we have a third party intervening. We're used to a third party intervening in the process, represented in the judiciary. Yes. And of course, the judiciary has succeeded in recent history in handing over victory to people who you would never even imagine will emerge as
sometimes as those who were not on the ballot.
Yes. And so it keeps giving winners hope that, okay, let me resort to court. You know, and of course, sometimes you just want to go there to prove a point. You know, so people keep having hope that we'll never know. I can, one way or the other, I can still be declared the winner.
Yeah. And we've seen it happen time and over.
It's happening. So, you know,
I tell you,
unfortunately.
that's a sad aspect
even
of
with
it.
what we're seeing now, it might not be over until it is over.
Of course. This is not the kind of election you expect that they will.
Supreme Court, here you come.
Until the case of the Supreme Court finally decide, before everybody will now go home and be waiting for the next election.
So, political scientists, Dr. Abale, where do we go? What is it? Is it the system? Is it the people? Is it the... Well, we need to go back.
All is involved, both the people, both the system, both Nigerians, politicians, everybody is involved. But again, like Prof has said, our court system, you see, our judiciary, we also need to take a look at them, especially in adjudicating election cases. Just like we experienced in the past. Some people run election not because they know that they are going to win, but they run election because there could be a window when the cases are taken to court, the winner will be knocked off, and then they will be the direct beneficiary. So we have seen it in this case. I remember in one of the primaries, our former president Olusegun, we said your nomination has K-leg, and he refused to give a flag to one of the candidates. And the man, after the whole election, the man that was named that was not on the ballot, he went to court. The matter went up to Supreme Court, and the verdict was given in his favor, and he became governor. And since then, it happened even in Imo State, where I think it was fought during the primaries. It was not even on the ballot during the main election. But today, is the sitting governor. So these things happen, and there's nothing we can do about it. It has made the judiciary very relevant in adjudicating, in concluding an election. So that we are seeing votes being counted now, that is one of the stage. After the election, the results are announced, then we go to the next stage of court litigations and processes.
And sometimes that stage will last far longer than these other stages put
together. Yes.
Some 4 years, 3 years now.
So from the election tribunal, they will move to appeal court, from appeal court to Supreme Court. It's such a very slow and laborious process. And that is why we are having off-cycle elections now, because at some point, the whole electoral process might even be nullified, and there will be need for another rerun, and so on. So we need to really look at our electoral process again. Thank you, Cyril.
Well, Chris, quickly, on this same subject matter, would we assume that when we started off, we played a report which highlighted the Benin Kingdom, the mode of administration, the powers of the Oba, the traditional ruler, and how the people deferred to his authority, but that even in that, there was also a safety, measures to ensure that no single individual became a megalomaniac. Now, you talked earlier on about shaping the political structure in the country so as to incorporate those aspects of our cultures and traditions that will, make this process a much better one.
Yes. Now, even on the same philosophy, the presidential system of government that we practice, as strong, as powerful as the president is, the tripartite system of government, which is borrowed after the philosophy of John Locke, the executive, the judiciary, and then the legislature. The legislature to make laws and to oversight the executive to execute the laws, and then the judiciary to interpret and then stand as a mediator between the two. Now, it is also not totally wrong, because even constitutionally, the legislature that oversights the judiciary, there is a clause for impeachment.
Right.
Just as we are talking about the Jumese, in the Oyo Empire, thereabout, yes, that checkmates the all-powerful Oba. But here we are. We now have, over time, a legislature that is just like is carry-go kind of, and whatever the president says. We've had a Senate president in the last dispensation said that whatever the president brings, doesn't matter how bad or how good it is, so long as it's from the president, it's as good as that. Whereas they are there to oversight and make laws. Look at the state houses of assembly, even as we focus at the center. Are they really operational? That is why we have governors. In fact, even governors who are real emperors, presiding over the states as their empires. Nobody. Who is it that would check? We've even seen where speakers of state houses of assembly that the governor should dread are like cleaning shoe for the governor. So where do we go from there? That also brings us to why the need for us to rethink with this system that we're running that has further impoverished us than. Look at democracy. I was just looking at democracy since 1999. I've been observing elections since 2003. I've looked at different elections and where we are currently. I've looked at the standard of life, the quality of life, the average Nigerian from 1999 to the present day under the democratic dispensation. Do we say we're improving? Ultimately, the whole essence of government is protection of life and property of the people. Are the Nigerians further protected? Are Nigerians more hungry now than they were 20 years ago? So after looking at these things, critically, there is every need for us to begin to rethink this system, for us to begin to think of better alternatives that will be able to that will work for us, other than the current situation where you have, as of today, those that among the richest Nigerians today are people who held office, who are public office holders, not even businessmen. I had one senator say, look, that the houses you see in Abuja, of course, there are more empty houses in Abuja than those occupied. The majority of those houses are owned by civil servants, serving or retired. How did they make the monies? In every year's cycle of budget, so, you see them taking 2, 3, 4, 5 billions themselves because of the system we operate. There's no human society in history that can survive what we are running. The way we are being operated, we're operating as a nation, as a people. Historically, there is no human society, no empire, no kingdom, no nation that goes this way we're going that survives it. Along the line, there will be an interjection, oftentimes positive or negative. We pray that ours will be on the positive side, but Nigeria as it is today, our electoral system, our public institutions, everything that makes us as an organized sovereignty is not working the way it ought to be working, and it can no longer be sustained. If nothing is done to address these anomalies, I bet you we're heading, we should be prepared for the worst.
Let's speak a little bit about threats to the whole, to the smooth running of these election cycles. And one key aspect is the question of security. Sometimes when we do these reports, we applaud that, yes, because of the presence, the heavy presence, or the perceived presence of security agencies, there will be less attempts to skew the system. But we do realize in off-cycle elections, a lot of resources are committed to those places. For instance, no fewer than 35,000. And when it comes to the bigger picture, are you going to have that kind of personnel to deploy to each state of the federation to secure? And that's the big question most people have asked. And that the success rates of security operations in states that have held off-cycle elections are not enough by any way
not at all.
to speak of what's happening in the country.
No.
I agree with you, Cyril. I totally agree with you. Off-cycle elections looks better organized than the general one because of the deploying security to 774 local governments and 36 states and the FCT has a huge logistic challenge. But again, you saw in one of the reports where your correspondent said that she was one of the local wards, that there were no even security presence at all.
Absence of security.
Yeah, so that you deploy 35,000 police may actually not translate to police being in some area, because some of them might just be maybe attached to VIPs or escorting materials and so on and so forth. So the best way to secure, actually the best way to secure an election is to ensure that the right things are done. Deploying physical policemen, wearing combat uniform the way I saw the DIG and AIG is not, to me, is not the best way of policing. I used to say that when you see the American president, you just see people, some men in suits, few of them. You don't see anybody wielding gun. When you see the way security is done in some climes, you see they do more of intelligence gathering, they do more of CCTV monitoring and so on. But here we think that security is about carrying guns, and because in an election, actually, some of what used to scare voters or we used to make voters to not to turn out for election is the way the whole area is militarized. The overbearing presence of security agencies carrying AK-47, carrying arms and ammunition, live arms and ammunition. It could actually scare a lot of people. So the Nigerian police should do more. Policing a particular area or a particular polling booth has nothing to do with deployment of large number of people. For example, if you have a patrol van situated within a short radius, if there are issues, the presiding officer or somebody can make a call quickly, and then the police can respond immediately. That sounds more professional, that sounds better, so that the area is less militarized, because democracy is about the free choice of the people. When what people see in the polling areas are guns and war-clad security personnel, in some cases even soldiers are deployed. Yes, yeah, so soldiers are deployed for election duties. I even heard the Chief of Defense Staff some few days ago charging soldiers to deal ruthlessly with anybody and things like that. So the militarization of our democratic space is not good. The security agencies should devise a more professional and more amenable way of providing security at times of election. Overbearing presence of this police and military people is not, does not portend. I agree that activities of cultists, activities of political thugs, and so on. But just like the DIG was saying, these same people that were arrested yesterday, in the next few days, you will see they will be walking free. And that is why a lot of people don't take some of these things that they say in the 2023 elections. All those arrested, what has happened to them? How many of them have been charged to court? How many of them have been jailed as a result of their activity? These are the things these are the questions that Nigerians are asking. So in terms of security, the National Assembly and also other stakeholders must still revisit issue of providing security for our electoral process. Like I said earlier, most of these security and all these logistical issues would have been avoided simply by using modern methods of electioneering. In developed climes, like even the US and Britain, you don't see this massive deployment of policemen yes, they could deploy police to generally patrol and also make sure that there's law and order. But to say that they are deployed specifically for election purpose is an aberration, which we should try and address, so that anytime there's an election, they don't need to be mobilizing thousands and millions of police. And the logistics involved in our democracy, as Cyril, you talked about cost. You see, the cost of running election in the next few years will be unsustainable. a situation whereby we are talking about, I read in one of the states to conduct local government election, they were talking about 6 billion. 6 billion. 6 billion could do a lot of projects, provide water, provide a lot of things, you know. And when you look at budget, INEC budget for elections, all this money are scarce resources that should be channeled into development programs. So the cost of running our democracy is really very high. And both the government and the stakeholders, we need to find a way of reducing this cost. And the only way to reduce this cost is to amend some of these manual processes so that you don't need to deploy 30-something thousand policemen to a state, for example, to provide security cover when people don't need to congregate at a place or they need to vote quickly and go back to their homes. So I agree with you that a lot of security has been provided for this particular election, but we are still having reports that some areas have not been covered. So that means they need more. Yes, that is what it means. It means the 35 was inadequate.
Very interesting discussion. But to be honest, I don't believe that when police tell us that they deploy 45,000 people, 35,000, like you said in the case of Edo, and additional 8,000 from other security agencies, I'm not sure. They may not be telling us, but I don't think they mean it in the physical sense of it, you know. Because how many policemen do we even have in the country overall, you know? And look at the cost of that deployment. Just imagine how what it will cost them, you know, to bring in 35,000 into Edo State only for the sake of election. Some of these pronouncements might just be symbolic to tell us how well they are prepared, you know, for the process and probably to deter, you know, if not to intimidate potential troublemakers. But again, I agree with my colleagues that what appears to be the over-securitization of the process might not necessarily be necessary, because when we're talking about free elections should be free, fair, and credible, that freedom that we envisage is not ordinary. You know, it should be real. And when we say something is free, it means that there's no let on hindrance, and there's no fear, no intimidation. You know, and of course, when those things are absent in the process, then you can say it's actually free in the true sense of the word. Right. And of course, you don't, a situation where you see a senior police officer in battle jail, you know, looking as if he's going for a war front, you know, just, it looks like it looks anticlimactic, you know, and you probably just want to believe that maybe he's just trying to enjoy himself at the end of the day.
Well, if we look at our screens now, we'll see that our correspondent Victor Archer is standing in front of a location there. I believe he's in Fuga. So Victor Archer will update us at this point on counting and counting the process in the Edo elections. Victor Archer in Fuga, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. I am in Fuga here, the headquarters of Esako Central Local Government Area. The headquarters of Esako Central Local Government Area. Here is Ward 3, the collation center of Ward 3 in one of the primary schools. In Ward 3, we have about 10,000 registered voters here in Fuga. As we can see, voting has been concluded. Sorting and counting of votes have also been concluded. The people are waiting patiently for the final collation of the results here in the Ward 3. Both the parties who participated in the exercise are waiting anxiously to see the end of the work they did today in the ward. Here with me, I have the chairman of Esako Central Local Government Area, Mr. Solomon Obomege, who will be telling us about the process here today since they came here around 8:30 this morning. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to Esako Central Local Government.
So what do you have to say about the exercise? You came here this morning around 8:30 and now it's after 4. So what do you have to say?
For the exercise for this Ward 3, where I'm a participant, the process was peaceful and the people are excited to know exactly what their vote is.
Now, looking at the conduct of the exercise by INEC, will you say you are okay with what you see today compared to what people have been saying before?
Yeah, for my ward, where I'm presently physically here, the process was peaceful, and I'm sure the election has some level of integrity. But now, I don't know what is happening in other wards until I get a feedback from them. But for here, for Ward 3, it's a central local government area, there's peace, and election was peaceful.
Okay, now looking at security-wise, from Obe Primary School down to where we are now, then to other wards in Fuga, because we know that Fuga has 3 wards. Yeah. Looking at security-wise, as the chairman of the local government, how will you rate the security arrangement?
As the chief executive officer of the local government, the presence of the security agencies has made the process more credible. But before now, we've been expecting violence. Nothing of such happened. I want to thank the security agencies for being up with their game.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bomege. Now we have also an old woman who voted here this morning, and she says she is waiting to see the outcome of her work today, whether it will go well. Now let's see, Mama, what is your name?
My name is Madali Akabe.
Madala Akabe.
Yes.
Did you vote here today?
Yes.
So why are you still here?
As that selling market.
Okay.
Though?
Okay, you sit down at the sell market. Yes. So selling the market and you are looking at the exercise. Yes. So, how will you rate the exercise so far? Before you don't, maybe you vote. Now not vote. Yes. Will you get have been doing before?
No.
Why?
The one where they do today is very good. They are quickly do anything, no fatty, no anything. They just keep quiet.
Okay. Yeah, from all indications here in the Esako Central Local Government area, the exercise has so far been free and violence-free, peaceful in this area, as people are attesting to the fact that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, did very well today in the Edo governorship election. We'll also update you again with other outcome in other areas in the Esako Central Local Government area and East. I am Victor John Archer. Over to you again in the studio.
Victor, we are with these updates, and we want to even see more of them, because at this point in time, attention should be on the counting of the votes, and people have voted. So we will need to see more of the counting and see how the process is going on, if seamless or not. That's what will give us the plank with which to begin to assess what has been done already, because for many places now, the concentration is on the counting. In the absence of what our guests have talked about, the use of technology, to the extent that this manual part of it would be eliminated, we still have to wait and depend on those reports coming in fast. Hopefully the correspondents deployed across the state would be up to speed in bringing us those updates for us to see what's happening in the process. And of course, there were areas that voting had been allowed to go beyond the 2:30 given the circumstances there. Those also would need to get updates from correspondents who are across the state. But back here in the studio, Chris, we're seeing all this play out.
Yes.
And from what we're seeing at this point, it looks like what you earlier predicted might happen, and this process might go on far into the night.
Yeah, of course. Well, in every election, with the exception of Ekiti State election, it was in 2001. 2021. No, the election that brought in the current governor of Ekiti State. With the exception of that, that was where we saw elections were concluded so fast that by 8 p.m. almost all the results from the local government areas were already at the state collection center. In the states like Edo, they also have some rough terrain. Those areas, results always come late. And then, so deployment of materials may not get there as at when due. So we expect part of this is to get into the night. That is, if election is held in the areas as anticipated, so there won't be a case of extending to tomorrow. But if it becomes necessary, we should also be prepared for that. But what we also expect that the reportage coming from the field, the situation report, appears to be on the positive side. So we pray that this trajectory will continue and end like that.
For now. The prayers as usual. Dr. Mali, your closing thoughts.
Yes, so far, I think when we started, we talked about so far so good. It's still so far so good. My joy is that we have not had any case of violence. We have not had any case of snatching of ballot box, disruption of election anywhere, at least from all the reports that we have monitored here. Counting also has been going on smoothly. Sorting has also been going on. INEC has come out to say that all the areas where materials arrive late, they should extend the voting time. And also they are providing generator to light up the collation centers and so on. So by and large, it's an off-cycle election. In the general election, we might not have the luxury of all this time and all this, the personnel, and with the tension in the general election. But I think INEC deserves some kudos for what we have seen so far. Not just INEC, even the police, they have tried. We have not had any serious case of breach. And but as a parting shot, I want to thank NTA because the coverage of this election, the real-time online coverage has been very, very good. And I think your viewers would have appreciated all that you are doing as NTA.
All right. Thank you. Prof.
Yeah, election is a festival of democracy, and we should always see it in that light. Something that we should be celebratory about, not something that should be riddled or characterized with violence and destruction and death, you know, and not something again that we should, go for broke or financing. You know, it shouldn't be something that should leave us in penury afterwards. It's a glorious thing, and that should be a very important pedestal to the next level of leadership, given the opportunity it offers for citizens to boost their self-esteem, to identify themselves as citizens, determining who will lead them in another span of time. Right. And against that background, citizens should always see it as a moment that they should be glorious about. And we're expecting that Edo will emerge in a blaze of glory as a result of this election.
That's right. Well, thank you so very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Abiodun Adeni. Thank you, Dr. Adoye Omale. And Chris Agiri, thank you so much for availing us of your thoughts.
Thank you.
Well, they'll be taking a break at this point. I will also be taking a break at this point, but not to mind, not to worry. The coverage of Edo Governorship Election 2024 continues on NTA, and the rest of it will be back in just a moment with Henry John. So stay with the NTA. Yenru will be up and running with you in just a moment.